Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.
Hello and welcome everyone to the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. I am your host, Silent Snake 76, aka The Snake, and I'm happy to be here with you today. 74 players ready to get it on in the Immortal Championship Tournament in a very, very intriguing and exciting format. Let's go ahead and take a look at our casting team for today's event. Of course, we wouldn't be anywhere today without our producer, the man, the myth, the legend, everyone's favorite Clampion, Alucard, handling things behind the scenes and making sure that the cast goes as smoothly as possible. So Alucard, say hi to everybody.
Why, hello everyone. I'm excited to be here.
Awesome.
We got some really good Immortal stuff in store for you guys here today.
And of course, our color commentator for today needs no introduction. The man from Canada who does everything with cheesecake. Motivation, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I thought you were gonna say I was from Kentucky, but I wasn't aware of my move. But I'll take it. I'm in Canada. Yes. Yeah. I'm excited to be here as well. Looking forward to seeing what kind of new decks we get this week or this month, and see what kind of cool things we see.
And of course, I am Silent Snake 76, aka The Snake, and play-by-play. And we'll be shoutcasting and using the replay feature throughout the entirety of the tournament. So we will be able to see everything through and to include the finals. So I'm really excited about that. Glad to be able to help bring shoutcasting a little bit further than what it's been before, and bring you those matches that we don't tend to see due to the fact that not everybody streams and not everybody does that. So I'm really excited about that. So let's go ahead and talk about the rules for the Immortal Championship Tournament Series. Again, in order to compete in this tournament, you need to compile 20 tickets within the HexPrimal Immortal queue, and then create a 60-card deck with a 15-card reserve using cards from all the available sets and Hex Shards of Fate. So that's sets 1 through 6. Being able to build that deck together. Now, there is only one item that is banned in this format, and that's the Major Ruby of Destruction Gem. Everything else is free game. So far, the watch and ban list will change based off of the meta and how Hex seems that to fit. But so far, the only thing that's been banned is the Major Ruby of Destruction. The Immortal Championship is a Swiss-style tournament in which the number of rounds will be dictated by the number of participants. Immediately following the Swiss portion, the top 8 players will enter to a single elimination, best 2 out of 3 matches bracket in Immortal format until a winner is crowned. So now let's talk about the prizes, and there are some doozy of prizes out there. Really excited to talk about this. HexPrimal has done a lot to make sure that the players are rewarded for their hard work and dedication. First place will walk away with 20 set 1 and set 2 packs, a complete set pack that is 1 card of a given set, and that set is dictated by HexPrimal, and $500 store credit to HexPrimal. And I know with the set 7 coming soon, Frostheart, that $500 credit could go a long way to help building your collection or helping get that constructed deck ready. Second place will get the same 20 boosters of set 1 and set 2, $200 credit. Third through fourth will get 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $100 credit. Fifth through eighth will get the same 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $50 credit. 9 through 16th will get 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, and 17 through 32nd will also receive 10 packs of set 1 and set 2. So some great prizes on hand for the competitors in the top 32, but we also have some amazing prizes for those who choose to stream today. And even though we have the replay feature, we want to make sure that we showcase the best of Hex, because sometimes, personalities and everything else is what we tune into, as well as the gameplay. So as far as streamer prizes goes, HexPrimal has definitely stepped up with some amazing prizes. We have the Kickstarter AAs. That's going to be the Alternate Art, Pack Raptor, Ragefire, Extinction, Princess Victoria, and Replicator's Gambit. That is all of them. One card each, and that's an amazing prize right there. We also have 4 sets of 5 Scars of War booster packs, so 5 Scars of War boosters going to 4 separate individuals. We also have a Kickstarter collector series here with the Alternate Art Cerulean Mirror Knight and Scheme. That's together, guys. What a great prize there. Living Totem and Soul Marble Alternate Arts as a combo pack there. And 2 Mercenaries, Zorak and Puck, also a part of the streamer prizes. Now, again, the streamer prizes will be drawn at random after the event. All you have to do is be able to stream during the event to be eligible. And streamers are also available for door prizes. So don't think just because you're streaming, you're going to miss out on that. So let's talk now about the great door prizes we're going to have for everybody hanging out with us today here on the channel. We have some really great stuff in store for everyone. And again, all you have to do is just hang out and chat. They'll be drawn out randomly during the event, so just make sure you stay tuned. We have a big wild combo that's Fist of Brigadon, Arborean Rootfather, and Wrathwood Colossus. That is a playset, ladies and gentlemen, a playset. 4 cards each of those, big wild coming your way. 5 Shard Necrotic, that's Lixil, Midnight Shepherd, and Forgotten Monarch. That's a playset of those as well. We also have some mercenary action, Mother Dawnbreeze and Rakashani Mercs as a package. We also have the Eternal playset. That's a playset of the Eternal Drifter and Eternal Guardian, as well as the Kickstarter collection collectors Jankbot and Chaos Key Alternate Arts. That's 1 card of each of those, and that's a package as well. We also have the Shining Angels. That's 4 Angels of Dawn, a complete playset of Angel of Dawn, plus 1 Guardian Angel Alternate Art. What a nice diamond collection there for sure. We also have the Darkspire AAs. That's 4 each of the Darkspire Tyrant and the Darkspire Punisher. Playset of each of those. And, of course, Ruby Heroes on the far right. A playset of Reginald Lancashire, Prince Talcian, and Zoltog. And on the bottom middle, you see there, we have 10 Shards of Fate and 10 Shattered Destiny legendary chests as a prize package as well. And again, all you have to do to be eligible for those prizes is just hang out here in the stream. When Alucard gets ready to draw them, just be ready to go, and you could win some really cool prizes along with watching some outstanding matches today here at the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. So we have a special surprise for you guys. Today on the stream, before we get started, we had our first Immortal Championship tournament winner 2 months ago with Dragon. And we have an exclusive interview with Dragon that we're going to show you guys today for our first HexPrimal Immortal Championship tournament winner. So let's take a look at that and go from there.
One. All right, everyone, and welcome to our interview with Dragon, the first ever HexPrimal Immortal Championship tournament winner. Dragon, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
So, Dragon, tell us a little bit about yourself. Let's the Hex community know who you are and what your background is in TCGs.
I'm a 32-year-old physics teacher and on the East Coast in North Jersey. My background with TCGs is I played Magic back in middle school, didn't have the money or the way to get to events, plus all my friends got in on the ground floor years before that, and I didn't. So I transitioned over to playing Pokemon because it had just come out, and I could get in with like the base set, and that was really exciting. But again, no money, couldn't get to events. Kind of let TCGs fall by the wayside. Came out of college, a few years after college, fell back into Magic. I have money. I have a way to get to events. Got into competitive Magic, but found that I wasn't so great at playing the game as I was at understanding the rules. Became a member of the judge community, still a member of the Magic judge community, still play casually. But when Hex rolled around, I saw the Kickstarter. It was really good timing for me. I had just actually pared down my Magic collection and decided to take some of that funding and throw it at Hex. So I was a Kickstarter backer at the King tier and 2 at the Pro Player tier. So I've got drafts on drafts on drafts for life. And, it's kind of just rolled from there. I play Hex whenever I've got free time. It fits into my schedule anytime I want it to. And I can make time for big events and still stay at home.
Wow, that's an amazing story. So triple Kickstarter backer, 3 drafts a week, and definitely making the most out of it. So how did you prepare for the Immortal Championship tournament?
The Immortal queue is almost exclusively what I did. I ended up just, first thing I did was start with the deck I had enjoyed before it got banned out of Standard, which was Titania's Majesty. So I had, earned my first few tickets that way, but I was having problems. It was inconsistent. It didn't, some matches just felt like I had no chance, and sometimes my hands felt like they were impossible. So I switched over and tried the Hideous Conversion decks because I've always been a combo player at heart. And again, it was just inconsistent. Like some games, I felt like I was totally in the driver's seat. In some games, I'm just like waiting, and it's just not going to happen. I probably went through another 2 or 3 decks. I went through a One-Eyed Open deck that I really liked. I really liked the idea of playing, with some, a champion nobody else was using, or it felt like nobody was, and with some unique mobilized cards. But again, inconsistency problems. Eventually, in the meantime, between playing Immortal, I was playing in Standard. I loved Copycat from the minute I saw it. I loved Empress from the minute I saw that card. Found this deck, via the forums and seeing other people playing it, and just fell in love. Super consistent. Decided to kind of just give it a go in Immortal, see if it, if it has any legs there. And I found that it did exactly what I wanted. It was consistent, and it was beating a lot of the things I was otherwise struggling with. I could get under control players. I could hold off aggro players. It's consistent in what it does, and it has legs against basically anything in the format.
All right, sounds good. So let's take a look at the deck that you actually won with. So again, basically a standard deck consisting of 4 Copycats, 4 Skittering Cultivators, 4 Warpsteel Shardsworn. Those are socketed with the Minor Sapphire Dread, which would requires a Sapphire Threshold, 2 charges to create 2 Dreadlings and put them into play. The Empress of Ice, which you mentioned before, 4 of those, 4 Tribunal Magistrates, 4 Commander Prompts. For your actions, you had 4 Consult the Talon, 4 Arcane Focus, 3 Transmogrifade, and the rest of the resources on the screen. Tell us what you like about this deck, how it works. So maybe if we have some new players who may be a little interested in this deck, what is the synergies and what do you like about it?
Well, I mean, the synergies are right off. First off, I love that it's 4-ofs. I'm going to see the cards. I don't have to worry about 1-ofs and when I'm going to see them or if I'm going to see them. I've got 2 very solid 2-drops. I'm happy to see either of them. Arcane Focus early game is going to find me one of my 2-drops. Even if I have to wait till turn 3, a magistrate on 3 just sometimes applies pressure in that if you're doing too much without dealing with it, you're filling up your deck with spiders. The real goal is, if you can curve out, play a 2-drop, play a 3-drop, turn 4. Depending on what you need, either you're going to try and really apply pressure, play a prompt, ideally copycat it, or if you need to hold down what they're doing, you play Empress, Shard, activate power. You've tapped down exhausted 2 of their guys, and now you copycat the Empress because you're at 5 threshold, and now they've got to deal with 2 Empresses before they can untap anything, and it just really messes with a lot of boards.
That makes a lot of sense. So let's talk about your reserves, because right now we're basically seeing what is a traditional standard mono sapphire deck. But as we go into the reserves, we notice something very interesting. You have 3 flocks of seagulls, a mad robomancer, and for your actions, 2 treacherous pass, 3 arcane zephyr, 1 transmography, 2 sapphire's favor, and 3 verdants of the ancient kings. So tell me, how did you reserve in, or did you reserve in Flock of Seagulls, and did it play a part in any of your matches?
I believe there was one matchup where I brought in Flock of Seagulls. Flock of Seagulls came about during my testing in the queue. I found I struggled immensely and just had absolutely no way to beat decks that played Hierophant with double damage gem. I just couldn't deal with them. They would double damage gem. I think it was the Spirit of Rage or Rage of Battle, the deal double on Gen with Crush.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing I could do. And I'm like, what? I need a better answer. It's got Spell Shield on the Hierophant. I can't deal. And I looked through all the answers, and without adding another threshold, Flock of Seagulls was the answer. It stops Crush in its tracks. And a lot of players, I think, because they get confused with Magic, think that they're just going to, crush over a Flock of Seagulls, with their 20 some odd damage, and Flock just stops them dead. And even if they know what's going on, still sometimes there's just nothing they can do about Flock of Seagulls, because most of those decks aren't playing targeted removal because they just plan to run you over.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very smart inclusion. And this technically makes your deck immortal because it does have a card from one of the first 2 sets with Shards of Fate. So really cool there. So going back to the main deck, during your matchups, were there anything really exciting, or how did it progress from the beginning of the tournament up to the top 8? How were your matches with this deck?
Almost all my matches were give and take. I think I had I had 1 loss in the Swiss, which was went down 1-2, and I had 1 match that was a 2-0. But everything else, including my top 8, were all 2-1. Everything went to 3. They were all back and forth. Even if one game here or there, somebody drew bad and it just was a quick end. Almost all my matches at some point had a grindy, either one of us needed a good top deck, one of us needed to make a good play. There was just a lot of individual exciting play. I think my toughest matchups, the only deck I believe I saw twice was Grandfather Elk, Mono Wild. And that can be a really challenging match for me because Crocosaurs can really mess up my game. There's nothing I can do when a Crocosaur comes down and eats my Magistrate and my Empress, or a Magistrate and an exhausted prompt, and then I'm just it's all sad faces here.
Well, that's good, but ultimately you ended up making the top 8 and going to the finals and taking the first ever HexPrimal Immortal Championship tournament. What was your thoughts on winning? I mean, how did you feel about that after taking that win? What were your emotions like?
Oh man, I was so excited. I was I was basically running around the house like a little kid at Christmas. I was like, I can't believe it. I mean, to get through how little expectation I had actually agreed to cook family dinner that day. I figured, okay, I'm going to join the event. I'll probably be out by round 4 or 5. No big deal. And round 4 or 5, I'm like, I'm still extremely in it. I'm, X1. oh man, I promised to make my family dinner. So I would finish my match and then, have my volume turned as loud as I could to make sure I would hear the announcement for the next round. And I would go up and do a little dinner prep and then run back down, play a match, go upstairs, cook dinner. And I managed to do that through 3 rounds, including eating dinner.
Wow. So you cooked an entire family dinner and won the tournament all in one day.
Yeah. It's the great thing about Hex. Being able to just go about your life while you're still playing a game, even in a major tournament. But yeah, I didn't expect, I had pretty low expectations for myself. So I was super stoked to get to top 8. So I was playing really tough competition, really tight games. And, man, it's still, I can't believe I managed to take it down. I was really impressed that I was able to get it done. And with, a deck that, as I saw a lot of Twitch commentating, really, it's a standard. Somebody's in the top 8 with a standard deck.
Well, ultimately it paid off to you and you won the tournament. Again, congratulations for that. So for any aspiring Immortal player coming in and seeing how well you did and with the deck you have, what experience or knowledge or any advice you can give to any hopeful Immortal players looking to get to that championship like you did?
The best thing I can say is just, play in the queue a lot. You're going to see a lot of different decks playing in the queue, and you have to realize any of those decks could end up in the tournament. Again, over the course of 11 rounds with the top 8, I played 9 unique champions worth of decks, and even some of the decks that were close still had individualized tech. Like 2 different mono wild decks had very different tech underneath. So, be prepared for a wide variety of matches. And the second is Immortal's a really young format. There's only 2 sets not in standard that are in Immortal. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If something works in standard, see if you can tweak the deck you like playing in standard and make it work in Immortal. I mean, that's basically what I did. And there was not much tweaking as we already discussed.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you, Dragon, for taking the time to talk to us today. Congratulations on your win. I'm assuming you're going to be ready for this Saturday. You're competing in the tournament?
Yeah, luckily I had taken most of May off because it was busy season at work. But I actually just got my 20th ticket today, so I'll be there Saturday.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you don't have to cook dinner again. Maybe this time you can have someone else do it, and you can focus on the tournament
this time.
All right. Thank you again, Dragon, and congratulations on your win. And maybe we'll see you again in the top 8 or maybe even championship this Saturday.
That'd be great.
Thanks.
All right, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed that interview with our first ever HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament winner, Dragon. And speaking of Dragon, we actually have our featured match for round number 1 of the tournament is going to be Crazy versus Dragon. So you'll actually be able to see Dragon in action with this exact deck. So let's go ahead and tune into that action. Round 1 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. So, as you can see, Crazy here playing Ivan Slagpot. His opening hand is a Blood Shard, Double Ruby Shard, a Well of Hatred, Mortar Trike Driver, Blamsmith, and Emperor's Lackey. Starting hand for Dragon is a Copycat, Consult the Talent, Triple Sapphire Shard, a Skrios Coin, and a Skittering Cultivator.
Yes, some really solid hands here. Both players have a pretty good curve here and all the stuff they need to get going. So Krezi here, he's got the Emperor's Lackey potentially on turn 2, and then likely to see the Mortar Trike Driver after that. So it's a good aggressive hand for him here. Probably going to save the Blamsmith until he has some scrounge to get that going, but is an option for him as well. And then, of course, on Dragon's side there, he's got that Skittering Cultivator, which you can get down on 2. And once he gets those dreadlings generated from it as well, he can use all 3 with the Consult Talent to get play that for 1, and then he'll have that Copycat for once he has his 5 thresholds and a troop he wants to Copycat. So a good hand, good starting hand for both players here.
All right, so let's get started in the action. Crazy playing his Blood Shard will pass the turn over to Dragon. His draw. Warpstill Swordsworn. We'll see a Sapphire Shard come down, and he'll pass back over to Crazy.
Yeah, so that Shard Sworn is a pretty good one too. Really works well with the Consulted Talent, so we might see that on too as well, if not the Skittering Cultivator.
Power Smoke Kabbalist the draw for Crazy. We'll see a Ruby Shard come down. And Emperor's Lackey will join Crazy on the field, and that will end his turn.
Yeah, so some good aggression there from Crazy here with that 4/4, so he's going to be able to do some damage there.
Tribunal Magistrate the draw for Dragon. We'll see a Sapphire Shard come down. And here comes that Skittering Cultivator, and that will end Dragon's turn, and we'll go back over to Crazy. His draw is a Rust Bucket Distractor. Ruby Shard comes down, now at 3 resources. Mortar Trike Driver joins the Emperor's Lackey. Ivan Slagpot's champion ability will be activated. 2 Dreadlings are created. And here comes the swing. Lottie-dottie, everybody. Alpha swing inbound to Dragon. Skittering Cultivator will step in front of the Mortar Trike Driver. 5 damage being assessed to Dragon. He'll go to 18. And Crazy will sacrifice one of those Dreadlings to revert the Emperor's Lackey.
Yeah, definitely some good damage coming in here quickly here from Crazy.
Draw for Dragon is a Sapphire Shard. We'll see Warp Steel Shardsworn being generated, a Depth Crawler as well. Sapphire Shard comes down and Consult the Talon, exhausting all his troops to draw some cards.
Yeah, Consult the Talon works really well in this deck. With all the large amount of troops you can get out, it really helps you get that played for cheap early on.
We see an Empress of Ice, a Copycat, and another Skittering Cultivator, the draw from Consult the Talons as we go back over to Crazy. His troops ready. Finds a Lasgard's Vengeance. Well of Hatred going to be played. Going to go for that Blood Threshold. And Pyre Smoke Kabbalist will join the field. An attack coming in. Mortar Trike Driver, Emperor's Lackey. Lasgard's will get 2 cost reduction. 8 damage inbound. This is going to take Dragon down to 10.
Yeah, so really good hit there again for Crazy here. He's got that Lasgar's Vengeance working up. The only problem for him is that we may see that Empress of Ice come down from Dragon, and he's going to have the thresholds to get all 5 online as well.
All right, so we'll pass back over to Dragon. Dreadlings are generated. Draw is a Transmogrifade. Transmogrifade going to take that Kabbalist and turn into a Constructions Plan Crank Robot. Sapphire Shard for Dragon. Activation of Champion ability. Going to gain a threshold. Choose a Sapphire. Here comes a Tribunal Magistrate. That's going to make those Dreadlings a little more powerful. As well as a Copycat. Copycat, the Tribunal Magistrate. And those Dreadlings are now 9-1.
Yeah, pretty solid hit here. He's going to be getting 18. Oh, maybe not. Maybe a little bit more.
And another Copycat. Tribunal Magistrate. Those are 16-1 Dreadlings inbound with the Skittering Cultivator. And that is going to do it. Dragon is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, just seeing the explosiveness of this deck and what it can do. And that was just massive damage coming in. Took him from full life to none in a real hurry.
All right, so we're going to be prepping as players go into reserves. We're going to be looking for that second match. We appreciate you guys all hanging out with us today here on the HexPrimal Twitch channel for the Immortal Championship Tournament. Again, as a reminder, we'll be using the replay feature, so it will take us a little bit of time to prep for the next match, but we'll get you right back in on the action. Our featured match for round 1 is Crazy versus Dragon. Dragon taking game number 1 and utilizing the same deck that he did last time to make that happen. What do you like about that deck, Motivation?
Like I said, it's just got that explosiveness. You can go from looking like you've got a solid board state against them, and then they do something like that and drop the double Copycat on the Tribunal Magistrate and just absolutely blow you up with damage. And it's just got answers for everything. It's just solid all around.
All right, so we're just going to be prepping for that next match. All right, so we're going to be going into game number 2. Let's go ahead and get this prepped and ready to go. Replay feature, such an amazing thing. I'm glad that we are able to at least bring that to you so you guys can catch all the action, be able to see both players' hands, and get into the action. So we're going into game number 2. Dragon up 1-0 against Crazy, playing his Mono Sapphire deck. Let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Crazy with double Necropolis Coin, Ruby Shard, Hero Fall, Cremate, Dread Apprentice, and Death Seeker. On the opposite side for Dragon, we see double Sapphire Shard, triple Sapphire Shard, 2 Warp Steel Starsworn, a Commander Prompt, and a Skittering Cultivator.
Yeah, so for Crazy here, the Necropolis coins are a bit slow, but it does let him get the thresholds he needs for that Hero Fall, and it does let him get to 3 for his Dread Apprentice as well. So he's got some solid removal here to sit on in case, especially that Hero Fall. That Hero Fall can do some damage to these Mono Sapphire decks. Then he's got that Death Seeker too if he wants to try and push some damage there. And then over on Dragon's side, he's got the three shards he needs to get close to the prompt. But he does have the Warp Steel Shard Sworns to get out on 2, or the Skittering Cultivator, probably the Cultivator to get those Dreadlings going. But we'll see what he does. But decent hands for both players here.
All right, so we'll go over to Crazy. We'll play out that Necropolis coin for that Blood Threshold. We'll just pass the turn over to Dragon. His draw is a second Skittering Cultivator. Go ahead and play that Sapphire Shard and the turn, and we'll go back over to Crazy. His draw, Sepulchral Crypt Dust. He's going to go ahead and play that Crypt Dust. Goes for the Ruby Threshold. And Death Seeker now online for Crazy. Pass the turn back over to Dragon. His draw, Sapphire Shard. We'll play the Sapphire Shard. And Skittering Cultivator on the field for Dragon. That'll end his turn. We go back over to Crazy. His draw is a Blamsmith. Necropolis coin to draw a card, finds a Mortar Strike Driver, plays a Ruby Shard. And a swing in with that Death Seeker, 4-2.
Gotta wonder if he's going to be able to pull out the Cremate trick here, but sadly he does not.
Dragon taking that hit goes to 19. That'll end Crazy's turn as we go back over to Dragon. His draw is a Copycat, finds a Sapphire Shard. Swing with that Cultivator. 1 point of damage. We're going to take Crazy down to 23. And Skittering Cultivator number 2 on the field for Dragon.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if we're gonna see the Commander Prompt into a Copycat next turn. Could be some pretty solid damage coming in from Dragon if he is able to pull that off. But Crazy does have that Hero Fall just in case.
Back over to Crazy. His draw is a Well of Hatred. We'll play that Well of Hatred. Chooses Blood Threshold. Mortar Strike Driver now joining Death Seeker. Activation of Champion ability creates 2 Dreadlings. And we're going in for the swing. Everything. Alpha Swing inbound. Full damage going to be dealt to Dragon. 7 damage. That takes Dragon down to 12. That'll end Crazy's turn as we go back over to Dragon.
This is something you have to be careful with against these Mono Sapphire decks, is not holding up that Hero Fall on a turn when they could potentially get to 5 threshold and have that Copycat. So we'll see if Crazy gets punished here.
Draw for Dragon is a Treacherous Pass. We'll see Sapphire Shard come down. Commander Prompt joins the rest of the field. Activation of Champion Power. Going to go for that Sapphire Threshold. Copycat coming down for Dragon. Going to choose that target. So a second Commander Prompt thanks to Copycat. And here comes the swing with the troops. 20 damage. This is going to be a huge hit. And they'll take Crazy down to 3 health.
Yeah, and like I said, this is why you really have to consider holding up that Hero Fall for turns like this when they do have the potential of Copycat into something pretty strong, and we're seeing the punishment come out from that.
All right, so going back over to Crazy, troops ready, finds a Ruby Shard. We'll play that Ruby Shard. Blamsmith comes down for Crazy. Gonna swing with that Mortar Strike Driver. 5 damage inbound. Dragon's gonna take it to the face, takes 7. And we're gonna see Cremate. Gonna take Dragon down to 5. And that'll pass the turn over to Dragon.
Sadly, I don't think that's going to be enough here. Way too many troops on the board here for Dragon. He's going to get in with some pretty massive damage here.
Draw for Dragon is a Tribunal Magistrate. We'll see Warp Steel Shardsworn and Hero Fall Going to take care of one of the commander prompts. 2 will go to the void. Activation of Warp Steel Shardsworn is going to create some more Dreadlings, and that's going to do it. Crazy is going to fall to Dragon 2-0.
Yeah, again, like I said, these decks are so explosive, these mono sapphire decks, and you really people don't like them because of how consistent they are. But as we saw there, you have to be mindful of the potential on those turns to get to 5 thresholds and get absolutely blown out like that because of the copycat into something good. So you have to be, even as an aggro deck like that, you have to keep in mind that they could have that, and it's good to hold up that hero fall just to deal with any issues like that. But yeah, really strong deck. As Dragon said in his interview, it's a very consistent deck and can deal with just so many other decks in the format. And obviously, he's playing an Immortal against plenty of other cards, and it's holding up really well here.
And Dragon with a quick 2-0 victory, so he's making his way. I know in the interview with him, he had a lot of stuff going on. He's going to be more focused today. What do you think the chances that this Empress deck comes back and makes the top 8?
I mean, it's hard to say in tournaments, right? Because you have to have it's one of those things where you have to have everything kind of line up for you. Your draws have to be on point. All kinds of stuff. You have to have. Basically, the stars have to align, so to speak, to get through. Even with a solid deck, if you're not getting the draws you need, if you're getting stuck on Shard Flood or Shard Screw, it can really damage a good deck. So maybe he'll pull it off. Again, a skilled player can kind of overcome some of that luck, but I think things still have to kind of align a bit. So we'll see what he can do. He's a good player. Obviously, he proved that by winning the last one. But yeah, he's certainly got a chance to do it again.
All right, so exciting matchups. We are just getting ready for our next match for round number 1 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. I am just getting ready for this next match, so just going to take a second here. And I think Alucard's going to do our first giveaway in between these 2 games. So we'll let Alucard do that, and I will get our next match ready to go. All right, so it looks like we are ready to go with our next match in round number 1 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. And this one is going to be a doozy. We have Eagleoff playing One Eye Open against Jadeem Jedi playing Bloodspinner Zorath. This was a match that was part of the $100,000 Invitational. So I'm excited to see this. Eagleoff, his opening hand, we see a Diamond Shard, Ruby Shard, Well of Retribution, Burn, Brilliant Tactician, Ardent Crusader, and Bolt Spasm. On the opposite side, for Jadeem Jedi, we see Quad, Blood Shards, Vampire King, Hero Fall, and Zentos Malice.
Yeah, so some interesting hands here. Again, with these tournaments, with the Immortal, we're going to see so many different things. It's hard to know exactly what's going to be in these decks, but obviously, given their hands here, solid hands for both players here. They can play out everything they've got. We've got Eagle-Off. He's got that burn for a little bit of removal. He's got the Ardent Crusader on 3, which is always a solid play. Bolt Spasm on 1 as well to get that early aggression going. So good stuff for him there. And then over on JJ's side, he's got that Hero Fall. Again, solid removal that can deal with a lot of different things and further copies of that. Vampire King, we've always seen a lot of work out of that. So again, he's gonna potentially do that on 4, and then he's got that Zentos Malice to try and either fill his opponent's deck with spiders or gain a little health from sacrificing his own spiders. So a solid hand for both players here. We'll have to see what comes from that.
All right, let's go ahead and start the match. Eagle-Off will play a Ruby Shard, Bolt Spasm, turn 1. Not a bad start, and that'll pass the turn over to Jadim Jedi. His draw is a Strangle. We'll see that Blood Shard come out, and he'll pass the turn back over to Eagle-Off. Eagle-Off's draw is a Cobblestone. He'll play the Cobblestone. Goes for the Diamond Threshold. We see combat 3 damage inbound. Jadim Jedi going to take that, go to 19 health, and that'll end his turn. And we'll go over to Jadim Jedi finds a Withering Gaze. We'll see that Blood Shard come out. And that'll end his turn, so we'll pass it over to Eagle-Off. Bolt Spasm readies.
Likely holding up that Strangle for this Bolt Spasm.
Cobblestone, the draw for Eagle-Off. We'll see a Diamond Shard come down. Here comes Ardent Crusader. This has speed. And Strangle. Gonna strangle that Ardent Crusader.
Yeah, interesting to see the speed on the Ardent Crusader. Usually in Standard, we see the speed on the Underworld Crusader. So it's always a bit of a throwback to see the speed in Ruby there.
Combat phase for Eagle-Off. Bolt Spasm going to swing in for 3. This is going to take Jadim Jedi down to 16 health. Back over to Jadim Jedi. His draw is a Bride of the Damned. We'll see how Blood Shard come down. And that'll end his turn. We go back to Eagle-Off. Bolt Spasm readies. His draw.
Likely holding up the Hero Fall here for the Bolt Spasm to stop some of that damage coming in.
Cobblestone, the draw. We see Brilliant Tactician being played by Eagle-Off. Mobilize reduces the cost. And Tactician will join him on the field. Activation of his champion ability. But before that, Hero Fall from Jadim Jedi targeting that Brilliant Tactician.
Yeah, so easy switch of targets there. The Hero Fall, instead of going to the Bolt Spasm, goes for the Brilliant Tactician here. So can really mess up Eagle-Off's potential combos here with that Brilliant Tactician.
So Hero Fall is going to send Brilliant Tactician to the Crypt. And 3 more go to the Void. Activation of champion ability is going to ready the Bolt Spasm and the 2 Phantoms. And here comes combat. 5 damage inbound. And Jadim Jedi will go down to 11 health.
Yeah, so JJ taking a little bit of damage here again. Likely to see the Bride come down and deal with that Bolt Spasm with the Blood Threshold, though.
Resource being played by Eagle-Off. He'll just pass the turn back over to Jadim Jedi. His draw, another Malice. Bride of the Dam comes down. Blood Shard going to be played. Going to give a troop -1/-1, targeting that Bolt Spasm. It will go to the Crypt. And Withering Gaze now. And in response to that, we see a burn from Eagle-Off. 2 damage is going to be accessed to JJ. He's going to go to 9. And we go back over to Eagle-Off. Phantom's ready. Draws a Diamond Shard. We'll play that Diamond Shard.
Yeah, so the burn gets played out there, obviously, to better to use it than to lose it. So gets a little damage in, probably not where he wanted it specifically, but certainly helps him out a little bit.
All right, so 2 Phantoms inbound. This is going to be 2 more damage to Jadim Jedi. Goes to 7 health. And we go back over to Jadim Jedi. His draw is a Blood Shard.
Actually, a really good top deck for him there, getting the 5th Threshold online and being able to take out one of these Phantoms and steal it for himself.
Targets one of the Phantoms, and that's going to do it. Eagle-Off done. And Jadeem Jedi will take game number 1.
Yeah, so interesting game there. Obviously, JJ has some really solid removal there to deal with all of Eagleov's major threats there in both the Tactician as well as the Ardent Crusader. So really cool to see. Again, we don't know where these decks are going necessarily, but the cool little interaction with One Eye Open there and being able to combo off of the Brilliant Tactician is definitely interesting to see.
All right, so we're going to game number 2 between Eaglov and Jadeem Jedi. Jadeem Jedi does have a 1-game lead, and we'll take a look at opening hands for both players. For Eaglov, he has a Cobblestone, 2 Diamond Shards, Hero of Adamant, Llama Herder, Protectorate Defender. Let's see what this is socketed with. Looks like it's socketed when Ardent troops attack, and this attacks, they get +1/+1, and a Righteous Outlaw for Jadeem Jedi. We see triple Blood Shard, Necropolis Coin, Zentos Malice, a Vampire Princess, and a Withering Gaze.
Yeah, so some, again, solid hands here. Both players getting solid hands in both situations. Eaglov having the thresholds he needs to play everything in his hand. Obviously, the Karloff Cobblestone does have a few humans in there to proc off of, so he will be able to get that ruby. But then he's got many options here on turn 2. He's got obviously the Righteous Outlaw, Protectorate Defender. He's got the Llama Herder. You got to wonder if he's going to go for the Righteous Outlaw first to try and push that damage and proc some Valors for himself, or if maybe he goes with the Llama Herder, starts to get the llamas going. I think he'll have to respond to what JJ does here. And then obviously on JJ's side, he's got the turn 2, or he's got a turn 1 Withering Gaze into, which is going to whiff, unfortunately for him. But then he's got the turn 2 Zentos Malice to start that going, and then he's got the Princess on 3. So he's got a lot of solid options here, and then he's got the coins to cycle if he needs to as well.
All right, so let's get into the action. Cobblestone for Eaglov, going to choose Ruby Threshold. He'll pass the turn over to Jadeem Jedi. His draw is Extinction. We'll see him play a Blood Shard. And he's going to Withering Gaze. So like you said, Withering Gaze, but unfortunately not going to hit anything in Eaglov's hand.
The good thing is, though, he does get card knowledge of his opponent's hand. So Withering Gaze, even when it does whiff, you still get information on your opponent's hand, which is always valuable.
So gets the information, doesn't find a target. We go back to Eaglov. His draw is a Diamond Shard. We'll play that Diamond Shard. And Righteous Outlaw, turn 2 for Eaglov. Has speed, so 2 damage inbound. That's going to take Jadeem Jedi down to 20 health.
Yeah, so this is going to allow him to build up his Valors as well, and potentially build up that Righteous Outlaw to be able to do enough damage to kill that Princess. Obviously, he doesn't know about the Princess yet, but likely going to see the Valor come off of that.
Draw for Jadeem Jedi is a Withering Gaze. We'll see a Blood Shard come down. And Zentos Malice joins Jadeem Jedi, and that will end his turn. So we go over to Eaglov. Righteous Outlaw will ready. Decides to create a Valor. Well of Conquest, the draw. Diamond Shard comes down. And now we see Hero of Legend join the Righteous Outlaw. Outlaw swinging in for 2. JJ can't block it. Takes 2 points of damage. Goes down to 18 health.
Yeah, lots of Valor generation here. Really solid opening here from Eaglov.
And as a result of the Outlaw hitting and Hero of Legend on the field of Valor is generated, that'll end Eaglov's turn. We go back over to JJ. Draws an Extinction. So 2 extinctions in hand. We'll see Necropolis Coin being played. And Withering Gaze again for Jadeem Jedi. Targets one of those Valors and puts it into his deck.
Yeah, so likely setting up for the Extinction play. He knows if he plays out that Princess, it's just going to get blown up by the Righteous Outlaw. So it opts to play that Necropolis Coin to make sure he can get to 4 on turn 4 and be able to Extinction this board.
Going to go ahead and create a Valor with the Outlaw. Draw for Eaglov is another Righteous Outlaw. We'll see the Well of Conquest come down. Chooses that Ruby Threshold. Valor onto the Hero of Legend. Valor onto the Righteous Outlaw. Swing in. 7 damage inbound. Troops become invincible thanks to Hero of Legend. This is going to take Jadeem Jedi down to 11 health.
Yeah, you got to wonder if it looks like Eaglov is not going to fill up his board. So little does he know, JJ does have 2 extinctions. So even if JJ can't get all of his troops just yet, he can potentially clear the board once more.
2 Valors generated by those 2 troops hitting Jadim Jedi. And the turn passes to him. His draw is a Strangle, plays a Blood Shard. And we see Extinction from Jadim Jedi.
Yeah, so again, he's able to clear the board here. He does have other removal now as well with the Strangle, but it'll depend on how much Eaglov commits to this board state. We may see another Extinction.
Turn passes over to Eaglov. His draw is a Brilliant Tactician. Diamond Shard comes down now at 5 resources. Protectorate Defender comes down, followed by a Righteous Outlaw. And a Valor going to be on that Protectorate Defender. Swing in with the Outlaw. This is going to take Jadim Jedi down to 9 health.
Yeah, so JJ's in a bit of a tough spot here. He probably wants to hold that Extinction a little bit longer to try and make Eaglov commit to the board, but with his health total so low, he might have to just throw it out there.
Turn passes Jadim Jedi. His draw, Necropolis Coin, will play it. Activation of his champion ability will create a Dreadling banner. An Extinction comes down, wiping out the troops. Protectorate Defender will go back into Eaglov's deck.
Yeah, so the good thing here for JJ is that that Necropolis Coin does set him up for a turn. Next turn, he can play the Princess as well as hold up the Strangle. So he's actually in a pretty decent spot.
Turn passes back over to Eaglov. His draw, Diamond Shard, will play that shard. And we see Llama Herder come down. And he'll just pass back over to Jadim Jedi. His draw, Blood Shard, Dreadling generated due to Dread Banner. We see Strangle onto the Llama Herder. Swing in by the Dreadling. Eaglov will take a hit. Zentos Malice going to sacrifice that spider. Going to draw some cards. Finds an Inquisition, plays a Blood Shard, passes it over to Eaglov.
Yeah, so pretty solid for JJ there. He's able to now get things going with that Zentos Malice, sacrifice out those Dreadlings to gain some of that health back, and it lets him kind of take his time a little bit more as he doesn't have to worry as much because he will be able to get his life total back up.
Back to Eaglov. His draw, Protectorate Defender, will play it out. And going to Valor it up, making it a 3-2. He'll pass the turn to Jadim Jedi. His draw is a Blood Shard. Activation of Zentos Malice. Finds another Vampire Princess. He's going to Inquisition, and Brilliant Tactician going to go to the Crypt.
Yeah, so really good hit there for JJ. Gets rid of one of Eagleov's really big combo pieces in this deck. And now all he has to really worry about is that Protectorate Defender. But because he does have that Zentos Malice, he's going to kind of mitigate some of the damage every turn by sacrificing that Dreadling.
Blood Shard for Jadim Jedi. Vampire Princess comes to the field. And that will end Jadim Jedi's turn. We'll go over to Eaglov. His draw is a Bolt Spasm. Going to swing with that Protectorate Defender. It'll turn into a 4-3. Jadim Jedi down to 9 health. Bolt Spasm joins the Protectorate Defender for Eaglov, and that will end his turn. Draw for Jadim Jedi is a Blood Shard. Going to activate Zentos Malice, sacrificing the Dreadling. Finds a Blood Shard. Vampire Princess swinging in for 2. Jadim Jedi can go to 13. Eaglov down to 22. That'll play a Blood Shard. And a second Vampire Princess for Jadim Jedi as he passes the turn over to Eaglov. Will of Conquest for Eaglov. Going to go ahead and swing in with both troops. Protectorate Defender will ready. Vampire Princess stepping in front of Bolt Spasm. Protectorate Defender going to deal 4. Jadim Jedi is going to gain 2 off of the Vampire Princess. Goes to 11. And we see the Well of Conquest for Eaglov.
Yeah, so JJ's not doing too bad here. Again, that Zentos Malice is really going to help him stabilize here. And obviously this Bride off the top can be really, really huge against his Protectorate Defender as well.
Bride of the Dam for Jadim Jedi off the top. Attack. We see the Vampire Princess and the Dreadling inbound. Eaglov going to send the Protectorate Defender. Going to take 2 points of damage. Jadim Jedi is going to gain 2 health. And we see Bride of the Damned for Jadim Jedi. That Blood Shard is going to trigger. And that's it. Eaglov is done. Jadim Jedi goes up 2-0 and takes the first round of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship tournament against his opponent, Eaglov.
Yeah, really solid deck there by JJ. The Mono Blood deck always been strong, basically since set one. Mono Blood has been a really strong thing, so really cool to see it back here again. Obviously, that Zentos Malice doing a lot of work for him in terms of keeping him healthy. And then the Princess is obviously being able to do a bit of the same. But he had lots of solid removal to deal with Eagleov's problems. Those 2 extinctions were pretty huge for him. And yeah, once those got out, then he was able to kind of stabilize his board and gain that health. So it was really cool to see that match. And it would have been nice to see Eaglov get some of his combo pieces online. But like I said, JJ just had that solid removal to kind of keep him from doing that.
Absolutely. So again, welcome if you're just joining us today on the HexPrimal Twitch channel. We are broadcasting the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. Our featured match, or just our most recent match, was Eaglov versus Jadeem Jedi. He went up 2-0. The match before that, we had Dragon versus Crazy. He went up 2-0 with his Mono Sapphire deck. So some really staple decks doing some work, and we're seeing some interesting tech from Eaglov. So looks like we have a giveaway for that big wild play set going to be going here shortly. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you type !Immortal Hype to be entered in. And where are we at as far as the rest of the matches in round number 1? All right, so it looks like we're in round number 2. Sure. So just want to remind everyone, if you want to compete in the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament, remember this tournament happens every 2 months. So the next one is going to be on August 12th at the exact same time at 9 a.m. Pacific time. In order to compete in the tournament, you need to earn 20 HexPrimal Immortal tickets. And the only way to do that is to go into the battlegrounds and find the HexPrimal Immortal queue. Once in the queue, you need to win your 20 matches in order to obtain your 20 tickets. And then you'll be able to compete with the rest of the Immortal participants on the next tournament, which is going to be on August 12th at 9 a.m. Tournaments will be on Saturday, 9 a.m., and you'll be able to catch all the action right here on twitch.tv/HexPrimal. So let's take a look at the prizes for the tournament. Again, just to remind everybody, this is what all these players are playing for. We have the top 32 prizes for the top 32. First place, you'll be able to get 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, as well as a complete set pack. Remember, this is one of every card of a set, and this set will be dictated by HexPrimal, but you'll get one of each of those cards from that set, as well as $500 credit to HexPrimal. And with set 7 Frostheart coming soon, that $500 credit could go a long way to buying those booster packs, those primal packs, or filling out your collection to get you going. So $500 credit on top of the other great prizes for first place. Second place, you'll be able to get 20 packs of set 1, set 2, and $200 credit. Third through fourth, we'll get 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $100 credit. Fifth through eighth, we'll get those same 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, as well as $50 credit to HexPrimal. For 9th through 16th, you get 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. And for 17th through 32nd, you'll get 10 packs of set 1 and set 2. Just a reminder, you can no longer purchase set 1 and set 2 packs in the in-game store. These are currently out of rotation. The only way to get them is through this tournament or the auction house, or buying them from a reputable person. So again, these packs are very valuable. They have some of those staple cards that we've seen today in the Immortal Championship Tournament. Vampire King, pretty nice. You can get those out of those Shards of Fate packs. So again, top 32 prizes, pretty amazing. Let's also talk about those streamer prizes, though. Again, we want to, encourage people who are streaming the game. We want to get as many people out there streaming. We do have access to the replay feature, but we also, know that there's personalities and people out there that you want to be able to hang out with. So if you are streaming, there are some amazing prizes that we're offering for those streamers. Again, all prizes were donated by HexPrimal, so thank you for that. The Kickstarter AA pack, this is an amazing prize package here. Has an alternate art Pack Raptor, alternate art Ragefire, alternate art Extinction, alternate art Princess Victoria, and an alternate art Replicators, Gambit. Really great prize package there. Some of those amazing alternate arts. We also have 4 sets of 5 Scars of Wear booster packs. And then we really start get things going here with the alternate art Cerulean Mirror Knight alternate art scheme. You get 1 each of those, but that's a combo pack. Those 2 are together. 1 card of Cerulean Mirror Knight and 1 card of Scheme. Along with that, we see the Living Totem and Soul Marble, both alternate art, that combo there. And of course, Zorak, the Flame Hand, and Puck the Dreambringer Mercenary Pack. Those 2 are together as well. So really great prizes for those streamers. Again, if you are streaming during the event, you'll be randomly drawn at the end of the stream, and you'll be notified if you win. And you are also eligible for the door prizes. So don't think if you're streaming that you're not eligible for door prizes, because you will be as well. And speaking of door prizes, HexPrimal has come through again with some amazing door prizes. Part of that package was just part of the first giveaway, which is that Big Wild. This is a playset of Fist of Brigadon, Arborian Rootfather, and Wrathwood Colossus. The next giveaway package is the 5-shard Necrotic. This is a playset of Lixil the Deathless Gem, Midnight Shepherd, and Forgotten Monarch. The next giveaway you see there on screen is a Mercenary pack with Mother Dawn Breeze and a Rakashani. So that combo there, really nice. We also see a Eternal Guardian and Eternal Drifter. This is a playset of those, really nice. Another Kickstarter collector with the alternate art Jankbot and Chaos Key. That's 1 card each of those. We see the Shining Angels pack. That is a playset. That's right, a playset of Angel of Dawn, followed up with an alternate art Guardian Angel. So a nice diamond set there. The next giveaway is a Darkspire AA alternate. So those alternate art Darkspire Tyrant and Darkspire Punisher. And last, on the right but not least, the Ruby Heroes, which is a playset of the Reginald Lancashire, Prince Talcyon, and Zoltag. And in the bottom middle of the screen, you see that 10 Shards of Fate and 10 Shattered Destiny legendary chests will also be part of the door prizes. So again, during the tournament, all you have to do is just hang out and chat. Alucard will be doing those giveaways during the tournament, so just make sure you stay tuned here for all your tournament action and a super giveaways. TM, what do you think about all these prizes?
Can we just stop showcasing and go partake in streaming the actual games, because these are some pretty solid prizes. I'm not sure I've seen prize support like this in a long time, if ever. Crazy prizes here. Really sought after cards as well. Lots of alternate arts and collector cards. Some really cool stuff here.
So yes, again, thank you to HexPrimal for providing the prize support for the tournament. And it looks like we have our next match in the Immortal Championship tournament. This is going to be Metronomy versus Bad Enough Dude. We're going to get this queued up and get ready for you guys. But Metronomy versus Bad Enough Dude. That's a name. Bad Enough Dude. Like, you're just bad enough.
He's not bad. He's bad enough. So he's not too over the top. He's bad enough. I like it.
All right, so let's go ahead and go into the action. Looks like our opponent, or the Bad Enough Dude, has mulliganed down to 5 cards. Metronomy is playing Uzu the Bonewalker with a 23 starting health. Bad Enough Dude is playing Madame Banana with 19 health. Opening hand for Metronomy, we see a Blood Shard, Diamond Shard, Wild Shard, Strangle, From the Ashes, and Double Extinction in hand for Bad Enough Dude. We see 2 Spiritbound Spies, a Hideous Conversion, Shroomshaw, and a Diamond Shard.
So it looks like Metronomy is playing the Necrotic type deck. He's got those 2 extinctions in there. He can potentially get to that second blood threshold if he needs to, using Uzu once he gets another shard. And then he's got another big piece of removal there with the From the Ashes, and then obviously the Strangle as well. No real troops or any threats right now to get through, more of reactionary cards, but we'll see what he can draw. And then over on Bad Enough Dude's side, apparently he had a bad enough hand that he had to go all the way down to 5 cards, which is always rough. But it looks like he's playing the Hideous Conversion combo deck. So he does have a Diamond Shard here to get those Spiritbound Spies out, but will need to find a Blood Shard to get anything further going for him here.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started with the action. Blood Shard for Metronomy. He'll pass the turn over to his opponent, Bad Enough Dude. His draw. finds a coin. He's going to go ahead and play the Wakuna coin for that diamond threshold. Pass the turn over to Metronomy. His draw is a third extinction. He'll play the diamond shard and just pass the turn over to Bad Enough Dude. His draw is a Harvest of Sorrow. We'll play a diamond shard. Spirit Bound Spy for Bad Enough Dude, followed by the second Spirit Bound Spy. That'll end his turn. We'll go over to Metronomy. His draw is a Prince Zakaz. We'll play the Wild Shard. No turn for Metronomy, so we'll just pass the turn over to Bad Enough Dude.
Yeah, so again, Metronomy kind of playing a reactionary hand here. Obviously needs one more shard to be able to get his Uzu power online, and then he has to decide whether he wants to go for the double blood or the ruby to get Zakaz online. But Bad Enough Dude also kind of stabilizing a little bit here, not finding the blood shard yet, so that might cause him some issues, but we'll see if he can find that soon.
So no blood for Bad Enough Dude. Going to swing in here with both Spirits Bound Spies. Going to take Metronomy down to 21 health. That will end his turn. We go back to Metronomy. His draw is a High Infinitrix. No play for Metronomy. Passes the turn over to Bad Enough Dude. His draw is an Emperor's Lackey, but no blood. So we see the swing again from the Spirit Bound Spies. 2 damage will take Metronomy down to 19th, and both players' health totals are now equal.
Yeah, both players having a rough time with their shards here. Metronomy having a real issue with his thresholds, but we'll see if he can get some stuff going here.
So draw for Metronomy is a Subtle Striker. A play for Metronomy will join him on the field. He'll pass the turn over to Bad Enough Dude. His draw. Another blood card. No swing from Bad Enough Dude. He'll just pass the turn over to Metronomy. Finds a Sapphire Shard. We'll play that shard. Does have the ability to activate his champion in power. Decides not to. Passes the turn over to Bad Enough Dude. No blood for Bad Enough Dude. So a handful of blood. 2 Spirit Bound Spies staring across from him is a Subtle Striker. He has to force to end the turn. And we go over to Metronomy, who finds a Gemborn Prowler off the top.
Yeah, he's likely going to have to use his champion power here just to play something out. Otherwise, he's going to have to discard. But we'll see what he decides to go with here.
So Subtle Striker inbound to Bad Enough Dude. We'll see if he wants to block. Doesn't. Bad Enough Dude's going to take 2 points of damage, go to 17 health, and Gemborn Prowler for Metronomy.
I guess that is another option. He can just straight up play the Gemborn Prowler. It does give him a 3/3 body to start swinging into this board, so doesn't have to discard here and can kind of hold off on his charge power until he has to make that decision on what threshold he wants.
So we go over to Bad Enough Dude, looking for a blood, does not find it, finds a diamond shard. We'll be able to play that diamond shard, and unfortunately can't play any cards in his hands as we're go back over to Metronomy. His draw is a Forgotten Monarch. Going to go ahead and activate his champion power now. Going to go for that blood threshold. We see Forgotten Monarch join the field. Let's see what it is socketed with. When this deals damage to an opposing champion, you may put target troop from your crypt into your hand, and this also has speed. Swing with a Forgotten Monarch, Gemborn Prowler, and Subtle Striker into Bad Enough Dude.
Yeah, you got to wonder if you're going to see that double block on either the Subtle Striker or the Forgotten Monarch here, just to try and get those threats out of there. And you will get your Phantoms from your Spirit Bound Spies back, so you will have the potential to double block again. But he does have to try and stop some of this aggression coming at him.
So we'll see how the blocks go. No blocks. This is going to be a huge hit. 7 damage. Bad Enough Dude's going to go down to 10 health.
Yeah, so I mean, he can take the damage. If he does find that blood shard, he potentially gets his combo online. And the thing with the combo decks is basically you can just play everything immediately. So with that combo, so he might be trying to do that and save those Spirit Bound Buys to really accelerate that combo.
Back to Bad Enough Dude, looking for a blood shard. Does not find it. 8 cards in hand. 2 Spirit Bound Spies going to be forced to discard. We see Strangle from Metronomy at the end of Bad Enough Dude, targeting one of those Spirit Bound Spies.
Yeah, so Metronomy here just probably trying to disrupt his combo as much as possible. Obviously, that Strangle also gets rid of the Phantom as well, because they do keep that negative stats as they go into the crypt.
Bad Enough Dude puts an Emperor's Lackey into the crypt. We go back to Metronomy. troops ready, finds a diamond shard, plays the diamond shard, and now High Infinitrix is going to join the rest of the team for Metronomy.
Yeah, really solid find there on that double diamond. He doesn't have to worry about trying to get that threshold now, and he can get that Infinitrix out there, which is a really solid piece in this deck.
Infinitrix going to shift an ability over, shifting Flight to the Forgotten Monarch. And swinging with everything else. Subtle, the Spiritbound Spy is going to jump in front of the Gemborn Prowler, but Bad Enough Dude's going to take half his health here, 5 damage. And a Phantom generated as a result. That's going to end Metronomy's turn. Back over to Bad Enough Dude. Does not find a Blood Shard, and that's going to do it. He's going to go and toss this first game. Metronomy goes up 1-0 against Bad Enough Dude.
Yeah, really hard to talk about the intricacies of that combo deck there, unfortunately, because he did not find the blood threshold there. But when that deck does get their combo online, it can be pretty crazy. They can play out a lot of stuff, gain lots of resources from that hideous conversion, sacrificing all their troops, and then the Inanna power really helping to get even more troops to sacrifice. So some really good stuff there if you can find those thresholds you need. And then obviously Metronomy, he was able to finally get the fourth shard to get his Uzu power online, and it really kind of opened things up for him in terms of thresholds and being able to kind of have different threats come out on the board. So some really cool stuff.
Yeah, that's the one thing I love about the Immortal Championship Tournament as the sets continue to go on. And, we have Frostheart coming, trademark soon. With that coming out and that being added to the Immortal format, things are just going to continue to be more and more interesting. More and more decks are going to be created to combat the current meta. And, just to have this format where, basically everything is legal except for one gem. That's pretty amazing to see the ideas and the concoctions. And, there's deck builders, there's pilots out there who can do some amazing stuff with the resources available. And we're about to see Immortal get even more interesting with Frostheart. So it's good to see these matchups. It's good to see variety. It's good to see people, thinking outside the box. And it's really great to see, the turnout that we have for the Immortal Championship Tournament, and to see these people, see the competitors really go at it.
Yeah, and like you mentioned as well, is the fact that it is so many different cards, and as we add more sets to it, we're going to see more and more different decks. Like we've seen all different decks so far today, and that's the thing is when we talk about the meta is so much larger than something like Standard, where it's usually a few decks that are really running away with it, whereas in this, it could be anything. You have to build to answer every card in the game right now, and it really opens up to see some really cool things and see what people are trying out, and it's awesome to see.
So it looks like we're still waiting for that second match between Metronomy and Bad Enough. So we're going to wait to see how that goes, and then we'll bring it up for you guys on the replay. Again, if you're just joining the stream and you're like, man, I want to participate in this Immortal Championship Tournament, just remember these tournaments are held every 2 months right here on the HexPrimal Twitch channel. The next one will be on August 12th at 9 a.m. Pacific. So all you have to do is head into the Battlegrounds, create your deck, and it doesn't even have to be a Immortal format deck. You can play a Standard deck, and we've seen obviously with Dragon in the first championship tournament take down first place with basically a Standard deck. Only card in there that would have made his deck Immortal was those Flock of Seagulls, and that deck is relatively cost effective. It's not super expensive. The Empresses are kind of expensive, but other than that, you can do a lot with Hex. And that's one thing too about this game, is that as the game continues to evolve and decks are being out there, a lot of new players are coming in and saying, hey, I want to be a part of this, but I'm not really sure if I can, if I have, a bunch of money to put into this game. And you can really do a lot with very little and be very successful. So I'm glad that there's that much diversity, and really there's so many things you can do in Immortal, and you don't have to throw a lot of money into it to be really successful.
And let's not forget how generous the community is. Not even just the players and the people working around the game, but Hex themselves, the fact that they're doing so many tournaments that are free to enter, giving cash prizes, all kinds of stuff like that. It's just it's a really good thing to see. And even if you're entering these tournaments and you don't have a tier 1 deck or anything like that, you're still getting that experience. You're still getting to play the game and enjoy the game in a tournament environment, and it's really cool. It's such a great community, and it starts from the top. So.
Absolutely. You know, and that's one thing, you know, being a part of this community is great. There's so many great people out there. And the fact that, you know, Hexes went independent, it's starting to do, you know, its own thing, pulled away from, you know, basically being its own developer and publisher and doing its thing by itself is really, you know, that move that is both scary and exciting, you know, at least for me as a player and a fan of the game. And with the recent announcements with how they're going to be changing things with the set 7 and all the spoilers, it seems like spoilers have been coming out just out of the woodworks, just everywhere. And it's exciting to see, you know, Hex trying to get on that schedule that they said they were going to do. And you know, hopefully we'll get a release date soon for set 7, and then people are going to be coming back and really enjoying Frostheart and enjoying what's going to be happening with the upcoming changes in the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny too, is everybody loves spoiler season. That's just a given. And it just seems like in the past, spoiler seasons have kind of been, it's felt like it's been paced. It's a nice flow, and now it's just fast and furious. There's stuff coming out every day, and all kinds of community members are getting in on the spoiling, and it's awesome to see, and it's exciting. And like you said, the fact that Hex has kind of gone independent, as you said, it's scary. It is a little scary, but the fact that they were confident enough in themselves and they're doing well enough that they can go independent is a really good and positive indicator of where the game is headed. So hopefully from here it's all uphill, but it's exciting to see where we're going, and I'm looking forward to it.
All right, so we're gonna jump to another match because we don't want to just have us here talking. You guys came here to see the action, so we're gonna jump into another match. I guess we have a match with Dragon that's supposed to be pretty epic. So we're going to jump into that one while we're waiting. We will return to the match between Metronomy, the match we had with Metronomy, but apparently there's a really good match we're going to check out here. As soon as we pull it up, we'll get it to you, and then we'll go back to game number 2 between Metronomy and Bad Enough Dude.
Isn't this the awesome thing about the replay feature too, is the fact that we can jump to different games. Even if people aren't streaming, we have content we can jump to. Like this, there's an epic game, we can go check it out, and then bounce right back and not miss a beat with the Metronomy and Bad Enough Dude game. So really, really cool with this replay feature.
And again, like one thing I want to stress is that, you know, because we have the replay feature, should not preclude anybody. If you want to stream, there's some great prizes to do that. We encourage you guys to stream because, you know, all three of us here, you know, Alucard, Motivation, and myself, we stream. We love interacting with the community, and you know, the people is what makes this game really special. And the people that stream, the people that take the time to do that, you know, I definitely appreciate that. Sometimes, you know, things don't work out. Maybe replay feature is not working. So, you know, the good stand to fallback is always people streaming and doing that. So looks like it's a 3-parter. So let's jump in here. So we're going to jump into a match with Dragon. We're going to go into game number 1. Looks like this match is relatively short, so we should be able to show you all the action here. Jadeem Jedi says he's going to stream as well. Very nice. All right, so we're going to go into the action with Dragon and his opponent. I am terrible with names, so TM.
Kuka Kiva.
Kuka Kiva, there we go, playing Rutherford Banks. Opening hand is a Shard of Life, a Wakuna coin, Wild Shard, High Infinitrix, double Carnosaur, and Cottontail Explorer. Dragon, of course, sporting his deck, double Sapphire Shard, Zinzix Sylph, a Tribunal Magistrate, Copycat, Skittering Cultivator, and an Arcane Focus.
So yeah, Kukakiva here with the resources he needs to get out both the Cottontail Explorer and the Carnosauruses. Likely going to see the Cottontail Explorer come down, maybe find him some resources to get that fourth resource and potentially get that Infinitrix online as well. But he's got some removal in the Carnosauruses to hold him over until then. But then over on Dragon's side, he's got he's got a pretty solid hand here. He's got the focus to try and find his fourth shard and get him towards that the activation of his charge power to get the 5 Sapphire thresholds online for the Copycat. He's got the Tribunal Magistrate in hand on 3, a good target for that Copycat, and then he's got the Skittering Cultivator on turn 2 to kind of help him get those Dreadlings going and get some early damage in.
All right, so let's kick off the action with Kukakiva. We'll play a Shard of Life. Going for that wild threshold. We'll pass the turn over to Dragon. His draw is a Skrios coins. We'll play the Silk out. Chooses Sapphire threshold. And we'll Arcane Focus. Finds another Skittering Cultivator. We'll pass the turn over to Kukakiva. Finds his third Carnosaurus. We'll play a Wild Shard. And a Cottontail Explorer. Looks like didn't get anything, so the 3 cards, Howling Brave, Runear Hierophant, and Eternal Bastion will go to the crypt.
Rough break there, obviously wanting to find the fourth shard there to be able to get that Infinitrix online, but whiffing a little bit on that one.
Draw for Dragon. Warp Steel Shardsworn. We'll see Skittering Cultivator join the field. That'll end his turn. We go over to Kukakiva. His draw is a Wild Shard. We'll play the Wakuna coin for that Diamond Threshold. No swing. We'll pass the turn over to Dragon. His draw is a second Tribunal Magistrate.
Yeah, looking a little scary here for Kukakiva with those that second Tribunal Magistrate. And he does have that shard to get to his fourth charge to get Uzu and grab that 5th Sapphire Threshold for the Copycat.
Plays the Sapphire Shard. We'll see him swing for 1. Kukakiva going to go down to 22 and a second Skittering Cultivator for Dragon. Draw for Kukakiva is a Runear Hierophant. We'll see him play that Wild Shard. And Runear Hierophant will join him on the field. And that will end his turn as we go back over to Dragon. 2 Dreadlings are generated. We see Transmogrifade for his draw.
Yeah, so pretty solid hit there, especially for the, again, getting that 4th charge to get the 5th threshold here. Likely to see a Tribunal Magistrate into a Copycat for some big damage here. That Runear is not going to do too much against this board state in a second.
So Dragon does indeed play that Tribunal Magistrate. Swing with the 2 Dreadlings and the 2 Skittering Cultivators. Looks like Runear Hierophant and Cottontail Explorer going to double block against the Skittering Cultivator, but Kukakiva is going to take 9 damage here.
Yeah, interesting that he didn't go for the Copycat just yet. Might be waiting until he had extra Dreadlings from that second Cultivator. Obviously losing that now, but still has some solid damage coming in next turn as well.
All right, so Dragon going to end his turn. We go over to Kukakiva. Draw is a Howling Brave. We see Carnosaur number 1 come down. That's going to target the Skittering Cultivator. Runear Hierophant gets +1/+1. A second Carnosaur comes down, and that is going to chomp that Skittering Cultivator into the crypt.
So yeah, now that Runear is a little bit bigger here, he can swing in and try and push through damage on that Magistrate. I highly doubt we'll see the block there, so we might see Dragon go down 5.
Swing with the Runear Hierophant. No block as predicted. Dragon goes down to 18 health, and we go back over to Dragon. His draw is a Tribunal Magistrate, so he plays it out. And no swing, no nothing. That's going to end his turn. We go to Kukakiva. His draw, Shard of Life. We'll play the Shard of Life. Chooses Diamond Threshold. And now we see High Infinitrix.
Yeah, so this is a big hit for Kukakiva here. He's going to be able to start shifting those powers from the Infinitrix to the Runier, although we might see that Transmog on the Infinitrix before that happens. But if we don't, that could be pretty nasty, getting all that stuff on the Runier, who does have Spell Shield and can't be targeted.
Going into attack, no swing from Kukakiva, and he'll end his turn, but we see Transmogrifade going to be targeting that high Infinitrix.
Yeah, so again, getting rid of that, because if you get those shift powers over to that Brunier, you're in real trouble with that Spell Shield.
The high Infinitrix turned into a Devoted Infuser. Now we go back over to Dragon. His draw is a Commander prompt, and we'll see him play a Warpsteel Shardsworn.
Yeah, so probably setting up for a pretty big swing here with both the copycats and those Dreadlings coming off of the Warpsteel Shardsworn.
Activation of Champion ability, going for that Sapphire Threshold. Copycat coming down. It's going to target the Tribunal Magistrate. So 3 Tribunal Magistrates for Dragon.
Yeah, likely to see some real big Dreadlings here coming in and pushing some serious damage.
Serious Dreadlings indeed. We have 2 13-1 Dreadlings for Dragon as they swing in. We see a Carnosaur step in front of each and one of those, so no damage being dealt to Kukakiva, but he'll lose both Carnosaurs.
Yeah, so again, triple Tribunal Magistrates here, and I imagine that Deathcrawler also got the Dreadling gem, so we might see even more Dreadlings come out next turn, and he's got the option of another Tribunal Magistrate and a Commander prompt as well.
Draw for Kukakiva is a Midnight Gatherer. We see Devoted Infuser shifting its ability over to Runier Hierophant. And again, that ability is going to give Runier Hierophant, when another troop's under, or at the start of each champion's turn, ready this. So Carnosaur coming down, chomp chomp, going to take out that Deathcrawler. Midnight Gatherer coming down as well. 8-7, Runier Hierophant swinging into Dragon. Let's see how he blocks. He doesn't. Going to take that hit. Goes down to 10 health.
Yeah, so a kind of lucky transmog for him there with that Devoted Infuser. Now he can keep swinging in with this Runier, but it's going to ready on his opponent's turn, so he can still block with it as well. So pretty fortunate transmog there.
So we go back over to Dragon. His draw, Sapphire Shard, a 4th Tribunal Magistrate will be in play for Dragon. No swing from Dragon. He'll pass the turn. Go back over to Kukakiva. Finds a Spiderling Egg and an Eternal Bastion off the draw. That's a 17-1 Bastion, or 17-1 Spiderling, and now Bastion being played for Kukakiva.
Yeah, so that he needs to find a way to deal with that Spiderling. Unfortunately, he's already played 3 Carnosauruses. Might not have another one in time, and 70 cards in Kukakiva's deck here. Lots and lots of spiders in there.
So during attack, we see the Midnight Gatherer and the Runier Hierophant swinging into Dragon. We'll see how he wants to block. Looks like Warpsteel Shardsworn gonna block the Runier Hierophant. Takes 9 damage, goes to 1. Turn, passes back over to Dragon, finds an Empress of Ice.
Yeah, so rough shape for Kukakiva here. He's got a 17-1 spider looking down at him. He can't kill him in 1 turn, but it's going to be pretty nasty here.
So you see Commander prompt come down. That's going to give those Tribunal Magistrates a couple extra points of defense. So they're now at 7 versus 5. Swing with those Magistrates and the Spiderlings. 19 damage from the Spiderling. Each Tribunal Magistrate is 2 points of damage coming in. We see a Runier Hierophant, Devoted Infuser, Carnosaur, and Eternal Bastion all stepping in. 19 points of damage is going to go to Kukakiva. And we go to Dragon, and that's it. He's going to lose game 1 against Kukakiva.
Yeah, so actually, really lucky play there by Kukakiva, being able to force that damage in with the Runier and get him down to 1, and having just enough troops there to block on the backswing there, and get through that. That was a really epic match there. Really close. It came down to both players being dead next turn, and Kuka Kiva managing to hold up and keep himself in it.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 2, Dragon versus Kuka Kiva. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. For Dragon has triple Sapphire Shard, Zinzig Sylph, 2 Consult the Talon, and a Skittering Cultivator. For Kuka Kiva, double Runir Hierophant. We have a Eternal Bastion, Howling Brave, a Coin, a Shard of Life, and a Midnight Gatherer.
Yeah, so Dragon's side here, he's got the a good amount of shards here. He can get to 4 for that for his Uzu charge power here and get that 5th threshold if he needs it. He's got the Skittering Cultivator on 2, so he can start swinging in, get those Dreadlings generated, so he can use that Consult the Talon, or both the Consult the Talons, earlier on in the game to draw those cards and try and find some more of his big combo pieces. And then over on Kuka Kiva's side, obviously a little bit slower with the Shard of Life and the Monsagi coins, but he does have a Howling Brave in there to get to 3 for those Runiers, and then the Midnight as well to try and get him some resources that way. So solid hands for both players here.
All right, so let's go ahead and start the action with Dragon. We'll play a Sapphire Shard. No play for him, so we'll pass it over to Kuka Kiva. Draw is a Wild Shard, plays the coins, and passes the turn. Over to Dragon, draws an Empress of Ice. We'll play the Silk out, chooses Sapphire Threshold, and Skittering Cultivator for Dragon. Turn passes over to Kuka Kiva. Draw is his 3rd Runir Hierophant. Plays the Shard of Life. Going for that Diamond Threshold. We'll see Howling Brave for Kuka Kiva, and that will end his turn as we go over to Dragon.
Yeah, likely setting up for the Runiers next turn. He's going to be able to pump out those Runiers every turn, basically, if he so chooses. And again, he's got the Midnight Gatherer to try and find him some shards if he needs in the air as well.
Draw for Dragon is a Warp Steel Shardsworn. We'll see a Sapphire Shard come down. Warp Steel Shardsworn joins Skittering Cultivator, creates a Depth Crawler. Going to consult the Talon, draws 2 cards, draws 3 cards, and finds 3 Sapphire Shards.
That's a rough hit there, but this is kind of the combo you're looking at too. Getting the Skittering Cultivator out there with the 2, both the Warp Steel Shardsworn and the Depth Crawler, really gets those Consult the Talons online early, and now he's going to get some Dreadlings off the Skittering Cultivator as well to be able to do the same thing next turn and play out that other Consult the Talon, hopefully with better draws for himself.
Turn passes over to Kuka Kiva, finds a Diamond Shard, plays the Diamond Shard. We'll see a Runir Hierophant for Kuka Kiva. It's got Skyguard Steadfast. We see Howling Brave swinging in for 1. That's going to take Dragon down to 22 health, and that will end Kuka Kiva's turn.
Yeah, the Skyguard Steadfast there is going to allow him to swing in with those Runiers, but still keep him on the defensive as well. So kind of both sides of the field there, and protecting himself while being able to get damage in.
Transmogrifade, the draw for Dragon. We'll see a Sapphire Shard come down. And Empress of Ice. Going to activate champion ability. The only target there is the Howling Brave. Howling Brave will not be able to ready. Consult the Talon, going to draw 3 more cards. We see Tribunal Magistrate, Sapphire Shard, and another Tribunal Magistrate.
Yeah, and what I really like about this Runir play here, obviously a reserves change there with the Skyguard Steadfast. The fact that he's got Spell Shield means the Empresses of Ice can't target it to lock it down, and he can still keep, again, pushing that damage in and not have to exhaust to get in that damage, and really gets around that Empress of Ice.
So swinging in with the 2 Dreadlings and the Skittering Cultivator, Kuka Kiva is going to take 2 points of damage, go to 21 health, and that'll end Dragon's turn. Back over to Kuka Kiva. His draw is a Wild Shard, plays a Wild Shard. And we see a 2nd Runir Hierophant for Kuka Kiva, pumping up the one already on the field to a 3/3. We're going to swing in for 3, and Dragon's going to go down to 19 health. That'll end his turn, and we go over to Dragon.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how these Runiers work out. I really like that sideboard option there with putting in that Skyguard Steadfast.
draw for Dragon is a Sapphire Shard. So we'll see what he wants to do. Sapphire Shard's going to be played. Empress of Ice, no target. Tribunal Magistrate comes down. That's going to turn those Dreadlings into 4/1. Activation of Warpsteel Shardsworn, going to create a couple more Dreadlings. And Dreadlings Abound, swinging in with that Warpsteel Shardsworn, the Depth Crawler, and the Skittering Cultivator, as well as the Empress of Ice.
Yeah, so he's got some options here. Obviously going to go for the double block there, but doesn't want to lose those Runeers just yet because those could be what keeps him in this game.
So using both Runeer Hierophants, going to block the Skittering Cultivator, going to take a bunch of damage here from 21 health. Goes down to 1 health, and that'll end Dragon's turn.
Yeah, a little bit risky there, leaving himself really exposed to Dreadlings. But I guess he really wants to keep those Runeers and try and use them to win him this game.
As we go back over to Kukakiva, his draws a Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard. And an activation of Runeer Hierophant coming onto the field will give his other Runeer Hierophants +1/+1, as well as that Midnight Gatherer. So now a 5/5, 4/4, and 3/3 Runeer Hierophants for Kukakiva.
Yeah, so again, he's going to be able to push some damage here while keeping them back as blockers. But I don't know. It's looking rough for Kukakiva here.
5 damage inbound to Dragon. No block, going to go down to 14 health. That'll end Kukakiva's turn as we go over to Dragon. His draw is an Empress of Ice. Sapphire Shard comes down. Going to target. Midnight Gatherer is exhausted. Tribunal Magistrate for Dragon. No swing. That'll end his turn, and we go back to Kukakiva. Draw is a Gargalith. Wild Shard being played. And we see Eternal Bastion for Kukakiva. Runeer Hierophants get +1/+1, so now 6/6, 5/5, and 4/4. Swing with 2 Runeer Hierophants, the 6/6 and the 5/5. See Transmogrifade, going to take that Eternal Bastion into an Incantation of Ascendance. No blocks, going to take 11 damage, goes down to 3 health, so only 2 health separating both players.
Yeah, so Dragon looking to try and find some Dreadling generation here to really get in that last point of damage that he needs. Unfortunately, the Magistrates don't do any damage for him yet, so those Runeers really holding up the board here and being able to block exactly enough right now.
So Copycat, the draw for Dragon. He's going to Copycat. Targets a Warpsteel Shardsworn. Going to activate it, create some Dreadlings. So 2 Dreadlings, the Tribunal Magistrates, Empress of Ice, Warpsteel Shardsworn, Depth Crawler, everything inbound. We see those blocks. And that's going to do it. So Dragon going to take game number 2 against Kukakiva.
Yeah, I really, really like that reserve option there in putting the Skyguard Steadfast into the Runeers. Obviously, it didn't quite work out for him there, but you could see what was going on there with what he was trying to do, keeping those Runeers protected with the Spell Shield, but still being able to swing in and not be exhausted and be affected by those Empresses of Ice. But unfortunately, was able to get those Dreadlings for Dragon's side there and finally get that last piece of health that he needed.
All right, so we're going to go into game number 3. Dragon and Kukakiva both tied at 1, and we'll see what is going to happen. Kukakiva's opening hand is double Diamond Shard, a Shard of Life, a Well of Life, Gargalith, and double Forever's Child for Dragon. We see double Sapphire Shard, Skrios Coin, Empress of Ice, Copycat, Tribunal Magistrate, and Commander Prompt.
So looking at Kukakiva's side here, I'm a little concerned. This does seem pretty slow, especially against knowing you're against this Mono Sapphire deck that can be really explosive early on. So he's going to have to hope to try and find something early to get these plays going for him. But he's got nothing until turn 5. And he doesn't even have the shards to play them yet, so a bit risky on this one. And then over on Dragon's side, he's got the shards he needs to get to at least 3. He does want to find 1 more to be able to get his Uzu power online, but does have that Tribunal Magistrate. He's got the Empress of Ice, and he's also got the Commander Prompt with a Copycat. So he's got all his 3 major threats with the Copycat to make a copy of those threats. So looking pretty good over on Dragon's side.
All right, so let's get into the action. Kook of Kivas starts the game, plays a Shard of Life, chooses a Wild Threshold, and will pass the turn over to Dragon. His draw is a Sapphire Shard. We'll play the Skrill's Coin, getting that Sapphire Threshold. Passes the turn back over to Kook of Kiva. Draw is a Howling Brave. See the Diamond Shard come down. Howling Brave, join him on the field. And that will end Kook of Kiva's turn.
So Howling Brave is able to get him to that 5 resources he needs. So you can do those, play those Forever's Childs on 4, which is definitely going to be a little bit better than what he was looking at originally.
Draw for Dragon is a Skrill's Coin, plays a Sapphire Shard. And no play for Dragon, so he has to pass the turn over to Kook of Kiva. His draw is a Howling Brave. Diamond Shard comes down. Second Howling Brave for Kook of Kiva. Howling Brave going to swing in, going to ping Dragon for 1, take him down to 22 health.
Again, so now with that second Howling Brave, he's going to be able to get that Forever's Child out and maybe start doing something a little bit more here, which is good for him.
Draw for Dragon is a Warp Steel Shard Sworn. We'll play out a Sapphire Shard. Tribunal Magistrate for Dragon. That'll end his turn as we pass it back over to Kook of Kiva. His draw is a Chompasaur. We'll play a Well of Life. Going to go for the Diamond Threshold. Activation of Howling Brave for a temporary resource. And now we see a Forever's Child. No swing. That'll end Kook of Kiva's turn as we go over to Dragon. His draw is a Sapphire Shard. We'll play Empress of Ice. Going to go ahead and play that Sapphire Shard. Be able to target a troop and lock it down. Activation of Champion ability is going to give him that 5th threshold he needs. So troops that are exhausted cannot ready.
Yeah, so this is a big turn here for Dragon, being able to lock down all of his opponent's troops, and they will not be able to ready. So this is going to lock down the board for him, and he's got options in his hand too. He can copycat the Empress, which we're probably not going to see. He might copycat the Tribunal Magistrate or might wait on that Commander Prompt. But on our opponent's side with Kook of Kiva here, he does have that Chompasaur to try and deal with Commander Prompts. So
no swing from Dragon. That'll end his turn. We go back to Kook of Kiva. His troops will not ready due to Empress of Ice. Finds a Wild Shard. Will play a Wild Shard. And here comes Forever's Child number 2. That'll end his turn. We go back to Dragon. His draw finds a Transmogrifade.
Yeah, likely to just see the Forever's Child locked down here with another Sapphire. He's basically got his opponent stuck, and there's not much Kook of Kiva can do to get around this at the moment.
Here comes the Diamond Shard, or Sapphire Shard. Empress of Ice going to lock down Forever's Child. And now Commander Prompt for Dragon, as well as a Copycat, going to target that Commander Prompt. So 2 Commander Prompts for Dragon going into attack. See a swing of the Empress of Ice and the Tribunal Magistrate. 10 damage. Hitting Kook of Kiva will take him down to 13 health.
Yeah, so pretty solid hit here. Again, we're probably going to see the Chompasaur come down and take out one of these Commander Prompts. But again, he's got Dragon's got that Skrill's Coin in his hand to be able to lock down the Chompasaur as well and just keep pushing this damage and potentially get some Dreadlings out as well with the Warp Steel Shard Sworn. So could be a rough next turn for Kook of Kiva here.
As we go over to Kook of Kiva, troops do not ready, finds a Well of Life. Chompasaur going to come down, finds a target, Commander Prompt. You see Transmogrifade from Dragon, going to turn it into a Gnatmare. So instead of losing the Commander Prompt, transforms it into a Gnatmares.
Interesting play there. Again, that's going to give him a flyer too that can get in over top of Kook of Kiva and really benefit from the Commander Prompt.
Well of Life for Kook of Kiva, going for that Diamond Threshold. And that's going to end his turn. We go back over to Dragon. His draw. Consult the Talons. We see Skrill's Coin being played. Going to give him a Sapphire Threshold. Lock down that Chompasaur. And now Warp Steel Sharsworn generating some Dreadlings. And here we go. Full damage, full swing, minus the Warp Steel Sarge Horn and the Depth Crawler. And that's going to do it. Dragon is going to win 2-1 over his opponent, Kukakiva.
Yeah, again, really showing the power and versatility of the Uzu Mono Sapphire deck. Basically locked down his opponent's board and was able to push all kinds of damage in and take him out that way. And there wasn't really much Kukakiva could do there. Obviously, he had that Gargalith to try and get the Spell Shield on his troops to protect him from the Empress, but just way too late. Again, I think that opening hand was a little bit risky. A really slow hand against a deck like that was obviously, again, he got a bit punished there by not having those early answers.
So Dragon taking 2-0 his first round and now 2-1 in the second round is 2-all in the overall tournament. So we'll see if he'll be able to continue his rise with the Mono Sapphire deck to the top 8. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We are in round number 3. Again, we're using the replay feature, so we're allowing the rounds to go a little bit further in, so that way we can continue to bring you coverage. But please stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes for more coverage of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. All right, guys, welcome back. Taking a short break here for the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. Appreciate you guys all joining us today, Alucard and the motivation. We all definitely appreciate your guys' support during this tournament. We're currently at round number 3, so we're going to bring you a match here shortly between Berkeley and Essos. But we just want to remind everybody, if you do want to participate, remember you need to collect those HexPrimal Immortal Q tickets. As a reminder, those tickets will expire. So if you have more than 20, those tickets will expire at the start of the next season or series. And again, the next tournament is going to be on August 12th at 9 a.m. Pacific. And again, you need to collect those 20 tickets by then. I know there was a lot of people fast and furious in the last couple days to try to get those tickets to be a part of the tournament. And by the next, I think it's safe to say, TM, that by the next tournament, we should have set 7. So we should see some interesting changes to the meta, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I mean, 2 months is quite a ways off, and we're in spoiler season, which usually only lasts a month or so. So I imagine we'll definitely have set 7 by then. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what set 7 brings to Immortal as well. I mean, even standard, but yeah, it's just going to expand this pool of cards for Immortal, and we're going to get to see how people want to use those cards. There's some really cool cards I've seen around, like the Primordials. They seem really, really good as cards, being able to cycle them through your deck for benefits. So I'm really curious to see what kind of stuff set 7 brings.
Not only that, but the new cards, the new gems, the new champions. Like, there's so many different combinations that can play into this. So set 7 can't come soon enough for a lot of us, I'm sure. And I'm excited to see how Immortal will continue to grow as sets continue to release. So let's go ahead and get up into this match in round number 3 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. We have Berkeley versus Essos, and an exciting match here. So Berkeley's opening hand is playing Grandfather Elk, is a Wild Shard, Chlorophylla, Surging Wildfire, Runir Hierophant, Double Righteous Outlaw, and a Howling Brave. For Essos is playing a Wild Shard, a Well of Instinct, Transmogrifate, Animus of Nulzon, socketed with, when this deploys, create a random action with cost equal to or less than the card's cost that you meet the threshold requirements and put into your hand. Sapphire Shards, and Esme, Etra of Nulzon, socketed with, when this deals damage to an opposing champion, draw a card, and of course that Altar of Nulzon.
Yeah, so really solid hand here from both players. Obviously a little bit slow for Berkeley here in terms of not having that Ruby threshold, likely hoping to find that Ruby threshold. However, he does have the Chlorophylla and the Howling Brave to at least get to 3 and get that Runir out there, hoping to find that Ruby along the way. And then that Surging Wildfire, especially with the Grandfather Elk charge power, can be really, really huge. But again, he's going to need to find that Ruby before he can do that. And then over on Essos' side there, obviously he's got the 3 shards he needs to kind of have a start. He's got the Sapphire for his Transmog. And with MC there, I'm in a Sapphire Wild deck. I'm imagining we're going to see some Runirs in here, especially in a socket type deck. And then obviously the Altar of Nulzon to help him get some card advantage from those socketed troops. So likely to see that Altar come out early on, and then followed up by that MC, and then whatever else he might draw from there on.
All right, so let's get into the action. Berkeley with a Wild Shard into a Howling Brave, turn 1, and that'll end his turn as we go over to Essos. His draw is a Dark Heart of Nulzon, plays a Sapphire Shard, and we'll go ahead and Transmogrifade that Howling Brave.
So yeah, that's really going to mess with Berkeley here in the fact that he can't ramp up now. It really, really stifles his hand unless he finds a shard off the top here.
Transmogrifade will change that Howling Brave into a Hex Geode, and that will end Essos' turn. Draw for Berkeley is a Wild Shard. Going to go ahead and play that Wild Shard out. Chlorophylla for the ramp. Going to play a Wild Shard from his deck. That'll end his turn, and we go over to Essos.
Definitely a lucky hit for him there, finding that shard to be able to play that Chlorophylla. Still looking for the Ruby, but not as bad off now.
Draw for Essos is a pesky Pipit socketed with Quick in all zones. We'll see a Wild Shard come down. And MC joining the field for Essos. That'll end his turn as we go back over to Berkeley. His draw is a Howling Brave. Runear Hierophant going to come down. Spell Shield. Back over to Essos. His draw. An Animus of Nulzon. Oh, I'm sorry, not an Animus. It is the Sentry of Nulzon. MC going to swing in for 2. No block from Berkeley. Berkeley's going to go down to 20 health. Runear Hierophant, the draw. And we see a Sentry of Nulzon come down as well as that Runear Hierophant.
Yeah, really solid turn there for Essos, being able to get that Sentry, make his Runear a little bit cheaper to get it out as well. Might see the Altar next turn here if he doesn't find a Shard. Otherwise, we'll probably see the Animus come down here.
We go over to Berkeley. His draw is a Surging Wildfire. Howling Brave joining the Runear Hierophant makes it a 3/3. Gonna swing in. Block with the Sentry of Nulzon. And that is going to end Berkeley's turn as we go over to Essos. Finds another MC. And a Skrios coin. Going to go ahead and use that coin. Swing with the MC. No block. Berkeley's going to go down to 18 health. Finds a Sapphire Shard. And an Altar of Nulzon's going to come down. That'll end his turn as we go over to Berkeley. Finds a Runear Hierophant off the top.
So another good hit here for him to help him build up his board state, still be able to swing in with those Runears. And I believe they have some Rhinos on there, so trying to get those Rhinos built up here and kind of keep him stable until he can find that Ruby threshold.
So swing with the Runear Hierophant. No block. 4 damage is going to take Essos down to 18. Health totals now equal. Rhinoceros is generated, which is also going to give each Runear Hierophant +1/+1. Back over to Essos. Finds a Runear Hierophant off the MC. Draw off the top is another Runear Hierophant. Going to see Feather Drifting onto the MC. As we go into attack and go in, 2 damage is going to take Berkeley down to 16. Draws a card. We see Runear Hierophant, which is going to draw him a Howling Brave. Howling Brave is also going to come down. Those Runear Hierophants getting +1/+1. That's going to end Essos' turn. We go back over to Berkeley.
Really cool with the Feather Drifting here, being able to get that MC up there and get him all kinds of card advantage by flying in over top.
Draw for Berkeley is a Titania's Majesty, missing that Ruby threshold. Geode going to be sacrificed. Activation of Champion Power. We see a Runear Hierophant plus the Rhinoceros swinging in, so a 5/5, 6/6. Runear Hierophants plus that Rhinoceros. We see a double block with the 2 Runears against the 6/6 Runear and the Howling Brave stepping in front of the Runear Hierophant. 3 damage going to be dealt directly to Essos. Damage is going to be assigned. Berkeley's going to lose a Runear Hierophant. And Essos is going to lose a Runear Hierophant. And a Howling Brave. And that'll end his turn as we go over to Essos. Finds a Transmogrifade off the top. And a Wild Shard. Wild Shard's going to come down. Swing with the Runear Hierophant and the MC. No block. We also see Warp Steel Swordsworn with Quick. That's going to pump up the Runear Hierophant +1/+1, which creates the Depth Crawler, which means 8 damage being dealt to Berkeley, going to take him down to 8th. Rhinoceros being generated, plussing up those Runear Hierophants. That's going to end Essos' turn.
Yeah, really cool seeing those Warp Steel Swordsworns used with Quick to be able to get in, comboed well with the Runears to really pump up that damage that you might not be expecting.
Draw for Berkeley is a Chlorophylla. Going to play that Chlorophylla out. Play a Wild Shard from his deck. No swing. That's going to end his turn. We're going to go back over to Essos. Finds a Mad Robomancer and a Wild Shard. Wild Shard's going to be played. Now it's 7 resources. Animus of Nulzon going to join the rest of the troops. Runear Hierophant's going to gain +1/+1. And here comes the swing. Runear's and MC's Warp Steel Sword, Deathcrawler, Rhinoceros, everything inbound. We see the blocks here. Runear Hierophant against Runear Hierophant, Rhinoceros against the Runear Hierophant. This is going to be 7 damage. Berkeley going to go to 1. Pesky Pippet coming out, though. Going to plus up those troops. Berkeley going to fall to Essos game 1 in this HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament, round number 3.
Yeah, some really cool combos there on Essos' side there. A lot of the quick troops, especially with the Animus out there, every time a quick troop or anytime a socketed troop enters play, it pumps up all your socketed troops in all zones. So seeing those, the Animus out there, and then being able to play those quick troops like the Warp Steel Shardsworn, as well as that Pesky Pippet, getting them out there quick, it's that extra burst of damage that you don't really normally expect. So really cool combo there. Obviously, Berkeley had a rough time trying to find that Ruby threshold, and it looks like he might struggle again here.
All right, so let's go into game number 2. Berkeley versus Essos. Essos up a game 1-0 on Berkeley. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. For Berkeley, see double Wild Shard, Howling Brave, double Righteous Outlaw, Runear Hierophant, and Surging Wildfire. For Essos, we see double Wild Shard, Runear Hierophant, Warp Steel Sworn, Howling Brave, Deny, and an Altar of Nulzon.
So yeah, once again for Berkeley here, unfortunately he doesn't have that Ruby threshold just yet. It's a little bit better this time. He does have 2 shards he can play, so if his Howling Brave does get transmogged or something like that, he does still have an option for more shards, but he is going to need to find that Ruby shard or some kind of Ruby threshold fairly quickly here. Otherwise, he's going to have another rough game, I think. Over on Essos' side, he does not have his Sapphire threshold. But he does have that Howling Brave to help him get into the altar, as well as the Runear potentially on turn 2. So he does have some good stuff there. And then again, he's got that Warp Steel Shardsworn with the Quick Gem for that extra little boost of damage if he needs it for the Runears.
All right, so let's get into the action. Berkeley will play a Wild Shard. Howling Brave will join him on the field. That'll end his turn. Turn will pass back over to Essos. His draw. Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard. And Copycat, not the card, but the play. Howling Brave will come down for Essos, and that'll pass a turn over to Berkeley. His draw is an Arborean Rootfather. Wild Shard comes down. Activation of Howling Brave means a Runear Hierophant turn 2 for Berkeley.
Yeah, so finally, this time he's able to get a little more established before his opponent. He does have that Rootfather, which he can cycle, maybe in hopes of finding that Ruby Shard, but not off to a terrible start, but does want to find that Ruby Shard somewhat soon here.
Back over to Essos. His draw is an MC. Will play a Shard of Instinct. Chooses Sapphire Threshold. Activation of Howling Brave will get him a Warp Steel Shardsworn. Creates that Depth Crawler. Passes the turn over to Berkeley.
Another cool little combo here is the Denial. When a troop enters play, it becomes 1 cost. So with all those quick troops and doing it on your opponent's turn, again, it's one of those little things you don't expect, and he might have a counter when he needs it for 1.
Back order Berkeley. His draw is a Carnosaurus. Going to go ahead and play that out. Targets the Depth Crawler. Runear Hierophant goes to 3/3, swinging in for 3. Going to block with the Warp Steel Swordsworn. Doesn't want him to hit himself and create Rhinoceros. So that'll end his turn, and we go over to Essos. His draw is a Transmogrifade. Wild Shard comes down. Runear Hierophant for Essos. No swing. That'll end his turn, and we go back over to Berkeley.
Yeah, likely just trying to get that Runear out there and start building up his board state now to deal with Berkeley's, who's actually doing pretty well this time around.
Draw for Berkeley is that Ruby Shard he was looking for in game 1. We see him play that Ruby Shard. Goes to 3 resources. 4 with Howling Brave. He's going to activate it. And here comes Righteous Outlaw number 1 and Righteous Outlaw number 2. Runear is going to gain +2/+2. As a result, combat phase, we see everything swinging in, minus the Howling Brave. We see a block with that Howling Brave against the Righteous Outlaw, but 9 damage going to Essos.
Yeah, and this could be a really explosive turn for Berkeley. Next turn, if he does find that shard and have that surging wildfire into the Grandfather Elk, charge power could be a huge, huge swing for him.
Rhinoceros generated as a result of the Runear hitting Essos directly. That will end Berkeley's turn. We go over to Essos. His draw is a wild shard. We'll play the wild shard. Activation of champion power onto the Runear Hierophant. Going to be able to swing in, 2 damage inbound. Berkeley going to take this, go to 22. Rhinoceros is generated. MC comes down. Runear now as a 4/4. That'll end his turn. We go over to Berkeley. Going to take that Scarlet Swordsman as a result. Going to activate Arborean Rootfather to draw a card. Finds a Might Singer of Ages. Activates Howling Brave. Nature's Reign, though, going to be coming in, targeting that MC, and it'll go to the crypt. Transmogrifade, targeting that Scarlet Swordsman, turns it into an Ardent Decree. Swing in here with the Runear Hierophant Carnosaur and the Rhinoceros. We see the Rhinoceros step in front of the Runear. 5 damage. It's going to take Essos down to 8.
Yeah, so Berkeley is actually doing pretty well here. He's got a solid board state here. Again, he's looking for that 4th shard to get his charge power online for that swing with the Surging Wildfire. Could be a really massive swing. Essos is not looking as great here. Needs to find something here. I'm not sure what he might find to be able to stop this, but it's not looking great for him right now.
Draw for Essos is a Transmogrifade. Going to swing in for 4. This is going to take Berkeley down to 18. Generate a Rhinoceros. Going to play Altar of Nulzon. That'll end Essos' turn. We go back to Berkeley. Troops become ready. Finds a Shard of Savagery off the top. Plays it. Goes for that Wild Threshold. Going to activate his Howling Brave. And here comes Surging Wildfire.
Yeah, this is what he's been waiting for. This is going to be a real big swing here.
Activation of champion power onto that Surging Wildfire. And here comes the swing. That's going to do it. And Berkeley will take game number 2.
Yeah, so obviously you can put that champion power on his Runear as well to give that crush through for those rhinos. Or you could have put it on his Surging Wildfire to just do extra damage to the face. But either way, that was what he was looking for, finding that 4th charge to get his champion power online and be able to really deal that final blow. But yeah, he got a really good start this time. He didn't have as rough of a go keeping the lack of Ruby Shard hand, but went really well for Berkeley there. So it was good to see him get that win.
All right, so we're going into game number 3. That was indeed onto the Runear instead of the Surging Wildfire. So let's go into game number 3. Berkeley versus Essos. Game is tie, or we're going into the final third match. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. Essos with double Wild Shard, Aspect of the Squirrel, Dingle, MC, and Howling Brave, mulligan down to 6. Berkeley, on the other hand, was missing Ruby Shards in game 1 and found it finally in game number 2. Has triple Ruby Shard, double Wild Shard, a Runear Hierophant, and a Crocosaur.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Essos having to mulligan a little bit there, but he's still got a solid hand here. He's got the MC that he can get on turn 2. He's got the Howling Brave to kind of ramp him up a bit. He does need to find the Sapphire for both MC's either way, for his socket as well as for that Dingle. He does have that Aspect of the Squirrel that he can play along with the Howling Brave as well. So he does have the resources he needs to get to those things, but will likely want to find a Sapphire somewhat soon. And then obviously Berkeley can get to 3, play out that Runear, and get in for those rhinos. And then if he does find that 3rd Wild Threshold, he does have the Crocosaur to deal with any troops on the board. So fairly solid hand from both players here. Both looking for a little bit more, though.
All right, so let's get into the action. Essos going to play a Wild Shard, Howling Brave, turn 1. And that will end the turn. We'll go over to Berkeley. His draw is a Carnosaur. Going to play a Wild Shard and pass the turn back over to Essos.
Yeah, so Carnosaur not too bad here. Knowing our Essos has the MC here, something to deal with that, so not too shabby there.
Sapphire Shard for Essos. Going to swing in for 1. This is going to ping Berkeley, take him to 21. And we see MC for Essos as he ends his turn.
So yeah, likely to see the Carnosaurus come down and take out that MC.
Chlorophilia is the draw for Berkeley. We'll see the second Wild Shard come down. Here comes the Carnosaur. And it's going to target MC. And they both will go to the crypt. Berkeley will gain 2 health. And that will end his turn as we go over to Essos. His draw is a Sapphire Shard.
So yeah, plenty of Sapphire for him now. You wonder if he's going to hold up that Dingle. I mean, there's not much else he can do, but he likely holds up that Dingle for whatever Berkeley might play here.
All right, so here we go back over to Berkeley. No play from Essos. Ruby Shard for Berkeley. We see a Runir Hierophant, and in response, Dingle going to take that Runir Hierophant and turn it into a 0-1 Dingler. Turn passes over to Essos. His draw, Sentry of Nulzon. We'll see a Wild Shard come down. Sentry of Nulzon will join the Howling Brave for Essos. Activation of Champion Power onto the Howling Brave.
Interesting choice there, looking like he just wants to push as much damage as he can with that aspect of the Squirrel. Obviously a bit slow for both players here, but if Berkeley can get that Crocosaur out, he can potentially get back in on this. So would be a huge hit with that Crocosaur.
So aspect of the Squirrel going to turn that 1-1 Howling Brave into a 5-4 Flying Crushing Monster. Thanks to the Champion Power. 5 damage is going to hit Berkeley, take him down to 18 health.
Yeah, so big hit there. Again, if he can get that Crocosaur out here and deal with this Howling Brave, shows he can really turn this board state around. And he won't lose his Crocosaur either because that Sentry is a 0 attack troop, so won't be enough to kill off the Crocosaur after the battle.
Chlorophilia for Berkeley off the draw. We're going to see a Ruby Shard come down. Chlorophilia number 1, going to play a Wild Shard from his deck. Chlorophilia number 2, going to play another Wild Shard from his deck, so up to 6 resources. 2 available, but passes the turn. Over to Essos. His draw is a Wild Shard. Swing in for 5. This is going to take Berkeley down to 13. And that is going to end his turn. We go back to Berkeley. His draw, Nature's Reign. Ruby Shard comes down. And here comes the Crocosaur. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Going to target the Howling Brave and the Sentry of Nulzon. Both troops will go to the crypt. Crocosaur survives. That'll end his turn.
Yeah, big play for Berkeley there. He's going to actually be able to start getting in some damage now. Unfortunately for Essos, drawing the Shard off the top there is not going to help him very much in this situation.
Sapphire Shard for Essos. Unfortunately, not anything he can do. Sapphire Shard comes down. That is going to end his turn. We go back to Berkeley. His draw, a second Nature's Reign. So back to back, we see a swing here with the Dingler 2. So 5 damage inbound. Essos goes to 17. Ruby Shard for Berkeley, and that'll end his turn.
Yeah, hopefully Essos can draw something useful here, but as of right now, he's in rough shape.
MC is the draw for Essos. We'll play it. At the end of his turn, though, Nature's Reigns from Berkeley is going to send MC to the crypt.
Yeah, so those Nature Reigns are really strong against the socket decks because of how many artifacts they actually use. So we're seeing here how much that can affect the board state.
Runir Hierophant, the draw for Berkeley. We're going to see a swing with the Dingler and the Crocosaur. 5 damage is going to take Essos down to 12. Runir Hierophant's going to join Berkeley on the field, and that is going to end his turn as we go over to Essos. His draw is a Runir Hierophant.
Yeah, really sending a message with that Dingler. They're punishing him for that transmog, but I don't know if this Runir is going to be enough to stop that Dingler onslaught at this point.
Runir Hierophant for Essos. That's going to end his turn. We go back to Berkeley. His draw is a Crocosaur. Activation of champion ability, and that's going to do it. Game over. Berkeley takes that matchup 2-1 against Essos.
I was kind of hoping to see that champion power go on to the Dingler there, just to push that extra little bit of damage. But unfortunately, we see the concession. But good games there, solid games. It's amazing what happens when you actually get the thresholds you need. So Berkeley finding those Ruby Shards this time, and the big Croc play there, taking out that that flying, crushing monster of a Howling Brave was pretty big for him.
All right, so it looks like we have our next matchup. This is going to be Jeff Hoagland versus Grayskull. So an exciting match, I'm sure, to be had. So let's go ahead and go tune into the action. Jeff Hoagland is playing Grandfather Elk with his opening hand of double Wild Shard, Artisanal Cheesemith, double Runir Hierophant, Mightsinger of Ages, and Righteous Outlaw. For Grayskull, we see an Ardent Crusader, double Diamond Shard, Diamond's Favor, the Martyred Saint, Hero of Legend, and a Solitary Exile.
Yeah, so on Jeff's side here, a little bit lacking in the threshold department. Another Ruby missing here, but we're seeing kind of the aggro Ruby Wild here. So not a bad hand here. If you can find another shard, he's got the Mightsinger on 2. If he finds a Ruby shard, he's got Righteous Outlaw on 2 as well. But likely looking for a Ruby shard here, both to get the Cheesesmith and the Runiers online, as well as that Righteous Outlaw. So a decent hand to start here. And then over on Grayskull's side there, he does have the double diamond there that potentially gets his Diamond's Favor online, but is going to need at least one more shard to get the Solitary Exile, as well as the Hero of Legend and the Ardent Crusader online here. But solid hands from both players here if they can find another couple resources.
All right, let's get into the action. Jeff is going to be able to go first, plays a Wild Shard. He'll pass the turn over to Grayskull. His draw is another Diamond Shard, so finds one off the top, plays a Diamond Shard. He'll pass the turn back over to Jeff. His draw, Wild Shard, plays the second Wild Shard. And here comes a Mightsinger of Ages. Turn passes back over to Grayskull. His draws a second Solitary Exile. No play from Grayskull. Passes the turn over to Jeff. His draw is a Surging Wildfire. Plays a Wild Shard. Doesn't find a troop on the top. Will swing in for 2. This will take Grayskull down to 19 health. And we see Runir Hierophant for Jeff.
Yeah, so he's finding some shards here. He still needs to find that Ruby. Could make for big swings next turn, but not looking too bad for Jeff here.
Draw for Grayskull is an Elder of Ages. Plays a Diamond Shard. We see Ardent Crusader for Grayskull. That'll end his turn as he passes it back over to Jeff. Finds a Feral Root Acorn. He'll play that Acorn. Gonna go for the Ruby Threshold. We see Runir Hierophant for Jeff. Gonna pump the 1 up on the field already to +1/+1. Activates champion ability onto the Runir Hierophants. Now a 6/6 swinging into Grayskull. No block. That's gonna take Grayskull down to 13 health.
Yeah, so big swing there. Getting those Rhinos and getting those Runiers pumped up is going to be huge for Jeff here. You got to wonder if Grayskull is going to use some combination of that Diamond's Favor or the Solitary Exiles and get rid of probably the Mightsinger. You probably get rid of the Mightsinger first, but those Diamond's Favor get around the spell shield of the Runiers, which is really nice as well. So we might see that come down.
So as a result of the Runir Hierophant hitting Grayskull directly, Rhinoceros is generated, pumping up each Runir with +1/+1. That'll end Jeff's turn as we go over to Grayskull. His draw is a Diamond Shard. He's going to play that Diamond Shard. No swing. He'll just end the turn and pass it back over to Jeff. Draw for Jeff is a Well of Savagery. He'll go ahead and play that out. Chooses Wild Threshold. Finds a Righteous Outlaw off the top due to Mightsinger of Ages, and he'll play that Righteous Outlaw. Each Runir is going to go up +1/+1, and a second Righteous Outlaw for Jeff is going to pump up his Runiers 6/6 and 5/5 respectively.
Yeah, so this might be where we see the Diamond's Favor might be able to hit either of those Runiers, which could be big for Grayskull here to stop some of this aggression.
Full swing from Jeff. All troops inbound. We see the Ardent Crusader going to go ahead and block the Runir Hierophant. And now Diamond's Favor, again, destroy a random opposing troop with 5 defense or more. Let's see what it hits. Hits the troop that was blocking the Ardent Crusader.
Yeah, interesting there. I don't know if it would have been better to use the Diamond's Favor first and see which one you hit and then block the other if you're trying to stop that damage in the Rhinos. But unfortunately, hits the one he's blocking there.
And that is going to be lethal damage as Jeff Hoagland takes game number 1 against Grayskull.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a slip up there. in terms of how maybe not knowing exactly how the card works. He might not have realized it was random. But yeah, I think in that situation, it was still a rough spot for him. But I think the right thing to do there was play the Diamond's Favor first, see which one you get, and then block the other to try and stop that damage coming through.
All right, so we're going to go into game number 2 with Jeff Hoagland versus Grayskull. Jeff Hoagland is up 1-0 on Grayskull. Let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Grayskull has double Diamond Shard, double Wakuna Coin, that Diamond's Favor, Clash of Steel, and Hero of Legend. On Jeff's side, we see the Righteous Outlaw, 2 Wells of Savageries, 2 Wild Shards, a Howling Brave, and a Might Singer.
Yeah, so for Grayskull here, he does have the resources he needs to get along here. He does have those Wakuna coins that he can potentially cycle if he does want to find other things as well. He's got the Diamond's Favor again. Getting around the spell shield of those Runeers is huge. Clash of Steel also good if they're generating a whole bunch of Rhinos. You can kind of wipe the board and start somewhat fresh. So Clash of Steel big there. And then, of course, Hero of Legend does a lot of work getting in damage and generating those Valors. So a pretty solid hand all around here for Grayskull. Obviously looking to find a little bit more, but a pretty solid start. And then over on Jeff's side there, he's got the thresholds he needs. He's got that Might Singer that he can get on 2, along with a shard to potentially draw a card off the top. Or he could go with the Righteous Outlaw and get some early damage in or early Valor generation. So pretty solid hand for Jeff here as well.
All right, let's get into the action. Grayskull, turn 1, will play a Wakuna Coin, gain that Diamond Threshold, passes the turn over to Jeff. His draw. Looks like he got a Lithe Lyricist, so Lithe Lyricist in his deck. We'll play the Howling Brave out, turn 1. Passes the turn over to Grayskull. His draw, Ardent Crusader. See Wakuna Coin come down. And that's going to end Grayskull's turn as we go over to Jeff. His draw, a Runeer Hierophant.
Yeah, pretty big pickup there as well. Obviously, Runeers being a pretty big piece in these decks, so we might see the Runeer come down here.
Runeer Hierophant indeed for Jeff. That's going to end his turn. We go back over to Grayskull. His draw is an Ozawa's Wish. We'll play out a Diamond Shard. And here comes an Ardent Crusader for Grayskull.
Yeah, Crusader, a solid blocker here against that Runeer. Obviously, Jeff can pump that up quite a bit, but we'll see how he does this.
Pharaoh Root Acorn, the draw for Jeff. We see Might Singer of Ages come down. That's going to pump up the Runeer with +1/+1. Wild Shard played. Activation of Howling Brave. We see Lithe Lyricist come down, so that Runeer is now a 4/4. No swing from Jeff. That'll pass the turn over to Grayskull. His draw, a Totemic Elder. We see Clash of Steel, so everything but that Runeer for Jeff are going to go into the void. Ardent Crusader for Grayskull going to swing in for 4. That's going to take Jeff down to 18. Grayskull up to 25 health. And we see Diamond Shard and pass the turn for Grayskull.
Yeah, the life drain on that Ardent Crusader could be pretty huge here for him, keeping him healthy enough to survive these big hits from Jeff. But that Clash of Steel was also huge, clearing off some major threats from Jeff. But also that Diamond's Favor, it makes his Diamond's Favor targets a little more specific here. So Diamond's Favor could be huge here for Grayskull.
Arborean Rootfather, the draw for Jeff. We'll see him play that Well of Savagery. Going to choose Wild Threshold. Righteous Outlaw joins the Runeer Hierophant, plus it up to +1/+1, so 5/5. 7 damage inbound to Grayskull. That is going to make health totals equal. Rhinoceros generated due to the Runeer Hierophant striking Grayskull. And now we go to Grayskull as his Ardent Crusader readies, and we find a Daughter of Poet off the top.
Yeah, so big pickup there as well. He's likely going to play out the Daughter of the Poet and then maybe hang on to that Diamond's Favor to get rid of the Runeer. Mind you, that Daughter of Poet might be a big target by that Righteous Outlaw, so he might hold that back for now.
Ardent Crusader going to swing in for 4 here. Jeff's going to take it to the face. Grayskull going to go to 22. Jeff at 14. No play from Grayskull as he passes the turn. Jeff will create a Valor off the Righteous Outlaw. Finds Titania's Majesty off the top.
Yeah, big pickup there as well. Could see a huge hit off Titania's here, but this is looking a little bit scary.
Titania's Majesty is socketed with this, deals double damage. Let's see what Jeff finds. Finds a Surging Wildfire with Titania's Majesty.
That is scary. I believe that's double damage on the Titania's Majesty, so this could be some really big swings from that Surging Wildfire.
Jeff is going to activate his champion ability. Runier gets +1/+1 due to the Surging Wildfire coming into play. But now we see Diamond's Favor from Grayskull.
Now, where is that Grandfather Elk going? I might have almost waited again to see where that was going so you can potentially hit that Surging Wildfire, because that's going to be a lot of damage coming from that Surging Wildfire. So likely gonna, it's rough, but we'll see how this turns out.
So indeed targeting the Surging Wildfire, but Diamond's Favor going to be triggered first, which means the Runier Hierophant is going to go into the crypt. Surging Wildfire, though, is going to gain the +3/+3 from Grandfather Elk. So is now a 4/7 double damage. So we see the swing here. Bang, that's going to take Grayskull down to 12 health. This damage is going to be through, and that's going to be lethal because of Surging Wildfire doing double damage, double duty, and Jeff Hoagland takes game number 2.
Yeah, again, I don't know if it would have mattered that much, but it might have been better off waiting for that Grandfather Elk power to resolve and try and maybe get rid of that Surging Wildfire with the Diamond's Favor, or at least have the chance to. Again, that was a big hit off Titania's Majesty, pushing down some serious damage.
Yep. So that just goes to show you that, there's a lot of mechanics, a lot of things that can happen, and some missequencing can cost you the match. So players definitely needed to take their time and think through everything. That might have been a different outcome of that match.
Yeah. Again, it was a rough spot for Grayskull there, but it could have potentially gone differently had he got the right RNG hits there.
All right, so we're going to go into one more match here in round number 3. Round 4 just barely started. Again, we're using the Hex replay feature, so we want to make sure we can bring you as much of the action in the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament as possible. So our next match is going to be Insanctus versus Kendril here in round number 3 of the HexPrimal Immortal Tournament. Let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Insanctus, playing one-eyed open, has a Diamond Shard, a Well of Hatred, or Well of Conquest, Ardent Crusader, double Llama Herders, Quashed Ridge Tusker, and a Valiant Escort. Over on Kendrill's side, we see a Ruby Shard, a Wild Shard, Well of Savagery, a Life Lyricist, Might Singer Magus, Righteous Outlaw, and Titania's Majesty.
Yeah, so over on Insanctus' side, they're looking like an aggressive Ruby Diamond deck. He's got the early likely Valiant Escort play. Turn 2, probably going to see, one of these Llama Herders, and then if he can find another shard, he's got that Ardent Crusader to get out there. So some pretty solid stuff on his side.
All right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then over on Kendrill's side there, obviously he's got the resources he needs to get to basically everything in his hand here except for the Titania's Majesty. But he's going to have those rubies. He's going to have the wilds to get the Might Singer out and the Live Lyricist. So pretty solid hand from both players here.
All right, let's take a look at the action with turn 1. Insanctus playing a Diamond Shard, and a Valiant Escort will find him on the field. He'll pass a turn over to Kendril. His draw. Wild Shard comes down. No play for Kendril, who'll pass a turn to Insanctus. Finds a Protectorate Defender. Well of Conquest. Going to go with that Ruby Threshold. Swing with a Valiant Escort for 2. This is going to take Kendril down to 20, and a Protectorate Defender for Insanctus. Let's see. It's socketed when this attacks Ardent troops you control. Gain +1/+1 this turn.
Yeah, pretty typical socket there on the Protectorate Defenders. Great blockers as well because they do go back into your deck.
Arborean Rootfather's a draw for Kendril. See a Ruby Shard come down. Life Lyricist for Kendril. That'll end his turn. We'll go back to Insanctus. Troops ready. Finds a Protectorate Defender off the top. Swing in with Protectorate Defender, Valiant Escort. Those troops now become +1/+1 and ready. Damage is going to be dealt. Kendril down to 14. Llama Herder for Insanctus. Draw for Kendril is a Life Lyricist. We're going to see Might Singer of Ages come down. Well of Savagery going to be played for Kendrel for that Wild Threshold. Finds a Crocosaur off the top and Life Lyricist now for Kendrel.
Yeah, if you can find some resources here to get to that Crocosaur, that could be pretty huge for him too. Insanctus obviously has a really aggressive deck here, so he's going to want to try and get those resources as quickly as or at least hope to get those resources as quickly as possible here.
Turn 4 Insanctus finds a Cobblestone. We'll play that out. Chooses Ruby Threshold. Going to swing with the team. They're all going to ready. Game +1/+1. Llama's going to be generated. Block. We see double Life Lyricist against Valiant Escort. Might Singer of Ages against Protectorate Defender. Llama Herder going to do 3 damage to Kendrel. And that'll take him down to 11.
Yeah, cool little combo there as well with the Protectorate Defenders because they are using that readying gem. It does get those llamas out even quicker.
Llama Herder at the end of Insanctus' turn, followed by Quash Ridge Tusker. It's going to go ahead and exhaust the Llama Herder. And the Llama Herder is going to exhaust the other Llama Herder. And that will end Insanctus' turn. Go over to Kendrel, his draw. We see Arborean Rootfather going to be cycled. Finds a Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard out. Now at 3 resources and Runeair Hierophant for Kendrel. No swing. That'll pass the turn over to Insanctus. Llama Herder's ready. The llamas will be created. See a Ruby Shard come down. And now Protectorate Defender for Insanctus. Going to see him exhausting all other troops to pump up his Llama Herders. And just choosing to pump those Llama Herders out. And then One-Eyed Open is going to ready all his troops. And that's going to do it. Kendrel doesn't want any more. And Insanctus takes game number 1.
Very, very cool combo there with the One-Eyed Open and the Llama Herders. Obviously, that's the key component to that deck. And those Protectorate Defenders also helping with the readying and generation of even more llamas. So just llamas everywhere in that deck. But really cool to see that. Again, we're seeing all these different decks that we don't normally see. There's been so much variety today in what we've watched. So it's really cool to see all these games.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 2, and Insanctus up 1-0 on Kendrel. We're going to go ahead and take a look at opening hands for both players. For Kendrel, we see a Feral Root Acorn, Ruby Shard, Wild Shard, 2 Heart of Embers, Life Lyricist, and a Righteous Outlaw. For Insanctus, we see a Cobblestone, a Well of Conquest, 2 llamas, 2 Llama Herders, a Protectorate Defender, Shard Ward, and Valiant Escort.
Yeah, so Kendrel here looking pretty good in what he's got here. He's got the Outlaw he can potentially use on 2, or if he wants to try and ramp up into those Hearts of Ember, he can use the Live Lyricist on 2 instead. And he does have the thresholds he needs. He can get the Ruby out of that Feral Root Acorn because he does have the Elves. So pretty solid hand here for Kendrel. And then over on Insanctus' side, he does have 2 shards, so he can play basically everything in his hand here. Likely to see that Valiant Escort on turn 1 into either the Llama Herder or the Protectorate Defender on turn 2 to start pushing that extra bit of damage. So solid hands once again for both players here.
All right, so let's get into the action. Kendrel will play a Wild Shard. No play for him. Turn 1, he'll pass the turn over to Insanctus. His draw finds a Diamond Shard. We'll play the Cobblestone. Chooses Diamond Threshold. And Valiant Escort will join Insanctus on the field. That'll end his turn. We go back over to Kendrel. His draw is a Wild Shard. Plays the Ruby Shard out. And here we see Righteous Outlaw come down. Swing in. Does Valiant Escort block? It does indeed. So both troops will go to the Crypt. And that'll end Kendrel's turn.
Yeah, pretty easy block there. Valiant Escort trading off with that Righteous Outlaw, who can gain a lot more advantage for Kendrel.
Brilliant Tactician, the draw for Insanctus. We see Well of Conquest come down. Going to choose that Ruby Threshold. Here comes Protectorate Defender. That'll end Insanctus' turn. We go back to Kendrel, his draw, Runeair Hierophant. Wild Shard comes down. Life Lyricist, going to do a little bit of ramping. That'll end his turn. We go back to Insanctus. His draw, a Righteous Outlaw. Diamond Shard comes down. Here comes the Righteous Outlaw. Full swing. Troops already. Game +1/+1. Going to create a Valor as a result. Going to take that damage, so Kendra will go down to 16. See a Valor on that Protectorate Defender.
Yeah, really cool to see this Protector Defender doing as much as it is. I really like that card, and it's showing how much it can do with a deck like this as well.
Turn passes back to Kendril. Will gain a temporary resource due to Life Lyricist. See a Ruby Shard come down. Heart of Embers for Kendril has a Valor. Going to go ahead and target that Protector Defender. It'll go into the Crypt. Valor up on the Heart of Embers. Going to swing with the Life Lyricist. No block from Insanctus. He'll go to 24. That'll end Kendrill's turn. Back to Insanctus. His draw is a Cobblestone. He'll play that out. Finds a Ruby Shard. Llama Herder number 1. Llama Herder number 2. Going to go ahead and exhaust the troops. So that way he'll have llamas. Going to one eye open. More llamas. Scarlet Outlaw as a result of the change. Brilliant Tactician's going to come down. And a swing with the Scarlet Swordsman. That's going to kill the Life Lyricist for Kendril.
Yeah, very cool seeing these combos once again. Brilliant Tactician, the Llama Herders, all along with One Eye Open. Really doing some crazy readying and exhausting combos here.
Scarlet Swordsman is going to be blocked by the Heart of Embers. That's going to end his turn. We go over to Kendril. His draw is a Well of Savagery. Going to play that out. Play the Acorn out. Going to gain 3 health. Goes to 17. See Heart of Embers come down with a Valor. So he's going to play that Valor. Gets 2 triggers. Looks like he's going to take out 1 Llama Herder, 2 Llama Herders. So both of those are gone. Pumps up the Heart of Embers. No swing. That'll end his turn. Brilliant Tactician going to give those llamas +2/+2. See, Well of Conquest for Insanctus still has Shard Ward in hand. No swing. That'll end the turn. Goes back over to Kendril. Finds a Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard. Runeir Hierophant for Kendril. No swing. We'll pass the turn over to Insanctus.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate here, but now that that Insanctus can't use the Brilliant Tactician to pump up his llamas, he's in a bit of trouble here, especially with those 2 big Heart of Embers here, and now a Runeir that's going to start getting pumped up as he gets troops.
A Totem Trap for Insanctus. We'll see Brilliant Tactician llamas coming inbound. Kendrill's going to block. We see Shard Ward, which means he's going to be able to prevent damage. That Ruby damage is going to be prevented, so no damage dealt. And Totem Trap going to be dealt to Heart of Embers, which means that Heart of Embers is going to go into the Crypt.
Yeah, so he's able to get at least one of those Heart of Embers out there. And now when on his turn, they're going to ready his troops, and he's going to be able to have a bit of a bigger troop here to swing back in. So a good little play there.
Over to Kendril. His draw is a Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard out. Going to swing in with just the Runeir. Going to do 2 points of damage. Generates a Rhino. Gives the Runeir +1/+1. That'll end his turn. We go over to Insanctus. Troops ready. Diamond Shard is the draw. We'll play it. No swing. We'll pass the turn back over to Kendril. Finds a Life Lyricist. We'll play that Life Lyricist. Runeir Hierophant will get him +1/+1. No swing, and a turn will pass over to Insanctus.
Yeah, Kendril can kind of hang back and wait for that buff from the Brilliant Tactician to wear off before he has to swing in. So he's in no real rush of trying to get in that damage yet.
So a Protector Defender for Insanctus. He'll go ahead and play that out. No swing and passes the turn over to Kendril. Finds an Arborean Rootfather. He'll play that out. It's socketed with speed, and when you deploy, target troop gets plus attack and plus defense equal to this troop's attack and defense. So that Runeir Hierophant is now a 13/13. Going to go ahead and use Champion Power. That's a 16/16 crushing Runeir.
Yeah, that was a huge hit for Kendril here. He's going to be able to push a ton of damage here, and if he doesn't kill him, he's going to wipe most of his board. So pretty huge hit there for Kendril.
We go to attack phase. Runeir Hierophant, Rhinoceros, Arborean Rootfather all swinging in. We see Ken and Sanctus going to just block the Arborean Rootfather with the Llama. So 19 damage to Insanctus is going to take him to 3 health.
Yeah, so he decides not to block as much here, hoping to maybe kill his opponent here or find something. But yeah.
And that is going to do it. So that means they're going to force a game number 3 for Insanctus versus Kendril.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Again, seeing that brilliant tactician and the combos that are in that deck is really cool. Obviously, he didn't get to go get it off as much as he wanted to in that game, but then seeing over on Kendrill's side just how much damage he can push through with the Rune Ears and the champion power and stuff like Arborian Rootfather was pretty crazy.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 3 for both players. We'll take a look at opening hands and see where we're going to go here. But game number 3, an important pivotal game for both players. Opening hand for Insanctus is a Diamond Shard, Ruby Shard, Daughter of the Poet, triple Llama Herders, and a Righteous Outlaw. For Kendril, we see triple Wild Shard, Ruby Shard, Life Lyricist, a Crocosaur, and Titania's Majesty.
Yeah, so Insanctus here, he's got a pretty low curve hand here, obviously. He does have all the shards he needs to play everything in his hand. Probably going to want to find at least another shard and maybe something a little bit bigger, an Ardent Crusader or something like that. But he does have those Llama Herders that can proc off of each other to kind of generate some llamas without having to swing in. So he's got a pretty solid setup here. And we'll have to see where he goes with that. And then Kendril, of course, he's got plenty of resources here. He can get to that Crocosaur eventually on turn 4 with that Life Lyricist on played out on 2. And again, he can get to that Titania's Majesty on 4 as well because of the Life Lyricist. A little bit slow. He obviously does want to find some other things to build up to that turn 4, but not too bad if he can survive that long.
All right, let's get into the action. Insanctus will play a Ruby Shard, pass the turn over to Kendril. His draw, another Life Lyricist, will play a Wild Shard. That'll end his turn. Play will go back over to Insanctus. His draw is an Intrepid Conjurer. We'll play a Diamond Shard. We see the Righteous Outlaw come in. That has speed. We'll be able to swing in. Kendril will go down to 20, and that will end Insanctus' turn.
Yeah, likely getting this Righteous Outlaw there to start generating those Valors, especially with that top deck of the Intrepid Conjurer. He's going to be able to Valor those up and create more and more of them. So that's likely why he made that play.
Failroot Acorn is the draw for Kendril. He'll play a Ruby Shard. We see Life Lyricist join him on the side of the field. That'll end his turn, and we go over to Insanctus. He's going to turn his Righteous Outlaw into a Scarlet Swordsman. Finds a Daughter of Poet off the top. We'll play a Llama Herder. Going to swing in with that Scarlet Swordman, which is going to target the Life Lyricist. And 2 points of damage there from the troop. And that'll take Kendril down to 16. That'll end his turn. We go back over to Kendril. His draw. Play a Wild Shard. Tries the Life Lyricist again. That'll end his turn. We go over to Insanctus. Troops ready. Finds a Ruby Shard. We'll play that Ruby Shard. And here comes the Llama Herder, as well as an Intrepid Conjurer. Going to exhaust Llama Herder. So everything is going to be exhausted. And that is going to end. Oh, actually, one eye opened. Got to keep remembering about that. Going to go ahead and exhaust again. So a 9/9 Llama Herder and a Scarlet Swordman inbound, 11 damage. That's going to take Kendril down to 5.
Yeah, pretty scary hit there. Again, we're seeing those combos with the one eye open and the Llama Herders here. Kendril is in a rough spot. You got to wonder what he's going to do. He might Crocosaur, but even Crocosaur might not be enough in this situation. So we'll see what he does. He does have some things he could do here to just try and get blockers on the field.
Scarlet Outlaw for Kendril. We'll play a Wild Shard. He is going to need Crocosaur here. Going to target 2 troops. It's going to target 2 of the Llama Herders. So both Llama Herders are going to go into the crypt. No swing. That'll end his turn, and we go over to Insanctus. His draw is a Ruby Shard. We'll play that Ruby Shard. Swing here, inbound. So all troops inbound. We see a block here. Intrepid Conjurer in front of the Crocosaur. Scarlet Swordsman's going to meet the Life Lyricist. 4 damage. This is going to take Kendril down to 1.
Yeah, likely just trying to push as much damage here. Gets him down to 1. He's now got 3 troops on the board, potentially 4 here. And he does just to try and push as much damage as possible next turn. So Kendrill's going to need a lot of blockers here.
All right, so we see Daughter of the Poet and Llama Herder at the end of Insanctus' turn. We go over to Kendril. His draw is a Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard. Gonna Titania's Majesty again, socketed with this, deals double damage.
Might be hoping for a Crocosaur.
No, he finds a Surging Wildfire. Gonna activate Champion Power onto that, so that is a 4/7 Surging Wildfire with double damage. Swing with everything, so that's going to be 5 damage, which means 10 damage directly to Insanctus. Going to block Daughter of the Poet and Llama Herder in front. Sanctus goes to 9 health. And that is it. Protectorate Defender, the draw for Insanctus, plays a Daughter of the Poet. And Protectorate Defender, no open resources. Llamas inbound, death by Llamas. Kendrill's going to go down to Insanctus 2-1.
Yeah, so pretty solid showing there from the Diamond Ruby deck. Again, it's really cool to see the combos with that deck, with the readying and exhausting and getting more llamas, and it just generates so many llamas and so many troops that your opponent can't really. You go wide on them and they can't really stop it as much, and you can do those swings where you just swing in, even though you're going to lose a bunch of things, just to push that extra damage so you can get in again the next turn with even more a wide base of troops.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows where we're at currently in the matchup, we are currently in round number 4 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Again, we are more than halfway through. There are 7 rounds in the main tournament before we break into the top 8, and then we will go and continue coverage of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. We've seen some really exciting matches, some really good stuff. The One-Eyed Open is something that I, in my practices and going through the Immortal queue, I hadn't seen that combo yet, and it's really exciting. What do you think of the matchup so far, TM?
I love the variety, and again, I'm going to keep going back to that as we go through these Immortal games and through these tournaments over time, and it's only going to get bigger because of the pool size. But it's really cool to see all these different decks, and just the fact that the meta is so wide open in a format like this. There's no one deck that I don't think there's going to be any one deck that really just dominates the meta and really runs away with things. There's going to be so many different decks that you can do different combos, and there's kind of like a flavor for everyone, and everyone's going to have success with those decks because there's some things are good against one matchup, some things are bad against another, but with so many different decks, you're going to have that bigger, wide open field to play what you like and still be successful. So, I really like what we're seeing today. And again, the variety is amazing, and that's what's going to make these tournaments awesome. Is the fact that we're not going to see one deck just dominating. We're not in the Titanium Majesty era where we're just seeing that deck over and over and over again. We're seeing such a wide field, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, and again, if you're interested in playing in the HexPrimal Immortal Tournament, all you have to do is just gain those 20 tickets, join the Battlegrounds, find the HexPrimal Immortal queue, get your 20 tickets. You're going to see a lot. I know Dragon in the interview mentioned that he had seen a lot of different formats within the Immortal queue, and he really used that. And Dragon's not part of a guild or a clan or any of that stuff. Basically just played and continued to refine and work out and find the best things that work for him. So, the HexPrimal Immortal queue, get your 20 tickets, get it drawn, get put into this format in this tournament, and really, get a chance to win some really amazing prizes. As the replay feature continues to grow and really mature, this is really just going to make things a lot better for casters in general, and for people who are really wanted to highlight these players. And that's been one of my biggest things is I want to highlight the people of the game, the players, and really, bring this to this. The $100,000 Invitational was a great event because it allowed us to kind of put a face to the names and really, humanize the game and show, that each of these players, what they bring and where they're from. I mean, if you look at the $100,000 Invitational, we had players from all over the world come. and compete and really bring their chops and into a format which is really exciting to see. Just those players being at the esports arena and doing that stuff was really exciting to see Hex grow as an esport and grow as a competitive TCG. And it's bringing in a lot of people from a lot of different other games that are looking at the possibilities of Hex and looking at what Hex can do and really, grow the game, get the word out, get people excited about it. And, we're at a really exciting time for Hex as it continues to grow and be more popular, and the word gets out and people start to find the game and really enjoy it just as much as the rest of us do. I'm excited about where we're going as a community, where we're going as a game, and where we're going in the future as a competitive TCG.
Yeah, and like you said, I'm always seeing on Twitter a Magic the Gathering player coming over to check things out because they heard it from another Magic player who decided to jump in on it, and it just kind of spreads like that. And as Hex gets more exposure and we get more people from those outside games, seeing that Hex is a great game. It's a really well done digital space type game. And it's really cool that other people are promoting that and bringing in new players and really getting again, exposure is huge to grow Hex as a game. So seeing that exposure is just awesome.
All right, so it looks like a giveaway for a mercenary pack that's going to be Mother Dawn Breeze and Rakashani the Spite Blade. To enter in, make sure you guys type !Immortal hype to get in on that. We're going to be prepping for our next match, so just give us a little bit as we get ready for that. Currently in round number 4 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series, a tournament series that includes all of the available cards and gems in Hex Shards of Fate, minus this deals damage when it comes into play. But other than that, I mean, a great format to get into. You can find some really great budget decks to get yourself going, and I'm excited to be a part of this with the Motivation and Alucard. And we're going to be going into our featured match right now, which is going to be Mythic Fish Mom versus Swig Monkey. Mythic Fish Mom, if you remember, one of the first official partnered streamers for Hex, and I'm excited to see him back and playing Hex. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. So we see Munsagi Lily Pad, double wild shard, Incantation of Savagery, Munaru Sensei, Howling Brave, and Ritualist of the Spring Glitter for Mythic Fish Mom. He is playing Munakashin, 23 health, and requires a single wild threshold, 3 charges to summon a Battle Hopper. On the opposite side, Swig Monkey playing Crannock, double blood threshold, 4 charges to pay 2 health and draw a card. He has triple blood threshold, Righteous Outlaw, which is socketed with speed, and this deals double damage. A Obsidian Cyclops, socketed with when this deployed, target of opposing troop gets minus attack equal to this. Has that socketed and can't be blocked by troops with attack less than this. And a Crypt Curse Nice socketed with when this becomes blocked by a troop, it gets -1/-1, and a Ruby Shard.
Yeah, so it's good to see Mythic Fish Mom still playing and still enjoying it. He loves his bunnies, so we're seeing that here. But his deck looks like he's going for a lot of small troop generation, getting those incantation of savageries built up into those spell shielded 6/3. So pretty solid stuff there. A really strong start from him here for what he's trying to do. Can ramp up into basically everything in his hand in a couple turns here. So really quick start here. We'll see if he can do a lot with that. And then over on Swig Monkey's side, again, a deck we don't really see too often. It looks like it's not something I've seen before. So we'll have to see what he's got going. But that Obsidian Cyclops kind of has a cool little synergy there within itself, where you can reduce the attack and defense of an opposing troop if it's too big, and then that way your Obsidian Cyclops can swing in unopposed. So cool little combo within that, and then obviously the Crypt Curse Knight and the Heroic Outlaw, both of which are pretty solid cards on their own. So good little setup here for Swig Monkey, and he's got the shards he needs to get to his Crannock power as well.
All right, let's get into the action. Mythic Fish Mom will be going first. Wild Shard comes down for Mythic. Incantation of Savagery. That's going to end his turn. We go over to Swig Monkey. His draw. Shard of Hatred. Going to go with Blood Threshold. That'll end his turn. We go back to Mythic Fishmom. His draw. Howling Brave. We see Ritualist of the Spring Litter. And a Moonsagi Lily Pad. Going to go for that Battle Hopper. And a Howling Brave. Incantation of Savagery. Again, remember, when a troop enters play under your control, add a counter to this, and there are 5 or more, remove it and turn it into a Feral Beast 6/3 Spell Shield troop.
Yeah, so he's almost there already, which is pretty crazy. So I really like to see what he's doing with this. It looks like it's paying off so far.
Ayatachi Coin is the draw for Swig Monkey. We see a Ruby Shard come down. Crypt Curse Knight for Swig Monkey. That'll end his turn. We go back over to Mythic Fishmom. His draw is an Incantation of Savagery. He'll play that out. So 2 Savageries out. Activation of Howling Brave. We'll see Munaru Sensei come out. Finds another Sensei. And then those incantations now turn into Feral Beasts. Swinging in with that Feral Beast. 6 damage inbound. Swig Monkey going to go down to 15. And that's going to end Mythic Fishmom's turn.
Yeah, so those incantations are now all of those Feral Beasts. So he's going to be getting 6 threes for 1 with Spell Shield. So a pretty solid troop there. He's going to be able to push a lot of damage using those. I don't know if he has anything else besides those to push damage here. But those guys are going to do some serious work.
Draw for Swig Monkey. Finds Gore Feast. We see Obsidian Cyclops for 1. Looks like he's going to target that Ritualist of the Spring Litter. No swing. Turn passes back to Mythic Fishmom. Troops ready. Finds a Diamond Shard. Going to play that Munaru Sensei. Draws a card. Finds another Diamond Shard. We'll play the Diamond Shard out. Going to swing in with the Feral Beasts, the Sensei, the Howling Brave, leaving the Spring Ritualist of the Spring Litter back. We see a double block here by the Crypt Curse Knight and the Obsidian Cyclops. The Feral Beast will go to the Crypt, and the Obsidian Cyclops and the Knight will go to the Crypt as well. That'll end Mythic Fishmom's turn as we go back over to Swig Monkey. His draw is another Righteous Outlaw. See a Blood Shard come out. Crannock's going to draw a card, finds a coin. Righteous Outlaw is going to be able to come out 4/4 with speed. This deals double damage. Second Outlaw comes out. Coin going to do some damage, draws a card. Sentry of Nolzon for Swig Monkey as well. No swing. That's going to pass the turn over to Mythic Fishmom.
Yeah, kind of cool to see there as well with Swig Monkey being able to use his Crannock power to get him to the point where he can play those Righteous Outlaws for free.
Draw for Mythic Fishmom is an Oath of Valor. We see a Diamond Shard come down. Activation of Champion Power is going to create some more Battle Hoppers. Oath of Valor is going to come down. That is a constant, which when you deploy this, remember a troop you control's name. Each troop you control with that chosen name gets +2/+2. So those Battle Hoppers now are 2 3s.
Yeah, so really cool little combo there. Again, we've seen the Oath of Valor decks before, and choosing that Battle Hopper is just going to generate a whole bunch of those Battle Hoppers, and they're all going to get that extra buff there. So really cool to see that, and we'll see if you can get some more Battle Hoppers going here too.
All right, here we go. Swing with the Beast, the Howling Brave, Senseis, Battle Hoppers. Inbound to Swig Monkey. We see a block with the Heroic Outlaws to the Battle Hoppers. And the Feral Beast against the Sentry of Nolzon. This is going to take Swig Monkey down to 2.
Yeah, again, one of these decks that's going wide and just trying to push as much damage as possible. He's already got his opponent down to 2, and he has lots of troops that can still swing it. Even if it's a little bit of damage at a time, it's going to be enough.
Howling Brave for Mythic at the end of his turn. We go back to Swig Monkey. His draw. We see a burn. So we're going to see Ayatachi Coin. And we see Gore Feast on the Heroic Outlaws. And here we go. 10 damage inbound. We see a block with the Howling Brave and the Ritualist of the Spring Litter. We're going to see another combat phase, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, so he was able to get that Gore Feast off, and he would have been pushing a lot of damage there. Unfortunately, Mythic Fishmom just had too many troops on the board. He could freely toss those chump blockers in there to stop the Outlaws, and would still have enough to do that final 2 damage on his next turn. So pretty solid play there from Mythic Fishmom, finding those incantations of savageries pretty early on there and really getting them online in those 6/3s, doing some serious work.
So we're going to be going into game number 2, Mythic Fishmom versus Swig Monkey. Mythic Fishmom up a game. We're going to take a look at opening hands for both players. For Swig Monkey, we see a Shard of Hatred, Altar of Nulzon, Crow Bones, socketed with, when you deploy this, Creative Valor, put it into your hand. Heroic Outlaw, Dark Heart of Nulzon, socketed with target opposing troop, gets attack equal to this troop's attack, and this can't be blocked by troops that share a shard or artifacts. MC, socketed with speed, and a Sentry of Nulzon. For Mythic Fishmom, see a Wild Shard, Lily Pad ×2, Oberon's Eulogy, Howling Brave, and Double Sensei.
Yeah, so interesting keep here on Swig Monkey's side with only 1 shard, and it's one of the slower shards as well. So he's gonna have to hope that that Mythic Fishmom doesn't have a super aggressive start here. He can probably get that Sentry out on turn 2, and then potentially get the MC out after that, or the Altar if he finds another shard. But risky keep here on Swig Monkey's side of it. And then over on Mythic Fishmom's side, he's got the Howling Brave on 1 to ramp into those Munari Senseis if need be. He could potentially get up to both of them out pretty quickly. And then obviously that Eulogy as well. That is another good one for when you have a bunch of little smaller troops. They go to the crypt. You get a bonus to the rest of the troops you play. You get +1/+1 for each troop in your crypt when you get the when they come into play with Eulogy out there. So really helps make those small 0/1 battle hoppers even bigger with that Eulogy. So not a bad start for Mythic Fishmom, and he's got that card draw with those Munari Senseis as well, which is always handy.
All right, let's get into the action. Swig Monkey with the Shard of Hatred, going to choose a Blood Threshold. That'll end his turn. We'll go over to Mythic Fishmom. His draw is a Diamond Shard. We'll play a Wild Shard. Howling Brave, turn 1 for Mythic. We go back over to Swig Monkey. His draw is Extinction. Sentry of Nulzon for Swig Monkey. That's going to reduce the cost of socketed troops by 1. Back over to Mythic Fishmom. His draw is a Wild Shard. Activation of Howling Brave. Gets a Munaru Sensei. Finds an Oath of Valor, plays a Lily Pad. Going to play for a Battle Hopper. And that's going to end his turn. We go back to Swig Monkey. His draw is a Ruby Shard. Ruby Shard is played. MC will join the Sentry of Nulzon. It does have speed. Swinging in. Mythic Fishmom decides not to block, takes 2 damage, goes to 21 health. Health totals are now equal as the turn passes back over to Mythic Fishmom. His draw is a Runir Hierophant. Activation of Howling Brave, he goes to 3. Runir Hierophant will join him on the field. Lily Pad for Mythic Fishmom, going to create that Battle Hopper, which will give the Runir Hierophant +1/+1. The activation of Champion ability will create another Battle Hopper. That'll end his turn, and we go over to Swig Monkey.
Yeah, so just building up his board here, building up that Runir as well. Again, he probably wants those Battle Hoppers to die. Makes Eulogy even better for further down the road. So we'll see what he does with chump blocking here, potentially.
Over to Swig Monkey. His draw is an MC and a Blood Shard. Blood Shard comes down now at 3 resources. Going to swing with MC. See a block with the Runir Hierophant. And now we see Altar of Nulzon for Swig Monkey, followed by MC, which draws a Ruby Shard. That'll end his turn. We go over to Mythic Fishmom.
Yeah, pretty good hits there for Swig Monkey here. Starting to find those shards now, getting closer to playing those troops. He can get the Dark Card out potentially, or Extinction if he really wants to just wipe this board. So pretty good pickups here for Swig Monkey.
Wild Shard for Mythic Fishmom off the top. We see Sensei come down, draws a card. Finds Pride's Fall, plays a Diamond Shard. See activation of Howling Brave. And here comes Oath of Valor, taking those Battle Hoppers from 0-1 to 2-3 troops. Swing with the Hierophant and the Battle Hoppers into Swig Monkey. We see a block here. MC going to step in front of Runir Hierophant. Sentry of Nulzon going to step in front of one of the Battle Hoppers, but still going to take 4 damage. Swig Monkey going to go down to 17 health.
Yeah, good swing there from Mythic Fishmom. That Oath of Valor really buffing up those Battle Hoppers to make them an actual combat threat.
Draw for Swig Monkey is an Obsidian Cyclops. We'll say him play a Ruby resource now at 4. And we see Extinction going to wipe the board for Mythic Fishmom.
Yeah, huge play for Swig Monkey there. Really wiping out Mythic Fishmom's threats. He doesn't have too much going for him in terms of troops right now.
Back over to Mythic Fishmom. His draw is a Soul Marble. That's a blast from the past.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there as well, giving all your troops +2/+2 and Spell Shield as well as Steadfast. So could be pretty huge if you can get that built up. Might be a bit slow in this situation, though.
Oberon's Eulogy for Mythic Fishmom. That'll end his turn. We go back to Swig Monkey. His draw is a Heroic Outlaw. Going to activate his champion ability. Finds another Heroic Outlaw. So back-to-back Outlaws for Swig Monkey. And Obsidian Cyclops going to come down for 2. And that is going to be a blood resource and end the turn for Swig Monkey.
Yeah, likely just looking to try and find that extra shard. It does give him a little bit of pressure to push in here with a 2/2, but likely just used for the card draw to try and find another shard to get that Dark Heart going.
Lily Pad is the draw for Mythic Fishmom. We'll play a wild shard. Activation Champion Power creates a Battle Hopper, but it gets pumped up due to Oberon's Eulogy. So that's a 9/10 Battle Hopper. We see Soul Marble for Mythic Fishmom as well. And no swing, and that'll pass the turn over to Swig Monkey. His draw, Necropolis Coin. See Dark Heart of Nolzon, which is going to find a Gorge of the Gore God for Swig Monkey.
Yeah, so he's hoping this Dark Heart is now going to start removing stuff, but
Pride's Fall in response to Dark Heart of Nolzon. So Dark Heart's going to go to the Crypt. The Dark Heart effect is going to target that Battle Hopper, though, so it's now a 5/10 Battle Hopper. Necropolis Coin for Swig Monkey, and no swing. That'll end his turn. We see Mythic Fishmom putting 2 counters onto that Soul Marble.
yeah, so he's going to start pumping that up. He's in a fairly decent spot here with a 5/10. He does have that Lily Pad to play out here too for even bigger Battle Hoppers. So Swig Monkey's going to be in a bit of a rough spot here, losing that Dark Heart, but we'll see if he can pull it out here.
All right, so going to play that Lily Pad, going to create a Battle Hopper. So this is going to be a 9/10 Battle Hopper, swinging with the 5/10 inbound, blocking with Obsidian Cyclops. No damage is dealt. That'll end the turn. We go back over to Swig Monkey. His draw is a burn. You see Crow Bones for Swig Monkey. It's going to target a card in his crypt, finds Dark Heart of Nolzon, goes back into his hand. Necropolis Coin will come down. We see Soul Marble being activated for charges. So 9 charges total on the Soul Marble. Back over to Mythic Fishmom.
It's going to be interesting to see what Swig Monkey does here. He might let his opponent get him down to enough low enough health where he can play all 3 of those Heroic Outlaws for free and swing in for massive damage here. So we'll see what happens.
All right, so a shard for Mythic Fishmom. Going to swing with both Battle Hoppers. Going to block with that Crow Bones. Takes 9, goes to 6 health. Back to Swig Monkey, finds an Altar of Nolzon. See, Gorge of the Gore God. Looks like he's going to be targeting that Battle Hopper. So trying to do -5/-5 on the Battle Hopper. Activation of Soul Marble. It's going to give his troops Spell Shield. So Gorge of the Gore God's not going to have a target. Damage still being dealt to Mythic Fishmom. Takes him to 16. Burn. Heroic Outlaw. So he burned himself so he could get within range. So here comes Heroic Outlaw number 1. Heroic Outlaw number 2. And Heroic Outlaw number 3. That's going to do it. And that was an interesting match. We're going to forcing a game 3.
Yeah, really cool to see Swig Monkey there. Like I said, he was looking to let his opponent get him low enough where he can get himself to play those Outlaws for free. Obviously, he had to burn himself to do that, but the burn paid off and was able to get all 3 of those Outlaws out there and just be able to swing for lethal there.
All right, so we're going to take a look at opening hands for both players. Looks like Mythic Fishmom is going to mulligan. So let's take a look at opening hands. Mythic Fishmom with a Well of Life, Wild Shard, Oath of Valor, Soul Marble, Incantation of Savagery, and a Howling Brave. Over for Swig Monkey, we see Well of Hatred, a Crypt Curse Knight, Ruby Shard, a Sentry of Nulzon, a Burn, and an Animus of Nulzon.
Yeah, so Fishmaw obviously having a mull there, but gets a much better hand here. He's got the Wild Shard to get that Howling Brave out. Then he can potentially get the Diamond to get maybe Soul Marble out. But he's got the Incantation of Savagery as well. So if, having both the Soul Marble and Incantation of Savagery early really helps you get those activated sooner rather than later, which is what you want. So not a bad hand here. He does have to find some other threats, more troops he can generate to get those incantations going, but it's not too bad of a start here. And then over on Swig Monkey's side, he's got the resources he needs. He's one away from that Animus of Nulzon, but he's got the Burn online, he's got the Sentry online, and that Crypt Curse Knight as well. So he can potentially deal with that Howling Brave if it comes out on turn 1 and really stops that ramp that Mythic Fishmaw might have.
Let's get into the action. Again, game number 3, Mythic Fishmaw and Swig Monkey in round 4 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Turn 1 for Mythic, we see a Wild Shard and a Howling Brave. That is going to end his turn. We go back over to Swig Monkey. His draw, Blood's Favor. Ruby Shard comes down. And we see a Burn directly onto that Howling Brave. It'll go to the Crypt, and that'll end Swig Monkey's turn. Draw for Mythic Fishmaw is a Diamond Shard, plays a Diamond Shard. Now we see a Soul Marble for Mythic Fishmaw. That'll end his turn back over to Swig Monkey. Finds a Ruby Shard. Sentry of Nulzon. Followed by a Well of Hatred. Going to go for that Blood Threshold. And here comes a Crypt Curse Knight on turn 2 for Swig Monkey.
Yeah, so that Sentry is going to help him get that Animus out next turn as well and start pumping up those socketed troops. So not too bad of a line here with Swig Monkey.
All right, so Diamond Shard for Mythic Fishmaw. We'll see him play a Well of Life, going for the Wild Threshold. And here comes Incantation of Savagery. Going to go ahead and activate Incantation of Savagery. We'll get 1 counter due to the Battle Hopper coming into play. We go back to Swig Monkey. His draw is a Cyclops. Well of Hatred will come down. Swig Monkey chooses Blood Threshold. Swing with the Crypt Curse Knight. That's going to take Mythic down to 21. Animus of Nulzon coming down for Swig Monkey. 2 counters going on to Soul Marble for Mythic Fishmaw. Draw for Mythic is a Howling Brave. Plays a Diamond Shard. No swing. Going to go ahead and just pass the turn over to Swig Monkey. His draw is a Blood Shard. Will play that Blood Shard. Cranach going to draw a card. Finds another Animus of Nulzon. He'll play that out. And Crypt Curse Knight will come down. And that's going to do it. Not enough. And Mythic Fishmaw will fall to Swig Monkey in round number 4 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament.
Yeah, big plays there from Swig Monkey, being able to get both of those Animuses out there and having that Sentry to make it cheaper, and plus the fact that he would have even been able to get the Crypt Curse Knight out as well in the next game, and just kept building up the socketed troops in his deck and be able to get in for all kinds of damage there.
All right, so we're going to be going into round number 5. So 3 rounds remaining of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament, round number 5 of 7. We're going to be going into our next match here. Looks like Clever TCG Player versus Garantz. I'm just going to say Garantz because some interesting names for sure. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players, and we'll see what we're going to be up against. So Clever TCG Player playing Grandfather Elk has a Shard of Savagery, Triple Wild Shard, Titania's Majesty, Surging Wildfire, and Righteous Outlaw. For Garantz, we see a Rotpaw Gang, Extinction, Cottontail Explorer, Coins, Eager Lackey, Lily Pad, and a Yazucan.
Okay, so yeah, Clever TCG Player here has a pretty solid start here. Likely to see that Savagery come down first as a Ruby Shard, and then try and get that Righteous Outlaw out on 2. He does have that Surging Wildfire on 4 potentially. If he can find another Shard, he can get that Titania's Majesty out as well. So a pretty solid hand there. Does want to probably flesh that out a bit with some troops in the middle, but not looking too shabby there. And then over on the player whose hand slipped while he was typing his name, we've got he's got a couple shards there, so he's looking good there. Likely to see that Coins come down first. into probably that Cottontail Explorer to try and find some more shards. And then he's a little slow on the top end there with the Yazukan as well as the Paw. The Paw could be really good here for him as well. The Raw Paw Gang is always a solid troop that can keep coming back. And then the Extinction as well as a get me out of here button if he could find the blood thresholds he needs for it. So a little risky on the on Grant's side here, but not too shabby.
All right, so we'll give everybody a second to take a look. There was a small issue which is now resolved. So again, we're going to get into this matchup in round number 5 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Clever TCG versus Garance. Let's get into the action. Turn 1 for Clever TCG player. Going to go ahead and play that Sword of Savagery for a Ruby Threshold and just pass the turn over to Garance. Draw is a Lily Pad. We'll go ahead and play that Lily Pad out. Goes for a Wild Threshold. And Igor Lackey is going to come onto the field, and it conscripts a Duplicitous Duke. Turn passes back over to Clever TCG player. Finds a Surging Wildfire. Here comes a Wild Shard. Righteous Outlaw. No swing. He'll pass the turn over to Garance. His draw is a Blood Shard. We'll go ahead and play that Blood Shard. We see Cottontail Explorer. 2 cards will go to the Crypt, Underworld Crusader, and Cottontail Explorer. No play here as it passes over to Clever TCG player. Finds a Well of Savagery. Will play a Wild Shard. No swing. Passes the turn. Back over to Garance. Finds Extinction number 2. We'll play that Shard of Ancients for that Blood Threshold. No swing. Passes the turn over to Clever TCG player who finds a Wild Shard. Wild Shard comes down. Going to go ahead and play that Surging Wildfire. Swing in. So 2 damage dealt directly. We see coins going to be activated by Garance. Block with a Cottontail Explorer. That's going to end his turn. We go back over to Garance. His draw. Smokeclaw Raker, interesting enough. Goes for that Wild Threshold. Swing with the Lackey. No block. Clever TCG going to go down to 21, and we see Extinction by Garance.
Yeah, good get me out of here kind of card here to stop that Surging Wildfire. Little does he know his opponent has another one, but he's also got his own second Extinction there if he needs to clear the board of that Surging Wildfire again.
All right, so Extinction's going to wipe the board. Clean slate. Turn passes back over to Clever TCG player. Finds an Arborean Rootfather. Going to play a Wild Shard here. And Titania's Majesty, this is socketed with this deals double damage. So let's see what the hit is going to be. A Crocosaur, so double damage Crocosaur for Clever TCG player.
Yeah, so on a clear board there, you can easily go for that Titania's Majesty. You don't have to worry about a bad hit ruining it for you. But obviously a pretty solid hit here too. You don't have any troops to hit, but that's still potentially 10 damage you're swinging in with. So not too bad for that Crocosaur.
All right, so Kagalichu going to go ahead and put a coins back into Garant's hand. We see Shard of Ancients played for a Blood Threshold. And Extinction, back-to-back Extinctions for Garant's. Crocosaur is going to go into the Crypt.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to leave that 10 damage Crocosaur on the board. You got to do something to stifle that. And he's got answers, or well, he's got plays for next turn. So getting rid of that big Crocosaur is pretty solid for him here.
Clever TCG player finds a Wild Shard off the top. We'll play the Wild Shard. At 6 resources, plays Surging Wildfire. Going to be able to swing in Champion Power onto the Surging Wildfire. So 4/7 before the swing turns into a 5/7, 5 damage directly, 5 damage to the face. That's going to take Garance down to 9.
Yeah, big play there. He didn't have to worry about his opponent holding up any removal since he did have no resources available. So he's able to freely get in all the damage he could on that turn with his Champion Power.
Shard of the Ancients for Garance. We see a Lily Pad come down. That's going to create a Battle Hopper. Smokeclaw Raker for Garance. He's going to choose for his opponent to discard. So Arborean Rootfather, Well of Savagery are going to go into the Crypt.
Yeah, Clever TCG player, probably not too happy to see that Rootfather disappear on him. He would have been able to play that next turn and probably get that. I think it's socketed with target troop gets +X/+X. So Oh, no, it was actually Crush in all zones. Either way, still something he could have played out and swung for massive damage there, so likely not happy to see that go.
A Runir Hierophant for Clever TCG player. We see Surging Wirefire going to go in. That's going to be 3 damage to the face. Block with Smokeclaw Raker is going to take it out. Garance at 6 health. And now a Runir Hierophant for Clever TCG player.
Yeah, Grant's sitting on a pretty solid hand here. 6 cards in hand to his opponent, 0, and all his opponent has is a 2/2 Runir right now. So lots of options for him to play out here. Yazukan is a solid option to start getting troops back. Paw of Yazukan to start gaining some health back as well, and just having a solid 6/6 body on the board. And you do have that Battle Hopper to sacrifice to it. So lots of options for him here.
So a Rotpaw Gang for Garance, followed by a Shard of Ancients. Going to go for Blood Threshold. Just going to pass the turn over to Clever TCG player. Finds a Wild Shard. We'll play the Shard. And we'll just have to pass the turn back to Garance.
Could be a little scary if he throws that Duplicitous Duke onto the Rotpaw Gang. That's a lot of damage coming your way.
Wild Shard for Garance. Going to see Kagalichu activated. Finds Extinction. Rotpaw Gank is going to sacrifice the Battle Hopper. Going to go for Life Drain. And here comes the Duke. Shifting onto the Rotpaw Gang. And here we go. That's going to do it. Not enough.
Yeah,
TCG player is going to fall 0-1 to Garance as we go into game number 2.
Yeah, a bit scary there. A pretty solid hit off that Eager Lackey early on to get that Duke, and then just shifting that over to the Rotpaw Gang with the Life Drain. You're going to get 12 health while pushing 12 damage. Pretty solid little combo there.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 2 of this matchup. We have Clever TCG player versus Garance. Garance up a game over Clever TCG player. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. For Clever TCG player, we see a Ruby Shard, Well of Savagery, Double Wild Shard, Chlorophilia, Might Singer, and Righteous Outlaw. For Garance, we see Strangle, 2 Shard of Ancients, Inquisition, a fan favorite of mine, Monsoon, Shogun of the Wind, Wrathwood Master Moss, and that Rotpaw Gang.
Yeah, so Clever TCG player with a pretty solid start here. He's got that early aggression with the Righteous Outlaw. He's got the Might Singer that you can hit the Chlorophilia off of for that extra potential card draw. And he can potentially get almost to 4 Wild Thresholds, 1 shy of what Might Singer really wants. But he's going to want to find some more stuff going forward here. But a really solid start for Clever TCG player. And then over on Grant's side, a little bit slower with those Shards of Savagery or Shards of the Ancients. A little slow, but if he can get some more solid shards here, he's looking pretty good. He's got lots of double threshold cards in his hand at the moment. So he is going to really need some shards, but if he can find them, he's got a solid line here.
All right, here we go into the action. Turn 1, Clever TCG. We see a Ruby Shard. Turn will pass back to Garance. His draw is an Extinction. He'll play Shard of Ancients, goes for the Blood Threshold, and he'll pass the turn over to Clever TCG player. His hit is a Titania's Majesty. We'll play the Wild Shard out. Here we see Righteous Outlaw. Going to swing in. Garance is going to go down to 19. That'll end Clever TCG's turn. Draw for Garance is a Extinction. So back-to-back Extinctions for Garance. Shard of Ancients going to come down for that Blood Threshold. That's going to end the turn. We go back to Clever TCG. Righteous Outlaw is going to ready. Generates a Valor. Finds a Shard of Savagery off the top. We'll go ahead and play that Shard of Savagery for a Wild Threshold. Going to Chlorophilia. That's going to play a Wild Shard from his deck. And we see a swing with the Righteous Outlaw. So 2 more damage to Garance, going to take him down to 17 health.
Yeah, he wasn't being greedy there. He could have gone for the Might Singer there to try and get the Wild proc off of that, as well as the Chlorophilia, but likely looking to hit Titania's Majesty next turn.
So the Extinction number 3 draw for Garance. We see Inquisition from Garance. Going to be able to take a look at Clever TCG player's hand. Titania's Majesty is going to go to the Crypt.
Yeah, big hit there with the Inquisition, because that was a Titania's Majesty coming down next turn. So getting rid of that might save him a bit until he finds those shards he needs.
Righteous Outlaw going to generate a Valor. So 2 Valors in hand. Well of Savagery off the top. Might Singer of Ages comes down. Wild Shard going to be played. Do we hit a troop? We do. It's a Howling Brave. Howling Brave's going to come down. That'll be 5 threshold for the Might Singer. We see a Valor onto the Righteous Outlaw. Swinging in for 3. This is going to take Grants down to 14 health.
Yeah, so now that the Might Singer has that 5 thresholds it needs, we're very likely to see that Strangle come down on the Might Singer.
Hero Fall, the draw for Grants, but sitting on 2 resources, he's going to go ahead and Strangle and target that Might Singer before it gets too big.
Yeah, so he's got to get rid of that. Unfortunately, he couldn't Hero Fall it or anything like that. He's still struggling to find that 3rd shard, but does get rid of a fairly large threat.
Righteous Outlaw readies, creates a Valor, so 2 Valors in hand, finds a Crocosaur off the top. Well of Savagery coming down, choosing that Ruby Threshold. Crocosaur comes down, not waiting for troops, going to go ahead and Valor the Howling Brave. And here we go, 5 damage inbound. This is going to take Grants down to 9.
Yeah, likely trying to just push as much damage as possible. Against an opponent that does play Extinctions is a little bit scary, but he's still 2 turns away from it if your opponent hits those shards. So he's just trying to push as much damage as possible here.
Well of Ancients for Grants, going to go ahead and play that out. Chooses Wild Threshold. No play here, going to pass the turn. Troops ready for Clever TCG, going to create another Valor, finds an Arborean Rootfather. Plays a Well of Savagery for that Ruby. And here comes the Rootfather down on the field. That's going to be enough as we force a game number 3 between Clever TCG Player and Grants.
Yeah, so Clever TCG Player getting the hits he needed that time, getting that aggression going. It certainly helped that his opponent was a bit starved for resources there. Couldn't find 3 Extinctions in a row, then a Hero Fall. Just couldn't find that 3rd resource very early. And unfortunately, that was enough to let Clever TCG Player pull ahead.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 3 of this matchup between Grants and Clever TCG Player. We're currently in round number 5 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series of 7. So 2 more rounds after this. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. We see for Grants, a Lily Pad, an Acropolis Coin, Well of Ancients, Hero Fall, Extinction, Inquisition, and Underworld Crusader. For Clever TCG Player, we see double Titania's Majesty. We see a Wild Shard, Ruby Shard, Chlorophylla, Might Singer of Ages, and an aspect of the Squirrel socketed with Spell Shield.
Yeah, so over on Grant's side here, he's got shards this time, which is great. So he'll be able to get to that double blood threshold for the 3 double blood cards in his hand. So he probably goes Necropolis coins into probably Well for the other blood shard here, so he can Inquisition on 2, and then he's got that Underworld Crusader on 3 potentially. He does want to find a Shinhair to get that Lily Pad, the ability to get him maybe his Wild Threshold, but if not, he's got that Hero Fall he can sit on and 1 shard off from the Extinction. So solid hand from Grants here. And then over on Clever TCG Player's hand, he's got that Wild and the Ruby Shard. He can go for the greedy play and play out that Might Singer, and then play out the Chlorophylla the turn after to try and get a hit off of that. But he does want to try and find at least 1 or 2 more shards here to try and get to those 2 Titania's Majesties here, which could be really solid hits for him if you can get those off.
All right, let's get into the action. Game number 3, Clever TCG Player versus Grants. We'll take a look at opening play for Grants. Plays that Necropolis Coin for the Blood Threshold. Passes the turn to Clever TCG Player. Finds a Reginald's Riposte. We'll play that Ruby Shard and pass the turn back to Grants. Draw is a Runir Hierophant. We'll play the Well of Ancients. Going for that Blood Threshold. And Inquisition going to target Clever TCG Player. What card do you think he should go after here?
Ooh, I mean, it's either Titania's Majesty or probably Titania's Majesty.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see what the hit is going to be. Looks like he goes after the Chlorophylla instead.
Which is also a solid choice, because that does stop him from ramping up it both stops the Might Singer of Ages from being affected, as well as getting rid of his ability to get to those Titania's Majesties quicker. If you don't have the ramp to get there, there's no point in taking him away because he can't play them anyway. But also a solid hit for him, getting that Runier to be able to get this Monsagi Lily Pad out as a wild threshold.
So just a reminder, the replay feature is still in beta. So as you notice, with that Inquisition, it blanked out the rest of the cards. So we won't be able to see any of the cards that we saw before, but the pre-existing or the new cards that come in, we will be able to see. So here comes the Might Singer of Ages for Clever TCG player. That's going to end his turn. We'll go over to Garance. His draw is an Eager Lackey. We're going to see Lily Pad come down for that Wild Threshold. Here comes Runier Hierophant. And going to swing here against the Might Singer. And a block from Clever TCG player.
Yeah, so risking that that block there likely isn't too concerned with his own Runier's health. Just wants to get that ramp up. He now has Extinction online, which certainly helps him. It also gets him to 4 to be able to play whatever this Eager Lackey gets him. So willing to trade that Runier for that Might Singer. Might Singer also a solid troop here, but he knows that he's a little bit stuck on resources from that Inquisition.
All right, so Eager Lackey for Garance at the end of his second main phase finds a Merciless Color. Turn over to Clever TCG player, so finds back-to-back Surging Wildfires. No play, though, because of no resources. We go to Garance, who finds a Well of Ancients. Going to go ahead and play that for a Wild Threshold. Activation of Kagalichu finds an Extinction, so 2 Extinctions in hand for Garance, and here comes an Underworld Crusader. Swing in for 1. This is going to take Clever TCG down to 21. That'll end his turn. Draw for Clever TCG is the 3rd Surging Wildfire.
Yeah, so we know he's got those 3 Surging Wildfires, the 2 Titania's Majesties, but he's not finding the resources he needs right now, unfortunately. Still stuck on 2.
All right, so stuck goes back to Garance. We find a Yazukan off the top. Swing in with the Underworld Crusader and Eager Lackey. That's going to be 6 damage, taking Clever TCG down to 15. He'll end the turn back to Clever TCG. Does indeed find a resource now. Ruby Shard. Will play it. Goes to 3. No play for Clever TCG as the turn switches back over to Grants. Finds a Lily Pad. Will play that Lily Pad. Creates a Battle Hopper. Going to swing in with the Lackey and the Underworld Crusader. 6 damage. Going to take Clever TCG down to 9, and now here comes Yazukan.
Yeah, so that choice to hit that Chlorophylla with that Inquisition early on is really starting to pay dividends here for Grants. His opponent has not been able to get anything started, really. He does finally find another shard, but it might be a bit too little too late.
Well of Savagery for Clever TCG player. Going to play that down for a Wild Threshold. And that's going to do it. Garance is going to win 2-1 over his opponent and will for round number 5 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament.
Yeah, so solid games there from both players. A little bit of screw going both ways there, it's just part of the game, unfortunately, but definitely paid off for the opposition in 2 of the games there.
Well, and I think it goes back to your point, of the decisions that a player has to make. That Inquisition targeting the Chlorophylla was, obviously a calculated risk, but with 2 Titania's Majesties in an opponent's hand. But ultimately, it paid off because it slowed him down and ultimately won him the game. So again, making those calculated risks, looking at your opponent's hand and being able to decide, hey, what is the bigger threat? Is him getting to 3, 4, 5 resources a threat? Is the double Titania's Majesties in his hand a threat? And ultimately, it paid off for Garance, doing that the Chlorophylla instead of the Titania's Majesty.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, you're looking at your opponent's hand. You see that they don't have the resources to get 2 Titanias, and if you take that Chlorophylla out of there, that just gives you that extra amount of time. And you got to obviously consider your own hand too. You have to decide whether or not you have the time and the resources to push your damage in quickly, because if they get to let's say they finally get to that 5 and they got back-to-back turns of Titania's Majesty, you could be in real trouble. But again, it paid off for Grants there, getting rid of that Chlorophilia and just stalling his opponent long enough for him to push as much damage as possible and take him out before those Titania's Majesties ever hit.
All right, so some exciting matches indeed as we are continuing our coverage of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break as we get ready to go into round number 6. So again, don't forget giveaways going on in the stream right now, so make sure you guys are staying on top of that. And we'll be back for some more coverage of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. All right, welcome back to the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. Again, brought to you by HexPrimal. Myself, The Motivation, and Alucard definitely appreciate you guys all hanging out here today. And of course, this tournament coverage is something that we want to always try to improve and really, increase our level of production and value for you guys. So Alucard has created a forum post where we want you guys to be able to give your feedback and really just, let us know the areas in which you guys feel we can improve on, things you like or you want to see more of. We definitely want that information because ultimately we're presenting this to you guys because we care about Hex as an esport. We feel the Immortal tournament is something we want to make sure that we do the very best we can to showcase the players. And that's been my biggest thing, is showcasing the players and the games and the matches and really highlight what Hex can do as a game. So we do have a forum contest there for you, or a forum post for you guys. And we are going to be doing a special giveaway for this forum contest. So if you thought the prizes already were awesome, well, we have some really cool prizes in store for you guys as well. So if you do submit a entry into the forum, just to let us know what you liked, what you didn't like, what you want to see more of, things you think we can change, well, you guys will be entered in for a chance to win one of the dragons here on the screen. And that's going to be a play set. So we have Jadim, Zakir, Zidu, Tianost, and Uranos. So these are a play set of these awesome legendary dragons. Again, you could pop these into your Immortal deck, whatever. But they're a play set each. So they're going to be 5 different winners. And they're going to get a play set of these dragons as a result of just giving your feedback. And again, we want to make this better. We want you guys to enjoy the content that we're bringing you. And any feedback, positive, constructive, we want to see it. We want to be able to do what we can so we can really keep continuing to deliver the content that you guys want to see here for the Immortal Championship Tournament. So, TM, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely do not hold back. I know some people have said in the past when we did these, they didn't really want us to give any negative feedback or anything like that. But as long as it's positive feedback, as long as it's constructive criticism, we are all for it. We want to get better. We want to improve this for you guys and make it as good as we can for you guys. So anything you guys have for us, please let us know. And again, we want this to happen. That's why we're putting more prize support behind it, because we do want feedback. We know we're not perfect. We want this to be as best the best cast we can make it. So hopefully with a little incentive, you guys will give us even more feedback on how we can make this better for everybody.
Again, so that forum post is there in chat. I'm not sure. I got to double check the post actually to make sure the deadline that he has on here. I'm sure there will be, just continue to post in there, and then we'll have a deadline that'll be posted for you guys 1 week. So 1 week from today, you have 1 week to post your thoughts. Also, yes, that's true. Make sure you guys keep your posts on there. You have a week to in order to post your thoughts, and then Alucard will draw the winners and post the winners in the forum post. So make sure you guys stay tuned to that. I guess we are going to go into the next round. We're going to prep for that, so we'll continue to remind you guys of that as we get ready for round number 6. One thing again, if you're interested in competing in the tournament, there are a great opportunity for you to do that. All you have to do to enter into the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament is to join the Battlegrounds, hop into that HexPrimal Immortal queue, bring your deck, and since it's Immortal format, anything goes minus the Major Ruby Gem of Destruction. That's the only gem that is banned in the format. Everything else is good to go. 6 sets. By the time we do the next HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament, will be 7 sets. And then you guys will be able to earn those 20 tickets you need in order to compete in the tournament. and really, be able to compete for some amazing prizes. So again, today we have 7 rounds of coverage for you guys in the main in the Swiss style portion of the tournament before we go into the top 8. And then we'll do the top 8 will be single elimination, best 2 out of 3 matches until a winner is crowned in the tournament. So we'll bring up the prize slide for you guys. Again, there's some amazing prizes here, all part of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament Series. And these prizes are very substantial, especially the top 8. I mean, you're going to get some really cool stuff that will allow you to, get into the game a little bit more or boost your collection. First place, again, will get you 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. Remember, these packs have rotated out. You won't be able to get these anymore unless you get them via the auction house or you buy them from a player or a reputable source. And then you get a complete set pack. So that's 1 card from a complete set. So Shards of Fate, or from a set, Shards of Fate, Shattered Destiny, Armies of Myth, Primal Dawn, Hero Fall, Scars of War, one of those sets that will be dictated by HexPrimal, but you get 1 card of each. So that's pretty good value there. On top of that, you get $500 credit for the HexPrimal store. So with set 7 coming out, maybe you need to get some extra cards to fill out your constructed deck so you can go into your next constructed tournament. Maybe you're looking to get a bunch of packs and open those up or use them for your limited play. You can do that as well. Second place will get you 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $200 credit. Really good prize there. Third through fourth will get you 20 packs again of set 1 and set 2 and $100 credit. 5th through 8th will get you 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 with $50 credit. 9th through 16th will get you 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. And 17th through 32nd will get you 10 packs of set 1 and set 2. Now, again, if you are competing in the tournament and you're streaming, we also have prizes available to you. And the way it works is, as long as you're streaming in the tournament, so let's say, you're in there and you're doing well, pop up your stream, let some people come in and hang out with you, and you'll be eligible for our streamer prizes as well. With the replay feature, we know that we can go in and watch matches, but it's also important that you guys get a chance to stream, and we want to reward those who are doing that because, as you see, the replay feature does have some issues that are being worked out, but they're being worked out, and we want to make sure we can try to bring you as much coverage of the tournament as possible. So those streamer prizes are pretty substantial. And again, all these prizes were donated by HexPrimal. The Kickstarter AA combo there on the left-hand side, Pack Raptor, Ragefire, Extinction, Princess Victoria, and Replicator's Gambit. That are all alternate art cards and 1 each of those cards. That's an amazing value there. Plus, you get to get some cards that are no longer in circulation and some really good value there with that prize. We also have 4 sets of 5 packs of Scars of War booster packs. Really nice there. We also have the Kickstarter collection in Sapphire. That's that Cerulean Mirror Knight and that Scheme alternate art 1 card each. So that's a pretty nice combo, along with the Living Totem and Soul Marble alternate art as well. We also have Zorak the Flame Hand and Puck the Dreambringer as a mercenary pack together. So some really great prizes out there for our streamers. And again, we do appreciate you guys streaming your matches. You get to get that community out there to watch and see what you're doing and get that interaction from yourself as well. So, but don't worry, if you're here hanging out in the stream, we do appreciate each and every one of you who are coming here today to watch the coverage of the tournament. We've got some amazing door prizes provided by HexPrimal where you guys will get a chance to win them. Alucard has been giving them out during the stream, and there's still more to come. So we have that big wild pack that went out, the Fist of Brigadon, Arborean Rootfather, Wrathwood Colossus. That's a play set of each of those cards. Pretty substantial. If you're a big wild fan, I'm sure you're loving that. The 5-shard Necrotic package, which is Lixil, Midnight Shepherd, and Forgotten Monarch. That's a play set of those. The Mother, Dawn Breeze, and the Rakashani Mercs went out. We also had the Eternal Guardian and Eternal Drifter playset. Look at that next to it, though. For those fans of the Jankbot League being done by Lixil and Nero, you've got an alternate art Jankbot and Chaos Key. That combo coming in there, really nice. A Shining Angels play pack here, which is 4 Angels of Dawn, so a plain set of those angels, followed by a Guardian Angel alternate art, really nice. We saw those Darkspire alternate art Tyrant and Punisher go out. The Ruby Heroes, that's 4 of the Reginald Lancashire, Prince Talcyon, and Zoltag Really amazing there. And then, of course, at the bottom, those Shards of Fate legendary chests and Shattered Destiny layers legendary chests, which are a great value if you're looking to try to get those upgraded to Primal, try to get some of those sleeves. You're definitely one step closer to that, and some of those awesome stuff that comes out of those legendary chests. So again, some amazing door prizes available for all our players, and really excited to be able to bring those to you guys and show our support to you as you show your support to us here during the tournament. So we're going to talk about the top players after round, or currently players who are 5-0 and some of the 4-1 records. So currently, right now, with 5 wins, we have Galwin, Van Hall, and Garance. Well, just because I can't say the rest of his name. So those 3 players currently with 5 wins. We also have Jadim Jedi, Essos, Hevka, Djinni, Berkeley, Dragon, Kajimus, Soren, Baby Anandok, Romos Jr., and Thanatos, all in the running here with 4 wins. So currently, that is the record so far in the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Round 6 is started, where we're going to get you some recaps of the matches as soon as the replays become available. And again, we appreciate you guys understanding some of the technical issues. Replay is still in beta. It's not something that's out to everybody. I know a lot of people would love to get the replay feature, but currently in the works to be a feature that'll come out later, but need to definitely work out the bugs and do that. So for us being able to shoutcast and even have this feature available, we're able to do that and shoutcast the matches with cards on both sides is definitely something we're very happy to bring to you, and hopefully it continues to grow and get better as things go on. So a lot of players still here in the running for top 8. Some familiar names. We see Dragon there, just out of reach of top 8. Berkeley there with Essos, Jadim Jedi, Garance. What do you make of this list so far, TM?
Yeah, I mean, some really solid names on here, some familiar names with JJ and Berkeley and Dragon, of course. And then some other players making some strides here to get up to that top 8. Grant's, of course, we saw his game. He had a solid Kegalichu deck. But yeah, lots of cool people on this list, and just the fact that we can watch all these people. Maybe this is why we don't know those names as well, because normally we can't watch them if they're not streaming. So now we get to kind of check out other players and their games, and it's really cool. And the best part is we're gonna have coverage through the whole top 8, which is awesome.
Yeah, and that's really the good thing about these tournaments. We want these to be something you guys can watch all the way through. Sometimes a lot of people, they can't stream, or we get to see a lot of the faces, to the names and stuff right now, where we get to see what they're working with and go all the way through. So we have our featured match for round number 6. 2 5-0 players. We have Galwin and Van Hall up against each other. We'll take game number 1. We'll show opening hands and give you an idea of what they're working with, and we'll bring you that action. So Galwin's playing Urgnok. Again, 17 health champion, requires double ruby threshold, 2 charges. Target troop gets +1 attack. His opening hand is double ruby shard, burn, Lasgar's Vengeance, Gore Feast, Mama Yeti, and Righteous Outlaw. For Van Hall playing Mana Banana, 19 health. Requires a single ruby and diamond threshold, 3 charges. Target troop you control gets Death Cry, summon a phantom. And for him, he has a Shroom Shaw, or 2 Shroom Shaws, Sepulchre Dust, a Grim Harvester, haven't seen this one in a while, a Underworld Crusader, a Blood Shard, and a Wakuna coin.
Yeah, so interesting hand here for Galwin here with the really aggressive type of hand. Haven't seen Urgnok as much recently, but interesting to see him back here. He's got the double shards here to try and get him to at least the Righteous Outlaw. He is going to want to find a couple more shards fairly quickly here for that Mama Yeti and that Gore Feast. But interesting to see the Gore Feast in there as well. Again, that's really going to help with his aggression. And being able to get in those swings. And then obviously Lasgar's Vengeance has always been a staple, especially in aggro type decks. Helps you push some serious damage. So Lasgar, a really strong hand here, and he doesn't even need to get all the way to 8. he is going to be able to attack in and reduce the cost on that. So pretty handy there. And then over on Van Hall's side there, he does have a decent amount of shards here. He can basically play everything in his hand. That Crypt Dust going to help him get his thresholds that he needs. But yeah, solid hand over there. Possibly the combo deck. I don't see a Hideous Conversion or anything yet, but could be that. But he's got that Underworld Crusader he can do on 3. Give himself a solid blocker against his opponent here. But even just the chump blockers of the Shroomshaws against that Righteous Outlaw could be really good for Van Hall here.
All right, so let's get into the action. Round number 6 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Galwin versus Van Hall. Let's get into it. Ruby Shard for Galwin. No turn 1 play. He'll pass a turn over to Van Hall. Draw. Plays a Sepulchre Crypt Dust. Going to choose a Diamond Threshold. And he'll pass the turn over to Galwin. Finds a Ruby Shard off the top. Ruby Shard comes down. Righteous Outlaw onto the field. Going to be able to swing with speed. And also Champion Power. So now a 3-1 Outlaw. Swinging into Van Hall. Lasgard gets down to 7 cost. Van Hall going to 16 health.
Yeah, so even pumping that up as well, once it becomes the Scarlet Swordsman, the ability to push that extra bit of damage with that power.
Wicked Web Spawn, the draw for Van Hall, plays a Blood Threshold, and Shroomshaw will join Van Hall on the field as he ends the turn and go back over to Galwin. Going to go ahead and turn that into a Scarlet Swordsman. Ruby Shard off the top, plays the Ruby Shard. We'll see the swing here for 3, targeting that Shroomshaw. Damage to the champion as well. So 2 Battle Hoppers generated. Block by the Scarlet Swordsman to the Battle Hopper. Van Hall down to 13 health as the start of his turn. Plays that Well of Retribution for a Blood Shard. Underworld Crusader for Van Hall. No swing. And we see a burn. Going to take out that Battle Hopper.
Yeah, likely respecting the potential Mama Yeti on turn 4 here, keeping that Underworld Crusader back as a blocker.
Go back over to Galwin. Scarlet Swordsman ready. Plays a Ruby Shard. Here we see Mama Yeti down on the field. Champion Power is going to make that Scarlet Swordsman a 4 attack troop. Swing with both troops inbound. Lasgard's going to go down to 4. Block with the Underworld Crusader. Going to take 5. Van Hall will go down to 8.
Yeah, so that Lasgar can be played next turn. We've got the potential of Gore Feast next turn, which could be huge. Looking a little rough here for Van Hall here. Could be a pretty strong turn for Galwin next turn.
All right, so back to Van Hall. Draw. Plays the Well of Retribution. Goes for that Diamond Threshold. Shroomshaw comes down. Followed by a Bloodbearer. And a Naive Lackey. And that will end the turn. Back over to Galwin. Mama Yeti readies. See a Shard come down. We see Gore Feast on the Mama Yeti. So here we go. First attack phase. 6-5 inbound. Lasgars tick down 1 cost each. Going to see a block with the Shroomshaw and the Naive Lackey. Goes down to 2 health. And we see the second combat phase. He is going to gain some health off that. Goes to 4. Mama Yeti's going to swing in. Now 7 damage. Lasgars goes to 6 and 2 respectively. Going to see a triple block here. And that's going to do it. Galwin is going to take game number 1 against Van Hall.
Yeah, just really, really seeing the aggression come out of that deck by Galwin there. And he had 2 Lasgars in his hand to back it up if somehow Van Hall had a way to survive that final turn. So, yeah, just tons and tons of aggression. Didn't let Van Hall get established on the board there. And obviously being able to push all that damage through was just too much for Van Hall to contain.
You know, it's interesting. We've seen the players trying to do the Hideous Conversion, but we actually haven't seen anybody combo it off yet. I wonder how any of those other Hideous Conversion decks are doing in the tournament.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if Van Hall was running the Hideous Conversion deck. Obviously, we didn't see it. We saw some different pieces of tech in there with the I can't even remember their name now. these 2/2 Swift Striker with life drain. Something we haven't seen in quite some time, as you pointed out at the beginning there. So interesting pieces of tech there. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what else he's got going on in that deck and what he might be able to do with those pieces.
It's Grim Harvester was the other
Grim
card,
Harvester,
yeah.
right?
And
yeah.
again, as the Immortal tournament continues to evolve and grow, there's going to be more and more cards to have to remember. So yeah, just Grim Harvester again. Some of that tech that you don't see as you're playing Standard, and if you're not playing Immortal, it's definitely interesting. Looks like we've got another match here. We've got Kajadum versus Baby Ananandok. This is a long game, so we'll get some good action here. Sometimes those long games can be interesting. A 16-minute game. So we'll see this action between Kajadums and Baby Ananandok. Baby Banana. I'll just say Baby Banana. That'll work better.
There you go.
Baby Banana. So let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Both players playing Grandfather Elk. Interesting enough. So for Kajadums, we see opening hand Ruby Shard, Wild Shard, Soul of Battle, Dreamweaver Ancient, Jags, a fan favorite of mine back in the day, Rune Ear Hierophant, and Howling Brave. For Baby Banana, we see quadruple Wild Shard, Balthazar, Howling Brave, and a Rune Ear Hierophant.
Yeah, so here's another one of those cool things where we're seeing the same champions, but very different variations. Kaijudum's here likely running the a little more Ruby-centric type of deck, and then Baby Banana running a possibly mono wild version. But over on Kaijudum's here, he's got that Howling Brave to open up and be able to ramp into both the Rune Ear and that Jags off the Ruby. He's got that Soul of Battle to be able to deal double damage with something, potentially that Dreamweaver Ancient he's got there to make bigger random troops. So some cool stuff there. And again, like you said, Jags, a bit of a blast from the past, usually part of the Uzu cannon or the other cannon type deck. So the Azure cannon was another one as well. So kind of cool to see him back. But yeah, solid hand for him. And then over for Baby Banana there, again, same kind of deal. He's got that turn 1 Howling Brave, being able to ramp into the turn 2 Rune Ear. And then he's got a Balthazar there for a little bit later in the game. Obviously, again, he's going to want some extra stuff here in the meantime, but fairly solid hands from both players here. A little more aggressive on Kaijudum's side, though. So I think we're having some technical issues with Snake here.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, never
Gotcha.
mind. We're good.
Yep.
Good.
So there we go. I've fixed the issue. Appreciate that. All right. So Howling Brave and Rune Ear Hierophant. For Baby Banana, we see a Wild Shard being played. Activation of Howling Brave. Rune Ear Hierophant of his own. So basically, back-to-back actions. You're going to do what you do. I will do as well as we turn over to Kajadum, who finds a Ruby Shard. We'll go ahead and play that Ruby Shard out. Going to go ahead and activate Howling Brave. See Surging Wildfire. Rune Ear is going to go to a 3/3. Swing with both. So 2 damage being directed to Baby Banana to the face by Surging Wildfire. 5 damage inbound. No block. Baby Banana is going to add a 15 on Rhinoceros going to be generated due to Rune Ear Hierophant.
Yeah, again, so we're kind of seeing that mirror matchup, but there's those varying differences between the decks, which is really cool. Obviously, that Surging Wildfire getting in all kinds of damage there. Would have been interesting to see that inspired by Jags. That would have been kind of cool to see too. But if he gets another shard here, he can go Dreamweaver into Charge Power. Lots of different options here, so we'll see what he has for next turn.
All right, so Baby Banana going to go ahead and play that Wild Shard out. Going to Chlorophilia for a little bit of ramp. Wild Shard will be played from the deck. Howling Brave going to be targeted. We see Rune Ear Hierophant come down for Baby Banana. Going to plus up his Rune Ear to a 3/3, and then targeting with that champion power makes it a 6/6. So damage going in. Kajadam goes down to 16. Rhinoceros generated as a result. Runeers get +1/+1. That'll end his turn. We're back over to Kajadams, who finds a Runeer Hierophant.
Yeah, so good solid pickup there. Again, it's going to help him grow his other Runeer and potentially get even more Rhinos. But we're kind of in a Rhino battle here.
All right, so we see Runeer Hierophant for Kajadams. Runeer Hierophant goes to 5/5. Surging Wildfire, Rhinoceros inbound. 3 damage directed to Baby Banana's face, takes him to 12. We'll see a double block here with the Runeer Hierophant and the Rhinoceros. Going to take out that Surging Wildfire. And the Rhinoceros survives. Runeer goes to the Crypt, and that's going to end his turn. Back over to Baby Banana, finds a Carnosaur. We're going to see a Might Singer come down. Wild Shard's going to be played. Does it find a troop off the top? It does not. Here comes a Carnosaur. Going to go ahead and target that Howling Brave. Activation of the Howling Brave for a resource for Kajadams. Baby Banana goes to 11 health, and we now go back over to Kajadams.
Yeah, so we have to worry here about Banana. He's got his 5 threshold online for his Might Singer. So if Kajadams can't either kill off Baby Banana here or remove that Might Singer somehow, he could be in trouble.
All right, so for Kajadam, plays that Shard of Savagery, going for a Wild Threshold. Going to go ahead and activate Champion Power, puts it on the Runeer Hierophant. Swing in with all 3 troops. Let's see what's going to blow blocks here. So we see triple block, Howling Brave, Runeer Hierophant, and Carnosaur. So that's 9 defense versus the Runeer Hierophant of 8. And Soul of Battle going to be on that Runeer Hierophant. So that's going to deal double damage, 16 damage, with that Rhinoceros also blocking the other Runeer Hierophant. Damage is going to be assessed. Baby Banana at 1 health.
Yeah, big swing there, big damage. He still has those 2 Rhinos that can swing in, but he does have to face a 7/7 Might Singer now. So they both have to be a little bit careful here. Kajadam, if he finds another Shard though, could be in a pretty solid spot.
Baby Banana draw, finds a Wild Shard. We'll play that out. Might Singer goes to 7. We see Balthazar. That's going to gain him 7 health and draw 7 cards.
Huge hit for him there. Obviously, he had that Balthazar from the beginning, but getting all of that health back now and having a handful of cards now to do with what he will. Pretty huge pickup for Baby Banana there and stabilizing himself a little bit.
So the cards now in Baby Banana's hands are double Wild Shard, double Howling Brave, a Wrathwood Master Moss. We see Wild's Favor, and one of those big wilds we talked about earlier, Fist of Brigadon, 6 cost, 6/6, Crush, Invincible, and Must Attack.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with, and that's going to be a huge play here for Baby Banana. And obviously those Howling Braves trying to draw more cards off the Might Singer as well. So really good swing of pace here.
All right, so here we go. Draw for Kajadam is a Well of Savagery. He'll go ahead and play it out for a Ruby Threshold. We see Jags come down onto the field for Kajadam. No swing. He'll pass the turn. Back over to Baby Banana. That Might Singer getting +5/+5. It's now a 12/12. Wild Shard comes down, finds another troop. Here comes Runeer Hierophant. Balthazar also in his hand, draws, plays another Howling Brave. Wild Favor coming down, going to gain some health, goes to 15 health. No swing, going to pass the turn over to Kajadams.
I'm wondering how much damage he might have been able to push if he went Dreadlings on that and swung with everything. But I didn't have time to do the math there, but it could have been an interesting swing there.
All right, so obviously Kajadam with 2 open resources and 1 card in hand, start of his turn. That's going to do it. No way. And Baby Banana will take that game number 1 against Kajadam.
Yeah, crazy swing of the game there. Obviously, Kajadam had him on the ropes, down to 1 health. Baby Banana being able to finally get to that Balthazar play that out, gain a bunch of health, and just kind of stabilize himself for the rest of that game, get that Might Singer online, and she got to a point where she was just too much of a threat to Kajadam there.
All right, so it looks like there is no game 2, so maybe Kajidam decided did not want to play otherwise in the tournament, so there is no game 2. We're going to go back. We're going to try to go back to that Galwin match. We did have the one game, but we were waiting for game number 2. So let's see if we can find another match for you guys here in round number 6 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. We see, one thing we have been seeing a lot of, though, TM, is the Surging Wildfire, a lot of the Wild Ruby decks for sure, at least in the matches we've been featuring today.
Yeah, it's a solid card because it does push that damage regardless of whether it connects or not. It's still pushing damage. So we saw at one point he swung in with the 3/4. He got double blocked by a Runier and a Rhino, but was able to kill off that Runier, still push 3 damage through to the face. And in those kind of aggressive decks, being able to keep pushing that damage really pays off in the end. So it's a really, really solid card, and I'm not surprised to see it being played so much, especially with Grandfather Elk, where you can pump it up, and that's just increasing the amount of damage it can push through, regardless of whether it directly connects or not. So solid stuff there.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 2 of Galwin versus Van Hall. Remember, both these players are 5-0, so one of these players is going to be going on undefeated. The other one's going to take their first loss of the tournament. Galwin took game number 1 against Van Hall. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players, and we'll see what we're dealing with here. Van Hall with a Blood Shard, Sepulchre Dust, Harvest of Sorrow, Emperor's Lackey, Shroomshaw, Bloodbearer, and Naive Lackey. For Galwin, though, double Ruby Shard, double Righteous Outlaw, a Blamsmith, Lasgar's Vengeance, and Mama Yeti.
Yeah, so Van Hall, again, he's got a solid hand here. He's got those early plays with the Bloodbearer, the Naive Lackey, gaining that health when it dies, plus the card draw is always nice. He's got the ability to play that Shroomshaw. Doesn't look like he's got the Necrotic for that Crypt Dust just yet, but if he can find that, that'll be helpful too. And then over on Galwin's side, he's got a pretty solid aggressive hand here with those 2 Righteous Outlaws, being able to push that damage on turn 2, and in the meantime trying to get that Lasgar reduced in cost. Blamsmith we likely won't see too soon, might want to wait for the Scrounge, and then of course if he can get to 4 resources here, he's got that Mama Yeti for that extra strong push of damage. So pretty solid hand for Galwin here. A little rough on Van Hall's side, unless he can start finding a little bit more here, maybe some combo pieces if he is that Hideous Conversion type deck.
All right, so let's get into the action. Van Hall will be going first. Blood Shard comes in, and Naive Lackey for Van Hall will end his turn. We go back over to Galwin. His draw is a Fireball. Plays a Ruby Shard. No turn 1 play for Galwin. Turn passes back over to Van Hall. Finds a Death Seeker. We'll play that Dust. Goes for Diamond Threshold. Here comes the Shroomshaw for Van Hall. That'll end his turn. We'll go over to Galwin.
Yeah, good hit there with the Death Seeker to get that Crypt Dust going.
We see a Mama Yeti number 2 for Galwin off the top. Ruby Shard comes down. Here comes the Blamsmith with speed. Going to put +1 attack off the champion power swinging in. Going to see Naive Lackey stand in front of the Blamsmith. He'll draw Warlock of Aetier off the top and turn packs back over to Van Hall, who finds a Blood Shard off the top. He'll play that Blood Shard. Here comes the Bloodbearer. And the Emperor's Lackey. No swing. That'll end his turn. We'll go back over to Galwin. His draw, Gore Feast. Here comes that Righteous Outlaw. No swing. That'll end his turn. Back over to Van Hall. We find a Wakuna Coins off the top. Going to sacrifice the Shroomshaw to revert the Lackey. Creates 2 Battle Hoppers as a result. Going to sacrifice a Battle Hopper. Sacrifice a Battle Hopper. Gaining health due to the Bloodbearer. And here comes Harvest of Sorrow. Draws 3 cards. Wakuna Coin will come down. Van Hall's hand consists of 2 Death Seekers, Shroomshaw, Warlock of Aetier, and Dread Apprentice. He'll pass a turn to Galwin.
Yeah,
finds a Ruby Shard.
Getting lots of card advantage from that Harvest of Sorrows is pretty handy, and plus the health from the Bloodbearer.
Ruby Shard into a Righteous Outlaw. No, a swing here with everything coming inbound. Lasgar is going to be ticked down by 3, and Fireball is going to take out that Bloodbearer. Block with the Lackey against the Outlaw. That means he's going to take 5, and Van Hall is going to go to 18 health. Turn passes to Van Hall, finds a Death Seeker. We see Death Seeker scrounging here. Madame Banana going to be put on. Going to sacrifice the Death Seeker. Gets a Phantom. Gets the Death Seeker again. Brings the Death Seeker back in. Going to go ahead and sack it again. Death Seeker comes back in. Sacking it again. Here comes the Death Seeker. And that's it. So combo for Van Hall.
Yeah, getting himself a whole bunch of blockers here with those phantoms and more sacrificial troops for that Lackey as well. But we're kind of seeing the combos with the Death Seekers and the Madame Banana here, which is really cool.
All right, so for Galwin, going to go ahead and turn that Scarlet Outlaw into a Swordsman. Finds another Lasgar's Vengeance. So here comes the swing. Swordsman. Looks like it's going to target that Emperor's Lackey. Take it down to 2. Blocked with a Phantom. Damage is dealt. And here comes Lasgar's Vengeance. So 4 damage to all troops, and Van Hall takes him down to 12 health.
Yeah, seeing the power of the Lasgars here, just trying to swing in, push that damage as much as possible, get that reduction of cost on the Lasgars, and he's still got another one in hand too to push just that much more damage.
All right, so turn will pass over to Van Hall. Finds Hideous Conversion. Here comes the Death Seeker. Going to sacrifice a Death Seeker, creates a Phantom. Going to scrounge again. Here comes another Death Seeker. Scrounging it. And we might be here for a while.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen him with Hideous Conversion, and this is kind of what Hideous Conversion does. So we definitely might be waiting a little bit here for him to do all this. He can basically get a ton of Dreadlings, a ton of Phantoms, whatever he wants to do here.
Dreadlings coming in. 2 damage going to be dealt to Gowan, goes to 15 health. Shroom Shaw is going to sacrifice. Going to go ahead and scrounge again on the other Death Seeker. Yep. So a lot of sacking, a lot of stuff. This is where the replay feature comes in handy because it definitely comes very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So continually sacrificing that Death Seeker. He definitely missed an opportunity here to for lethal. So Hideous Conversion continue to do work.
Yeah, so he's basically just going to build up as many Phantoms as he can. At this point, his opponent doesn't necessarily need to concede, though. He does have that Lasgar's Vengeance. I'm not sure what it's ticked down to right now, but he can wipe this entire board with that Lasgar's Vengeance. So I'm not sure if he's maybe missed lethal, but with that Warlock. But yeah, he's basically able to just sit here and make as many Phantoms as he wants, and he probably feels like he's in the driver's seat for the most part. But again, that Lasgar's Vengeance can wipe this entire board. No matter how many Phantoms he makes, he can wipe them all. But the problem with that is he can only do that for 1 turn. He's probably going to make enough here to have lethal in the air and then just pass the turn. But the problem for Gowan here is he's only got that 1 Lasgar, so he can only wipe that wave once. And then Van Hall can do this all again next turn. So we'll see what happens here.
So combo continuing to go on. Death Seeker being sacrificed. Generating resources, being able to replay it. Here comes the Warlock of ATR. That's going to do it. He's going to pass the turn over to Gowan. Finds a Quash Ridge Tusker. That's going to do it.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure where that Lavsgar's wood was. It might not have been. It might have been on 4, and he was waiting for an extra resource. It might have been on 5, and he would have had to swing and have the resource. So not finding the resource there might have been the downfall there. So it may have been on 5, but I'm not positive.
All right, so Van Hall taking that last game, tying it up. We're going to go into game number 3 of these 2 5-0 players in the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Winner here will go on undefeated. Loser will take their first loss of the tournament. And let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Galwin looking at triple Ruby Shard, Fireball, Gore Feast, Baby Yeti, and Quash Ridge Tusker. Over for Van Hall, we see a Spiritbound Spy, Hideous Conversion, the Well of Retribution, Wakuna Coin, Sepulchral Dust, Emperor's Lackey, and a Shroomshaw.
Yeah, so again, here on Galwin's side, a solid start here. He can get that Tusker out on 1 and start pushing that kind of damage. He can get the Yeti out at some point as well early on, and he's got the resources to find the thresholds he needs for that Fireball on 3. And then he's got the Gore Feast to increase his amount of attacks on a turn. So obviously going to want a little bit more than that, maybe a Righteous Outlaw soon here, and then maybe Mama Yeti somewhat sooner after that down the road with another shard, of course. But not too bad of a start here for him. On Van Hall's side, he's got that Spearbound Spy that he can get down on 1 to deal with that Quash Ridge Tusker. He's got the same thing with the Shroomshaw there on 2, and then he's got the Hideous Conversion as well, part of that combo that we saw before. So you can get that activated, and he has the thresholds he needs to get to his Inanna power as well. So might see that come down on the Spiritbound Spy early on, unless he uses it to block the Tusker. So pretty solid start here for Van Hall, and the Lackey as well is a big troop that can get in for some damage. So solid hands for both players here.
All right, so let's get into the action. Both players 5-0, tied 1-1. This is game number 3. Winner will go on 6-0. Let's get into the action. Galwin will play his Ruby Shard. And here comes a Quash Ridge Tusker, and he'll pass the turn over to Van Hall. His draw, Wakuna Coins. We'll play the Crypt Dust, going for that Diamond Threshold. And here comes that Spiritbound Spy, and he'll end the turn.
Yeah, solid blocker here for the Tusker.
So Galwin's draw is a Psychotic Anarchist. We'll play the Ruby Shard. Here comes the Psychotic Anarchist. Going to go ahead and give plus attack to the Anarchist with his champion power. Swinging with just the Anarchist, 3 damage inbound. Going to go ahead and take that hit. Van Hall going to go to 16. And both players draw a card as we go over to Van Hall. His draw is a Withering Gaze. Going to go for that Blood Threshold. And here comes Withering Gaze. So, opportunity time here for Van Hall. What does he select? What do you think he selects?
I think he goes for the Gore Feast here. The Fireball doesn't really do too much to Van Hall here. He uses it on the Spiritbound Spy. He just gets a Phantom. So I think Gore Feast, which he's getting close to being able to play and stopping that extra damage, is probably what he goes for here.
All right, so Withering Gaze is going to target that Gore Feast indeed. So that means that's going to go inside Van Hall's deck.
Yeah, so that could be interesting in a Hideous Conversion type deck. If he manages to draw that on one of his turns where he's got a whole bunch of Dreadlings or something like that, that could be pretty interesting for a big swing with either Phantoms or Dreadlings.
Back over to Galwin, his draw, a Righteous Outlaw. We'll see a Ruby Shard come down. Here comes the Outlaw. Swing with the team. Quash Ridge Tusker going to buff up the Psychotic Anarchist. Going to see a block with the Spiritbound Spy. Fireball going to target that Spiritbound Spy. It's going to come back out. Damage is going to be assessed. 5 damage. Ruby Shard for Galwin. And a Sepulchral Dust for Van Hall.
Yeah, so pretty solid board state here for now for Galwin. He's got that Righteous Outlaw that could turn into the Scarlet Swordsman and deal with that Phantom. But he does have to worry about Van Hall finding a resource now and starting to get that Hideous Conversion combo going.
All right, so for Van Hall, we see Emperor's Lackey join the Phantom on the field. He'll pass the turn. Galwin, he'll decide to turn the Outlaw into a Swordsman. finds Lasgar's Vengeance. Ruby Shard comes down. Going to see Baby Yeti also join the field. Activation of Champion Power on the Quash Ridge Tusker. Swing in. Everything's in. Quash Ridge Tusker is going to add 3 attack to the Swordsman, which in turn is going to deal damage to that Lackey. Block with the Scarlet Swordsman against the Phantom, but he's going to take 7 damage, and that's not going to do it. Galwin's going to take this 2-1 over his opponent Van Hall and stay undefeated.
Another great little combo piece there. Obviously, you have to do the sequencing right there with both the Quash Ridge Tusker and the Scarlet Swordsman. You buff him up in time to swing in and deal that extra damage to your opposing troops. So he was able to get enough damage on that Scarlet Swordsman to deal that damage directly to the Emperor's Lackey and get rid of a big blocker on the board and just push that extra damage. So solid little plays there.
So did actually able to see the Hideous Conversion deck or a form of it go off, but ultimately just not enough there. And some really cool matches going on right now. So also just want to remind everybody as we continue to bring you coverage of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament, the forum post from Alucard, where we're trying to solicit your guys' feedback about the tournament, things you guys like, things you guys don't like, things you want to see really change in it or get better, or things you like and you want to see more of, or ideas for ways to improve the tournament. We definitely want to make sure we do that. So make sure you guys check out the link there, and we will get into it. So again, you'll have 1 week from the time of this posting to get your responses in there, and we do have those awesome legendary dragons as prizes, and there are a playset of these dragons. We're talking a playset of Jadim, a playset of Zakir, a playset of Zadu, a playset of Tianas, and a playset of Uranaz, and each of those playsets are going to find a home. So 5 different winners for your guys' feedback, and we just want to continue to improve and make this thing better for you guys. We want to make sure that we bring the best coverage we can of the Immortal Tournament as replay features continue to grow and get better. I know that'll be one thing that a lot of people are looking forward to, but we're just fortunate enough that we can able to bring you the coverage for the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. So make sure you guys get those entries in by next week to be entered in for a chance to win a playset of a dragon. So
I'm pretty jealous. Those are pretty sweet.
I know, right? A playset of Urnaz. Playset of Jadim. Come on. Some really cool dragons there. Yeah. So it looks like the final round is starting. So we're going to find out who are going to be the top 8 players after this round. They'll be going into a single elimination best of 3 matchup in that top 8. And we're going to be bringing you coverage of that as well, courtesy of Hex and the replay feature. I'm really excited. I'm just really glad that we're able to do this. Normally, by this time, most people who are streaming are done or not able to stream, or we have very little visibility on that. So it's really great to see the feature in there. Them working on it. They listen to the fans, to the players, to the community, and brought the replay feature over and really are starting to build upon that. It's great that we're able to do that.
Yeah, we were lucky in the last tournament to have Jeff offer to fire up his stream for us. So kindly he was streaming for us, and we had at least a little bit of coverage of the top 8. But yeah, like you said, now that they've brought this in, obviously they're still working on it and trying to improve it and make it better, and they're listening to feedback, which is awesome. But yeah, it's great for us as casters to have the ability to watch every match. We can do whatever we want to see whatever match we want. We can, and it lets us have a bigger variety of decks to feature, which is really, really cool. And it makes, I think it makes tournaments that much more exciting because we do get to see a wide field of decks, and it's great.
All right, so we are going to bring up the current field after round number 6. We'll see where everybody's at. Tiebreakers are also on there as well. So currently, the 2 undefeated players right now, Galwin and Garance, are the only 2 undefeated players. Following closely behind them, we've got Jadim Jedi, Hevka, Van Hall, Baby Anandok, Baby Banana, Soren, and Essos. Dragon still hopefully closing in, holding on that 9th spot. We also have Berkeley at number 10, Starro at 11, Jajini at 12, Thanatos at 13, Metronomy at 14, Enma at 15, and Sanctus at 16. Kajadums at 17. So most of the matches we've been seeing today, those players are within the reach, top 20 there. The tiebreakers obviously are going to be a big deal for players after this next round to see if they're going to be able to make that top 8. So if we're looking at just the top 10 players right now, we'll do top 12. We've got, Galwin, Garance, Jadim Jedi, Hevka, Van Hall, Baby Banana, Soren, Essos, Dragon, Berkeley, Starro, and Dejini. So a pretty impressive team of players there vying for that top 8 spots.
Yeah, some pretty familiar names as well, kind of holding up to their names and staying near the top there. So it'll be interesting to see how this final round goes, especially with those 2 undefeated players there. But yeah, lots of familiar names here, and again, lots of different decks, which is awesome. I can't wait to see what the top 8 actually is and how diverse it is. And I think in Immortal, we're going to see a lot of diversity in these top 8s.
So Dragon at the 9th spot. So if we're looking at just right now, if you're not making the top 8, Dragon's teetering on that. We'll see if he'll be able to make back-to-back top 8 appearances after this round. Let's go again and let's talk a little bit about the prizes that each of these players are fighting for right now in the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Again, prizes being doled out for the top 32 players. First spot, obviously, being the biggest prize and really a great prize for those players. First place, you get, of course, those 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, no longer in rotation. The only way you can get them is through reputable dealers on the auction house or, your friends or whatever. You also get a complete set pack. That's 1 card of a set. So Shards of Fate, you get one card of each of those cards in that set. Again, that set's dictated by HexPrimal, but again, it's a complete set of 1 card from that set. So it's pretty amazing. And $500 credit over at HexPrimal. And with set 7 coming out, I know I would enjoy an extra $500 in credit to be able to buy some booster packs and crack some stuff open, or buy some primal packs, or maybe even some cards you need to fulfill your previous sets. I know there's a lot of completionists out there who want to get their sets ready to go and all filled up before the next set. So $500 credit can definitely go a long way. Second place, you get 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $200 credit over at hexprimal.com. Third through fourth is 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $100 credit. 5th through 8th will get you 20 packs again of set 1 and set 2 with $50 credit. 9th through 16 will get you 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. And 17 through 32nd will get you 10 packs each of set 1 and set 2. So there is some really good prizes there for the top 32. Again, even making the top 32, what a great accomplishment by itself. And then obviously being able to get some of those no longer in circulation packs are really great. So what do you think about these prizes, TM?
Again, I'm ready to drop the casting and jump back into the tournament scene and start winning some of these prizes. If this is what we have to look forward to, I'm out. I'm going for the prizes.
I don't know. You might have to face off against JJ. What's your record against JJ?
The only record that matters against JJ is at Gen Con, where I earned my poster for defeating him in a draft.
Oh, that's some pretty good clout there for sure.
Yeah,
took him out in a draft, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty amazing, and won a poster off of him.
Yeah.
I'm sure he won't let that down. I'm sure he would definitely let you know about that. JJ saying it's true. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, sometimes you get the better of some people, and sometimes you don't. I don't know.
He's probably got my number more so in the overall though.
Well, I was gonna say JJ's placed twice at the $100,000 Invitational, which I think beats out place a poster, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Money can't buy you a poster, and well, I guess you could, but
Yeah, money can buy you a poster for sure. I'm sure it can buy him a poster.
yeah.
All right, so we are just getting ready for some matches to finish up in round 7 of 7 of the HexPrimal Championship Tournament. We will be bringing you coverage of the top 8, so don't worry, don't go anywhere. Plenty of giveaways also in the stream. Make sure you guys stay in chat for that. Alucard's been busy all day, making sure you guys get a chance to win some really cool prizes. Speaking of those prizes, again, if you are streaming during the tournament, whether it be streaming at the beginning of the tournament or maybe you're making the top 8 and you want to stream that as well, we do have streamer prizes for you. And this is something we are going to continue to do throughout the championship tournament series. We want to make sure, we want to get as much visibility for Hex as possible. We want you guys to showcase yourself and your abilities. So we have some really cool prizes for our streamers as well. So again, if there are players who are streaming in the beginning, the middle, the end, but if you're streaming the tournament, we definitely want to make sure we get you guys that stuff. So looks like we do have a match, and we're going to prep that here. This is going to be a 6-0, 6-0 match. So these are our top 2 players, undefeated players. This is going to be Galwin versus Garant. So we've seen both of these players individually, and now we're going to see them facing off each other. They're going to be going for the undefeated record. So both players are 6-0. We go into the game number 1, Galwin versus Garant. And we'll see what we've got here. So let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Galwin, of course, we mentioned before, playing Urgnok, that Ruby deck. Requires double Ruby threshold, 2 charges. Target troop gets +1 attack. Garant's playing Kagalichu. Requires a blood and wild threshold, 4 charges. Put the bottom 3 cards of your deck into your crypt. Reveal a random card from your crypt and put that card into your hand. Opening hand for Galwin is double Ruby Shard, Righteous Outlaw, double Blamsmith, Gore Feast, and a Fireball. For Garant, we see a Shard of Ancient, 2 Well of Ancients, a Howling Brave, a Cottontail Explorer, Runar Hierophant, and Underworld Crusader.
Yeah, so Galwin's on a decent hand here. Does need to find a couple more shards, at least one more to get that Fireball in line, but he does have the Righteous Outlaw to start getting in some damage, as well as those Blamsmiths if he so chooses to play them out early. And yeah, he can just push some extra damage. That Gore Feast could come in handy once he hits 4, just to push that extra bit of damage, but a fairly solid hand here. But he's hoping for a few shards and maybe a Mama Yeti off the top sometime. But then over on Grant's side, he's got that potential. He won't be able to get the Brave out on turn 1 because of the little bit of awkwardness with the 2 Wells of Ancients as well as the slow Shard of the Ancients. So won't be able to have that turn 1 Howling Brave, unfortunately for him. Might see him go for the turn 2 Cottontail Explorer into the turn 3 Runeer or turn 3 Crusader. But a fairly solid hand overall, aside from the awkwardness of those shards.
All right, so let's get into the action. Galwin versus Garant, both players undefeated, both players looking to make the top 8, and both undefeated. So Ruby Shard for Galwin, passes turn over to Garant. His draw is a Blood Shard. Plays that Shard of Ancients for a Wild Threshold. And he'll pass the turn over to Galwin. His draw is a Ruby Shard. We'll play that Ruby Shard. And here comes a Righteous Outlaw. Going to swing in for 2. This will take Garant down to 19 health. Turn passes back over to Garant. His draw is Strangle. He'll play a Blood Shard. And here comes Cottontail Explorer. Turn passes back over to Galwin, turns it into a Scarlet Swordsman, finds a Fireball. We'll play that Ruby Shard. Here comes a Blamsmith and Champion Power on the Scarlet Swordsman. And here it goes. Swing, swing, swing. Scarlet Swordsman going to do that 3 damage. Take out the Cottontail Explorer, 3 damage to Grant's. 5 more damage. This is going to take Grant's down to 11 health.
Yeah, so 2 Fireballs in hand here. That's 6 potential damage, plus that Gore Feast. He can push a lot of damage. Another Blamsmith as well. This might be a real quick game.
All right, so Garance plays a lily pad. Going to create a battle hopper. Here comes an Underworld Crusader. Skyguard Steadfast. He'll go ahead and pass the turn. Back over to Gowan. His draw is a Baby Yeti. We're going to see a fireball onto the Underworld Crusader. Second fireball is going to take that out. Garance is going to take 2 points of damage. Here comes a Baby Yeti. And here comes the swing. Full swing, inbound. Scarlet Swordsman, Blamsmith, and Baby Yeti. Battle Hopper going to step in front. Going to go down to 6 health. And we'll go over to Garance, his draw. He'll play a Blood Shard. Here comes Underworld Crusader. And a Howling Brave. That'll end his turn. Back over to Gowan. Troops were ready. Baby Yeti is the draw. Here comes Blamsmith. And Baby Yeti. Full swing with the team. Let's see the blocks. Underworld Crusader in front of Blamsmith. Howling Brave in front of Scarlet Swordsman. And we'll see 4 points of damage to Garance. That's going to take him down to 2 health.
Yeah, and these Underworld Crusaders are always scary in your own deck when you're playing against an aggro deck like that. If that Underworld Crusader dies, that's it. So he's going to have to be careful in how he blocks this here. He's going to have to get a bunch of blockers out because he does only have 2 health. But if Gowan finds a shard here, it could be pretty nasty.
Wrathwood Master Moss the draw for Garance. See a wild shard being played. Kagalichu going to be activated. Gets a Battle Hopper as a result. Here comes Runar Hierophant. Followed by the Battle Hopper. That makes it a 3-3. Going to swing in for that. And the Underworld Crusader going to gain a resource. 7 damage is going to take Gowan down to 10 health. Ruby Shard off the top. We'll play the Ruby Shard. Here we see Gore Feast. And Champion Power. And we see Strangle and response to that Blamsmith. Here comes the swing. 4 damage inbound. Going to see a block here. Baby Yeti's going to go to the crypt. The other Baby Yeti's going to stay alive. Second combat phase. Going to swing in again. That's going to do it.
Yeah, and that's, again, there's what I was pointing out with those Underworld Crusaders. The fact that is all he had left to block with. And if he didn't block, he died. And if he did block, he died because of the health loss from the Underworld Crusader. So sometimes those Underworld Crusaders against those aggro type matchups where health really, really matters, those Underworld Crusaders, despite being that big 4/4 body with the Skyguard Steadfast gem in them, they can still be a detriment to your health, literally. So, yeah. Crazy aggro there, and again, that Gore Feast getting online and pushing. The only reason he was able to do that was because of that Gore Feast. It really helped push that extra bit of damage.
And it's interesting to see Gore Feast make its run here. Definitely, getting that second attack phase, that second combat phase, has been a key to a lot of victories here that we've seen Gore Feast being played. And such a great card when it first came out, and then obviously with the set rotations, you didn't really get to see it as much. But it's interesting to see Gore Feast doing its work here in the Immortal tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And it's always, like I said, with those aggro type decks, if it wasn't for that, he's just swinging in with a couple 1/1s, and that's not going to do anything. But the fact that he was able to get the rage on it for one, and be able to swing in like that for extra damage, it pushes that extra bit of damage. Whereas without that Gore Feast, you're just kind of falling flat, and he's just blocking your little 1/1s as they swing in, and it's not really as threatening as it could be with that Gore Feast.
All right, so let's go into game number 2, Garance versus Gowan. Gowan did take game number 1. We'll take a look at the opening hands for both players. Garance with double Monsagi Lily Pads, Necropolis Coins, Hero Fall, Strangle, Runar Hierophant, and Emperor's Lackey. On the other side, Gowan with quadruple Ruby Shard, Lasgar's Vengeance, Fireball, and a Burn.
Yeah, so really a really solid hand here from Grant to start off with. He's got the Shin here in his hand to get those Monsagi Lily Pads down as either the threshold he wants or as battle hoppers. So solid start there. Likely to see the Necropolis coin come down on the first turn here just to get that initial slow bit of shardage out of the way. That'll potentially get him the threshold for both the Strangle and the Hero Fall, but he's got the resources to play the Lackey and the Runier Hierophant as well, so pretty solid hand all around there for Grants. And then over on Galwin's side there, no real troops. Could be a little risky for him. He does have removal, though, with both the Burn and the Fireball. But that Lasgars is not going to be seen anytime soon here unless Galwin can find some troops to start swinging in with. So a little bit of a risky keep potentially here on Galwin's side, but we'll see if he can manage to find some things off the top as he draws.
All right, let's get into the action. Garant will be able to go first, plays a Necropolis coin for that Blood Threshold. He'll pass the turn over to Galwin, his draw. Finds a Righteous Outlaw, will play a Ruby Shard. And just pass the turn over to Grants, his draw. Wrathwood Mastermoss, here comes a Lily Pad. Gonna go for that Wild Threshold. And Emperor's Lackey, turn 2 for Garants, and that will end his turn. We'll go back over to Galwin. His draw, Psychotic Anarchist. Here comes a Ruby Shard. Anarchist, online for Galwin. No swing, just pass the turn over to Grants. Off the top, we see Smokeclaw Raker. Here comes Monsagi Lilypad. Going to go for that second Blood Threshold. Here comes Runier Hierophant with speed. He is going to swing in. 2 damage, going to take Galwin down to 15, and that will end Grant's turn.
Yeah, Galwin likely not wanting to lose the Anarchist here, so he can try and get some card draw from this, or potentially use a Burn and or even the Fireball here now with the Shard to get rid of that Lackey and be able to swing in for some card draw.
Draw for Galwin. Ruby Shard, plays a Ruby Shard. See Fireball to the Lackey. That's going to take it out, leaving him wide open. Here comes the Outlaw. Swing in after Champion Power on Psychotic Anarchist. Here we go. 5 damage inbound. No way to block. Garance is going to go down to 16. Well of Ancients, the draw for Garance. And for Galwin, finds a Quash Ridge Tusker.
Yeah, so he's able to get some damage through there. He still has that Burn. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to use it against the Runier. We're likely going to see the Runier get pumped up by something. But we'll see what happens.
Cheap Shot in hand. We see Well of Ancients. 4 Garants being played. Going to play that for a Wild Threshold. Cheap Shot, going to target that Outlaw. Creates a Hatchery Tormentor. Champion Power. Finds a Wild Shard for Garants. Hatchery Tormentor online. Going to make that Runier Hierophant a 3/3. Combat, inbound, 3 damage. Galwin, going to go down to 12 health. And here comes a Wrathwood Mastermoss.
Yeah, Mastermoss is a big body here. It doesn't get hit by Lasgars. It's not going to be taken out by the Lasgars. And it deals with Mama Yetis and a lot of removal, really. It can take a beating and keep you in the game here.
Back over to Galwin. Draw. Finds a Spiderling Egg. That's going to trigger Runier Hierophant, making it a 5. Plays a Ruby Shard. Here comes Quash Ridge Tusker. And a Baby Yeti. Here comes the swing. Lasgar's going to tick down. Blocked with Wrathwood Mastermoss. And the Spiderling. And we see Blamsmith come out. Going to scrounge. It's now a 5/5. Go to Grants, his turn. Draw Eager Lackey. Wild Shard is going to be played. Here comes a Smokeclaw Raker. Going to choose to give it speed. And here the troops come inbound, full swing. Runier Hierophant, 6/6, Hatchery Tormentor, Wrathwood Mastermoss, Smokeclaw Raker, and Hero Fall is going to target that Blamsmith. The other 2 in his deck are going to go inside the Void. And that's going to do it. Grants is going to tie this up 1-1 against his opponent, Galwin.
Yeah, so we see why he went for the speed on that Smokeclaw Raker there instead. He was able to push that extra bit of damage, ramp up with the Runier to go ahead and then Hero Fall the Blamsmith to open up the board for him to get through and put in that final bit of damage.
Both players are in reserve, so we're going to be waiting until that match comes up on replay. So both players 6-0, both players going to make the top 8. And now they're just doing for bragging rights. Who's going to be the undefeated player? We'll find out here once Game 3 is finished. Again, replay feature being one of the key things for us, and definitely has some things we have to wait for the players to obviously finish their matches. But we'll bring you Game 3 once it's done and completed. So, final round of the tournament. We'll decide who our top 8 players are. They will go into a single elimination best of 3 matchup until we crown our next Immortal Championship winner. All right, looks like Game 3 is up, so we're going to go ahead and load this now. We're going to find out who comes out on top. Let's go ahead and load that matchup. Again, Gowan versus Garance. We'll see who is going to be the undefeated player after this. And
Galwin on the play here could have an advantage too, being the aggressive deck, so could be good for him here.
All right, we're going to take a look at opening hands for both players. Galwin, Garance, both tied at 1-1. Winner here will be undefeated going into the top 8. Starting hand for Galwin, double Ruby Shard, Lasgar's Vengeance, Blamsmith, Psychotic Anarchist, Baby Yeti, Alternate Art, and Regular Art. Or actually, double Alternate Art, not the same. For Garance, we see Wild Shard, a Blood Shard, Shard of the Ancients, Cheap Shot, double Underworld Crusader, and a Howling Brave.
Yeah, so Galwin playing Baby Yetis like I do, one of each, trying to diversify your deck. I like it. But yeah, the double Ruby there allows him to get that Baby Yeti out on turn 1 and start swinging in, getting that Lasgar's cheaper. He's obviously got the Psychotic Anarchist for turn 2 potentially as well. And then, of course, a Blamsmith to push even more damage. Again, he's got a really aggressive start here, a way to get that Lasgar's cheaper quicker. So pretty solid start for him here. I'm sure you'd like to find some removal, a Fireball or a Burn. You need another Shard for that Fireball, of course. But yeah, definitely a solid start for him. And then over on Grant's side, that Cheap Shot is awesome for him. It's going to really help against stuff like the Baby Yetis and just being able to take out some of the aggressive stuff, Righteous Outlaws, that kind of thing. Plus, it gives you a body off of it, too, to block again as well. So pretty solid there. He's obviously got the turn 1 Howling Brave here, which might let him ramp up into the turn 2 Crusaders. And then, yeah, he's got a solid start here as well.
All right, so let's get into the action. Game number 3 of the 2 undefeated players going into round number 7. Galwin versus Garance. Let's take a look. Galwin will play that Ruby Shard. One of 2 Yetis will make its way onto the field, and we'll see combat coming in. 1 point of damage. Lasgar's ticks down for 1. Garance is going to go down to 20, and that'll end Galwin's turn. Back over to Garance. His draw is a Strangle. We'll play a Wild Shard. Here comes a Howling Brave. And that'll end his turn. Back over to Galwin. His draw, Ruby Shard. Here comes the Ruby. Psychotic Anarchist going to come down onto the field. Activation of Champion Power onto the Baby Yeti. 4 damage inbound on Garance. Lasgar is going to tick down to 5. Garance going to go down to 16. Blamsmith for Galwin. And Monsagi Lilypad for Garance.
And I'm wondering here with that Lasgar's Vengeance and the 2 Crusaders there, although they do look buffed up in his hand there, so he might have switched the gem on them to avoid the Lasgar. So the Underworld Crusaders seem to be buffed up. Yes. Okay. So they are buffed up again, probably to try and get around those Lasgars, because again, those can be a detriment to you when they die. So yeah, if you have both those out and they both got Lasgard while they're at 4s, it's pretty rough for you. So interesting sideboard or reserves option there. So I like that.
All right, so Garance will play a Blood Shard. Activation of Howling Brain gets him to 3 resources. Underworld Crusader comes onto the field, and he'll pass the turn over to Galwin. His draw is a Blamsmith. He'll play out a Ruby Shard. Blamsmith comes down. And a Baby Yeti. And here comes the team. Full swing from Galwin. Lasgar's ticks down to 1. See a block of the Psychotic Anarchist against the Underworld Crusader. 5 damage being dealt to Garance. He'll go down to 11.
Yeah, so really pushing damage here. Doesn't matter if he's losing his troops. He's trying to get that damage in, get that Lasgar's cheaper, and he could have a pretty big next turn if he can find a shard.
draw for Garance is a Runir Hierophant. Going to go ahead and play that lily pad. Chooses to create a Battle Hopper. Here comes Underworld Crusader number 2. No swing. He'll pass a turn to Galwin. His draw, Ruby Shard. Going to go ahead and play that Ruby Shard.
This could be it.
Lasgars, we see an activation from Garance for that resource. Here comes Blamsmith number 2. Activation of Champion Power is going to make that Baby Yeti a 2/1. And here comes Cheap Shot. So Cheap Shot going to target the Baby Yeti on the left. And here comes the swing with the team. Going to go ahead and block here, both of them. Loses Underworld Crusader. Takes some damage, goes to 1, and that will end Galwin's turn.
Very, very close here. I'm almost wondering if playing the second Blamsmith might have been a better play. Play both Blamsmiths, swing with everything, and then Lasgar. I didn't do the math quick enough there, but I wonder if that might have been a better play. But definitely got him down to 1, so any form of removal off the top could end this.
All right, so Garance, with a pile of cards in his hand, will play a Wild Shard. Kagalichu going to activate. See Acolyte of Shoku for Garance, as well as an Emperor's Lackey. That's going to end his turn. We're going to go back to Galwin. He's going to force to discard that coins. Matriarch of Flames for Galwin. Going to go ahead and scrounge on that Blamsmith. And here comes the Blamsmith for 5. Acolyte of Shoku is going to step in front. And here we go over to Grant's. Going to play a Shard of Ancients. Chooses a Blood Shard. And a Dread Technomancer for Garance. Turn passes over to Galwin. Finds a Ruby Shard. Plays the Matriarch of Flames. Ruby Shard comes down. 4/4 Matriarch. 5/5 Blamsmith and Baby Yeti. Here comes Strangle. That's going to take care of that Matriarch. Swing with the Blamsmith. And that is going to be no damage. So our Grant's down at 1. Emperor's Lackey hanging out as a 3/3. Runir Hierophant. And a Cottontail Explorer. Runir's going to go up +1/+1. Well of Ancients coming down. Here comes the Runir Hierophant for 3. Going to gain him a resource. No block from Galwin. He's going to go down to 14 health. Grant's hanging on with 1 health.
Yeah, fairly safe swing there. He does have access to a Strangle here. He's dead to a burn or something like that. So I think he's fairly confident in his blocks here.
And here we go. Mama Yeti off the top for Galwin. Here comes the Yeti. And a swing, full swing from Galwin. See or the Necropolis coin going to do 2 points of damage and draw a card. That's going to do it. Galwin is going to stay undefeated and go on 7-0 in the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament.
So yeah, that was the one draw that would really put him behind the 8-ball there. He's the Mama Yeti with the Crush pushes just too much damage. If it was any other troop that he could just block normally, he would have been fine. He could have strangled one to reduce or to take it off the board and then block the other 2. But the fact that he had Crush, even if he strangled either the Mama Yeti or the Blamsmith, they would have still pushed through at least 1 point of damage. And yeah, it was a risky swing there with the Runir, but he got punished for it.
All right, so that means we have only 1 undefeated player. We're going to be finding out who our top 8 players are going to be going into single elimination and playing for that amazing prize for first place. Again, that $500 credit to HexPrimal, the complete set pack, which is 1 of each card of a set, and 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. So we're going to be finding out the top 8. The top 32 also going to be walking away with some prizes. So even if you don't make the top 8, there's still plenty of prizes out there for you guys as we go into the top 8. So some really interesting matchups today, TM, that we saw. Looks like Ruby Wild definitely popular. The Hideous Conversion deck and saw a little bit of action with it, but not too much. But yeah, I'm excited to see the different matches. We saw the Mono Sapphire deck from Dragon. We saw a lot of different combo decks. We saw the Mythic Fish Mom deck with the bunnies. It's just really cool to see people playing different decks and different play styles.
Yeah, and again, that's kind of the thing too. Going back to the free tournament entry type thing, like obviously you do have to grind for those tickets, but being a tournament that's free to enter, you can go in with some crazy decks just to try them out. You might not have as good a shot at getting to the prizes, but you never know. All it takes is a couple bad draws for your opponent, and you're in there. And it really lets people experiment and try new things. And it's really cool to see such a broad field of decks. And again, I can't wait to see the top 8 here and see how varied the decks are in the top 8. But yeah, as you mentioned, we saw some similar decks, different Wild Ruby decks with the Surging Wildfires. But for the most part, we've seen a lot of different decks, which is really cool.
The One Eye Open deck was also pretty good. Remember that?
Yes.
With the llamas. Yeah. So speaking of that, we're going to be going into our next match in the final round of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. This is going to be Hevka versus Van Hall. Both players are 5-1. We're going to be going into game 1 action here. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players, and we'll see what they're working with. So Hevka here playing One Eye Open with double Ruby Shard, a Well of Conquest, double Llamas, and double Bolt Spasm. For Van Hall, we see Sepulchre Cryptus, Diamond Shard, Blood Shard, Underworld Crusader, Withering Gaze, and a Death Seeker.
Yeah, so again, we get to see that One Eye Open deck, likely to see the Brilliant Tacticians in here as well. But yeah, I'm excited to see more of this deck and see what kind of combos it could have. But his opening hand is pretty solid here. Two Bolt Spasms, lets you get that early aggression in. The 2 Llama Herders as well, so fairly low curve. You can play everything. Likely hoping to find some more threats later, but with all those llamas, it could be pretty solid for him here. So we'll see how that goes. And then over on Van Hall, obviously we've watched him play before with the Hideous Conversion type deck. Has that Death Seeker to start out. He's got the Withering Gaze, which will likely whiff here unless he hangs on to it. But again, going back to it, it's still card knowledge of your opponents. You'll know what they have. You'll be able to kind of keep that in mind. And I think knowledge of your opponent's hand is huge. Keeping track of that and knowing what they have is really huge. So even with the Withering Gaze whiffing, it's still going to be a valuable card. And then obviously the Underworld Crusader as well. Just a solid body all around. Obviously you have the deck building restrictions with it, but a 4/4 for 3 is really solid here.
All right, so let's get into the action. Hevka will go first. Ruby Shard comes down. Bolt Spasm joins him on the field. That'll end his turn as we go over to Van Hall. Draw. Hideous Conversion. We'll play that Crypt Dust out. Chooses a Blood Threshold. And here comes Withering Gaze. So again, like you mentioned, we'll be able to look at his hand, but no targets, as that'll go to the Crypt. Turn will pass back over to Hevka. Finds an Intrepid Conjurer. Swinging in for 3. This will take Van Hall down to 16 health. Well of Conquest going to be played for a Diamond Threshold. And we see the first of 2 Llama Herders for Hevka. Turn passes back over to Van Hall. His draw, Withering Gaze. Diamond Shard comes down. And here comes Hideous Conversion.
Yeah, so he's got the Hideous Conversion now. He's 1 shard away from his charge power to get that combo going. So he may have that soon. I think he's going to want a couple more Sacrificial Troops first, but he's getting there to that combo.
Cobblestone is the draw for Hevka. We'll play that Ruby Shard. Here comes Llama Herder number 2, as well as a Bolt Spasm. Going to go ahead and exhaust, make that a 5/5 Llama Herder, and exhaust again. One-eyed open. It's going to ready all the troops. More llamas created. 9/9 Llama Herder and a Bolt Spasm. So this is 12 damage inbound to Van Hall.
Yeah, this is really cool seeing this combo going, and you're getting to see that combination of One Eye Open and the Llama Herders and just how much damage it can output.
A lot of damage. Van Hall now at 4 health as we go to him at the start of his turn. Harvest of Sorrow. He'll play a Blood Shard. Here comes Underworld Crusader. Hideous Conversion is going to sack that. It's going to take 2 points of damage, goes to 2 health. That's going to do it. Hevka is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, so again, we're seeing there, unfortunately, he didn't get his combo pieces in time, and he was vastly out-aggressed by the Diamond Ruby. But yeah, getting to see that one eye open, I really, really like that combination of taking advantage of that diligence effect and just generating a ton of llamas to use again on the same turn to pump up those llama herders and push that extra amount of damage. It's really cool to see.
All right, so we're going to go into game number 2 of Van Hall versus Hevka. Hevka is up 1-0 on Van Hall. Both players are 5-1 going into this round. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. For Van Hall, we see a Blood Shard, a Well of Retribution, Hideous Conversion, Underworld Crusader, Death Seeker, Naive Lackey, and Spirit-Bound Spy. For Hevka, we see a Ruby Shard, Diamond Shard, 2 Wells of Conquest, a Brilliant Tactician, Righteous Outlaw, and a Burn.
Yeah, so a little bit better here for Van Hall now. He does have that Hideous Conversion, but he's also got combo pieces that he can use. So he's got that Spirit-Bound Spy. If he gets one more shard, he can get the Inanna Power on it and start using that to combo with that Hideous Conversion. Death Seeker, obviously, there as well. If he can get some troops in the crypt, he can start scrounging for that. And then, again, another Underworld Crusader, a solid body at 3. But yeah, he's got some solid pieces to his combo here. And then over on Hivka's side there, he's got plenty of shards here. He's got that early burn if he needs it. He's got the Righteous Outlaw as well to swing in for some damage. And then, yeah, the Brilliant Tactician down the road could be good for him. Likely looking for like a Llama Herder or something like that along the way here as well, just for the for that diligence effect and getting more llamas on the board.
All right, so let's get into the action. Van Hall with a Blood Shard. Naive Lackey will join him on the field. That'll end his turn. He'll pass it over to Hevka. His draw. Cobblestone will play a Ruby Shard. No turn 1 play. Back over to Van Hall. Finds an Emperor's Lackey. We'll see the Well of Retribution come down. Here comes Hideous Conversion and Burn in response on that Naive Lackey. Finds a Gruesome Deed. And that will end Van Hall's turn. Over to Hevka. Finds a Bolt Spasm. He'll play a Diamond Shard. Here comes Righteous Outlaw. Going to be able to swing unabated. 2 damage inbound. Van Hall will go to 17. That'll end Hevka's turn. Back over to Van Hall. Well of Retribution off the top. He'll play that. See it for a Blood Shard. Or a Threshold. Spirit-Bound Spy comes down. And Emperor's Lackey as well. Hideous Conversion is going to sack on that Spirit-Bound Spy. Create a Phantom. Going to sacrifice that again and Gruesome Deed to take out the Righteous Outlaw.
Yeah, so some good pieces there, getting rid of that Righteous Outlaw, stopping some of that damage coming through. Now he's getting more troops in his crypt as well to sacrifice for that Death Seeker or scrounge for that Death Seeker to get him that scrounge effect of returning to his hand so he can get that Inanna Power on it and start his combo.
Stalagmage for Hevka off the top. He'll play a Well of Conquest. Going to choose Ruby Threshold. Here comes a Bolt Spasm. And the Stalagmage. That's going to end his turn. We'll go back over to Van Hall. Draw is a Death Seeker. Underworld Crusader will join the Emperor's Lackey on the field. He'll swing in with both. No block, so 7 damage is going to take Hevka down to 18. Hideous Conversion on the Underworld Crusader. Emperor's Lackey and Dust for him. Going to go ahead and play the Dust. Goes for that Sapphire Threshold. And another Emperor's Lackey. So double Emperor's Lackey for Van Hall. That'll end his turn as we go over to Hevka. Draw is a Ruby Shard. And we see Brilliant Tactician for Hevka. Looks like that's going to end his turn as we go back over to Van Hall. And here comes the Sepulchre Dust. Choosing Ruby Threshold. Swinging with both lackeys. 5 damage inbound. Sacrifice of Hideous Conversion. And here we go. Death Seeker coming down onto the field after scrounging. Madam Inanna Power onto the Death Seeker. And here goes the combo.
Yeah, now we're going to be waiting for a bit here as he does this, I think. But I wanted to point out as well that Stalagmage over on the other side there is an interesting little piece of tech there because of all the diligence effects and the readying and exhausting. It helps push that extra bit of damage, but really cool to see over there as we watch this combo unfold.
So continually sacrificing the Death Seeker, which has when this the Death Cry ability. So when it goes into the crypt, it'll summon a phantom, and then he'll just continually bring it back to his hand and continually to create phantoms. So he can do this until he builds a big enough army where he feels comfortable here against his opponent. The one benefit of the replay feature is that this definitely goes a lot faster than if we were doing this real time. Can you imagine that?
Oh goodness, yeah, having to wait for each person to click resolve and click their. You're not always clicking this fast either, so
no, definitely not.
It definitely winds down the time a considerable amount, which is really nice.
So currently making a bunch of phantoms. Now at 15 phantoms and an Emperor's Lackey, Death Seeker continually coming in. How many phantoms is enough phantoms?
I mean, it's hard to say here. I don't know the entire deck list of Hevka over there, so I don't know if he really has an answer. I don't think he can kill him in a single swing. He might be trying to make enough phantoms to get around like a Gore Feast or a Lasgar's Vengeance, something like that. I don't know. It's hard to say here. That might be more than enough, but we'll have to see.
So apparently enough phantoms is 20 phantoms. So 20 phantoms on the field with the Emperor's Lackey, Death Seeker. Turn passes back over to Hevka. Troops ready. Draws. Finds a Frost Mage. That's it. He's like, I don't want any more. I am done. And forces a game number 3. So we're going to bring you that match right now between Hevka and Van Hall. But definitely interesting back and forth between those two players.
Yeah, I do wonder with Hevka there if he did have an answer and he was hoping to find it off the top, like a Lasgar's Vengeance or something like that. If he was able to swing in and then potentially wipe out that board afterwards. Because if he didn't have an answer in his deck, I feel like as his opponent was comboing, he'd just concede there and just move on to the next round. So he might have some kind of answer in his deck for that kind of situation.
All right, so here we go. We're going into game number 3. Both of these players were coming in 5-1. So definitely a win here is important for both of these players based off tiebreakers. We have Hevka's opening hand with Double Diamond Shard, Brilliant Tactician, Ardent Crusader, Hero of Legend, Llama Herder, and Righteous Outlaw. For Van Hall, we see a Well of Retribution, Blood Shard, a Death Seeker, Emperor's Lackey, or 2 Death Seekers, Emperor's Lackey, Harvest of Sorrow, and that Grim Harvester, which we saw last round. So
yeah, so over on Hevka's side, obviously missing that Ruby, which is going to be pretty important to him, but he does have that Llama Herder he can get out on 2, and then if he can find a Shard or 2 from here, he should be okay, but preferably he's wanting to find a Ruby here, I would think. And then over on Van Hall's side, we might get to see that Grim Harvester. It might be in there as a way to, again, you can use it off the combo pieces of the Death Seeker with the Anana power on it to generate as much health as you can and just keep using that to try and get yourself back into a healthy position in terms of your health total in games where you might get low. So I think that might be where that tech is coming from. But then obviously he's got the 2 shards there, can get a Death Seeker out, can get the Lackey out. But he's again hoping to find probably his Hideous Conversion and some of his sacrificial troops like the Spirit-Bound Spies or the Naive Lackey.
all right, so let's get into the action. Hevka versus Van Hall. Both players 5-1. Game number 3, and let's get started. Hevka with a Diamond Shard, no turn 1 play. He'll pass the turn over to Van Hall. His draw. Finds a Warlock of Aetier. Will play a Blood Shard. Here comes Death Seeker, number 1. That'll end his turn. We go back to Hevka. His draw, Frost Wizard. Going to go ahead and play that Diamond Shard. And here comes the Llama Herder. Turn 2, he'll pass back over to Van Hall. His draw, a Well of Retribution. Will play a Well of Retribution. Going to go for that Diamond Threshold. Here comes an Emperor's Lackey. Swing with Deathseeker inbound. No block from Hefka. He'll go down to 23 health, and that will end Van Hall's turn.
I do want to point out here with that Frost Wizard, that's another piece of interesting tech against this type of deck as well. Because when something does go to the crypt, it's now voided. So if he can get that out there and keep it out there, this could really stifle the combo deck that is the Matamanana deck.
Protector Defender, the draw. We see Frost Wizard for Hevka. He's going to go ahead and pass the turn back over to Van Hall. His draw. Shroomshaw. Will of Retribution. Going to go for that Blood Threshold. Here comes a Grim Harvester. And a swing with the Lackey. No block. That's going to take Hevka down to 20. Only 1 health separating both players. Draw. Brilliant Tactician. Here comes a Protectorate Defender for Hevka. Going to go ahead and exhaust both of the Protector Defender and the Frost Wizard. Going to swing with that Llama Herder. 4 damage inbound. Van Hall is going to go down to 15. That's going to end his turn as we go over to Van Hall. Finds another Shroomshaw. Go ahead and plays the first Shroomshaw. Swing with Deathseeker Lackey, keeping the Grim Harvester back. Going to sacrifice the Shroomshaw. Reverts the Lackey. 6 damage inbound is going to take Hevka down to 14. And that's going to end Van Hall's turn.
A good thing to point out there, too, as we saw with him sacrificing that Shroomshaw, because it gets voided instead of going to the crypt, he doesn't get those extra battle hoppers off the sacrifice. So again, Frost Wizard really showing off the tech against this deck.
All right, the start of Hevka's turn. Llama's created thanks to the Llama Herder. Draw is another Llama Herder. He'll play that out. He's going to go ahead and exhaust. Going to swing in 5/5 Llama Herder. This is going to take Van Hall down to 10. That's going to end Hevka's turn.
Yeah, unfortunately for Hevka here, not finding those shards. He really needs to get to at least 3, and he should be in a little bit better of a position. But he does have a bunch of troops out now, so Brilliant Tacticians could potentially come in if he finds a Ruby Shard.
Draw for Van Hall is a Death Seeker. He'll go ahead and play one out. And another Shroomshaw. See the Grim Harvester and the Emperor's Lackey swinging in. No block. No sacrifice. And 5 damage being dealt to Hevka goes to 9. 2 damage health gain by Van Hall goes to 12. That's going to end his turn. We go over to Hevka. Llama's generated. Finds a Ruby Shard. Plays the Ruby Shard. Righteous Outlaw makes its way down. Going to go ahead and Brilliant Tactician as well. Another Brilliant Tactician. Activation of One Eye Open is going to ready all the troops. Scarlet Outlaw turns into a 6/5 Scarlet Swordsman.
Yeah, again, we're seeing that crazy tech of this One-Eyed Open and just how much they can do with the diligence effects here.
Llama Herder going to exhaust the Brilliant Tactician number 1 and number 2. Going to go ahead and exhaust those llamas that can't attack. So 2 8/8s, another one that's 9, 2 9/9s, a 6/6, a 6/5, and a 6/6 llama, all inbound to Van Hall. They all ready? They get bigger. And this is some serious damage inbound. Block, block, block. Going to take 6, more than enough damage. And Hevka will take this matchup through 2-1 over his opponent, Van Hall.
I love this deck. I absolutely love this deck. It's just something we haven't really seen, and it really, really takes advantage of that diligence effects. And we saw that Hevka there was he was stuck a little bit on shards. He found that Ruby Shard and was able to finally get that Brilliant Tactician down and just do all kinds of crazy combo pieces with both One-Eyed Open and the combination of those Llama Herders and the Brilliant Tacticians, generating a whole bunch of llamas, pumping everything up because of the Brilliant Tacticians, and really carrying that deck to victory there. I really, really like that deck, and the amount of damage he was able to push through. And I do have to keep pointing out too that Frost Wizard, that is such good tech against a deck like that Hideous Conversion combo deck, because you can't keep recycling cards, especially those Death Seekers. You sacrifice one of those with your combo, it's gone. It's going to the void. You can't keep doing that. That totally shuts down that combo. Obviously, his opponent didn't have the Hideous Conversion to do that, Van Hall that is, and didn't get to see how much that stifles that, but it still stifled it enough where he was trying to sacrifice the Shroom Shaws to get the Battle Hoppers, and could not do that because of the Frost Wizard. So super, super good tech against that Hideous Conversion deck.
What I'm excited to see, though, is like champions that you never really saw as much unless you were playing in alpha. Like One Eye Open make a resurgence here. Like One Eye Open champion doing work with that mobilize, and just like you said, being able to help that combo along. I'm glad to see a champion like One Eye Open make its way back into tournament action. And really, that deck is super strong. I mean, if you think about it, he went 6-1 with that deck. So he only lost one time with that deck. And obviously, that ability to ready those troops, ready the brilliant tacticians, ready the llamas, create those extra troops, create that extra amount of damage was just outstanding.
Yeah, and like you said, and that's the whole beauty of Immortal. It's the fact that it opens up so much in terms of how creative you can be with your decks. And you can go back and experiment with old champions like One Eye Open and find awesome decks and awesome combinations like we saw with that Ruby Diamond deck, and just how strong it was. I don't think anybody's seen One Eye Open do anything as powerful as that in a long, long time, if ever. So yeah, like you said, I'm super excited to see just the fact that you're able to take full advantage of Immortal and go back in time, so to speak, and grab those champions from way back that didn't see much use and get some solid use out of them.
I think of all the matches that we've featured today, have we seen, like that is probably one of the most exciting ones of all the decks. We saw, the Surging Wildfire, Ruby Wild decks, do well. We saw the Hideous Conversion decks. We seen the Mono Ruby decks. But I have to say, like, just that deck just makes you smile. When it goes off, it's like just amazing to see, One-Eyed Open, Llamas, brilliant tacticians, and just see that you can just immediately do, 12 to 16 to 18 points of damage if you get the combo off right.
Yeah, and it's just so different. Obviously, like we were talking about, you see the Urgnok deck, and yeah, they swing a whole bunch. They drop Lasgar's Vengeance. They kill stuff. Sure. You see the Hideous Conversion deck. It does its little combo thing. Sure. But there's just so much interaction with it, and it's just such a different deck. It's really cool to see and really fun to watch. Like you said, when it goes off, it's pretty cool.
So we are going to be bringing you guys into the top 8. We are going to look at the standings, though. So we'll bring that up for you guys. So let's take a look at 17th through 32nd. So we're going to work our way up to the top 8. We'll bring that up on screen. We'll look at the top 32 players. Again, the top 32 players are going to walk away with prizes. So again, they're going to be walking away with, at 17 through 32nd, we'll walk away with 10 packs of set 1 and set 2. We're just waiting for those slides to come up. So just give us a little bit of time as we transition. There we go. So 17 through 32nd, coming in at 32nd, making the final cut, K Smith, followed by clever TCG player Semoine, Snared, Crazy, Tim Lagore, Bad Enough Dude, Romos Jr. at 25, Steric, Insanctus, Starro, Metronomy at 21, Degini, Berkeley at 19, Jeff Hoagland at 18, and Dragon at 17. So all of these players will be walking away with 10 packs of set 1 and set 2. Just a reminder, because these packs are generated, there is a chance for primals. I saw somebody saying they were claiming some set 2 primals as a result of that. So not only the value of the packs, but an opportunity there to be able to get some primals generated as a result of that. So let's take a look at 9th through 16th. Coming in at 16th, we have Thrice. 15th, we have Wugalix. 14th, Gray Skull. 13th, Sirb. 12, Phobes. 11, Enma. 10, Kajamis. And number 9 is Thanatos. So those players, 9th through 16th, will be walking away with 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. So really good value there. And again, the possibility of generating those primals from set 1 and set 2 are there. So congratulations to those. Now let's take a look at our top 8 players. These players will be competing for a chance at that first place prize, which is going to be that 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, that complete set pack, which is going to be 1 card of a complete set. So Shards of Fate, Shattered Destiny, one of those, as well as the $500 credit to HexPrimal. Coming in at number 8, Baby Banana. Number 7, Soren. Number 6, Van Hall. Number 5, Essos. Number 4, Garance. Number 3, Hevka. Number 2, Jadim Jedi. And coming in undefeated at number 1 is Galwin. So what do you think about these top 8 players going into the single elimination best of 3, TM?
Yeah, so again, trying to remember back to watching all of these players. All very different decks. I think Galwin was mono Ruby, JJ was mono Blood, Hevka obviously running that awesome Ruby Diamond Diligence deck, Grant's running Kegalichu, Essos I don't quite remember, Van Hall running the combo deck, the Nana combo deck. I don't think we saw Soren, and we did see Baby Banana. I don't recall what he was running either, but again, lots of different decks up here. And names that are familiar as well. So really cool to see these kind of results, and it'll be interesting seeing in the top 8 how these games go.
Yeah, and again, someone had mentioned JJ coming in number 2, which is kind of funny. But yeah, we're going to be bringing you coverage of the finals. Remember, this is a single elimination best of 3. So we'll start with 8, go to 4. Go to our final 2, and then we'll crown our second HexPrimal Immortal Tournament Championship winner. So just saying this is a very competitive list. We've seen some great decks from all of these players, and now they're going to be going at it for a chance at that number 1 prize, $500 credit at HexPrimal, a complete set, 1 card of one set, whether it be Shards of Fate through Shattered Destiny, Hero Fall, Armies of Myth, Primal Dawn, Scars of War, any one of those sets. And then obviously the 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. And you can get some of that Kismet love, generate some of those extra primals. That is just icing on the cake. So we're just waiting for the matches to do that, to get set up. Again, we're using the Hex replay feature, which is currently in beta, and we're getting a chance to really exercise its abilities and hopefully, help bring some improvements to it. And then ultimately, we're able to show you these matches all the way through with both players' hands. And I'm very fortunate that we have that ability to do that for you guys. And hopefully you guys are enjoying the coverage. Last thing before we get started, I just want to remind everybody there is a forum link that Alucard created that we're trying to solicit feedback, because we want to make this tournament the best thing possible for you guys and for us. We want to continue to grow and evolve and continue to do better. So that forum link will be a way for you guys to give us your feedback. We have some really cool prizes that we have set up for that as well. So if you post in there by this time next week, you'll have a week in order to do that. You get a chance to win a playset of one of the cool dragons. It's a playset of Jadim, playset of Zakir, playset of Zidu, playset of Tianos, and a playset of Uranos. Again, all you got to do to enter in for that is go over to the link there, provide some feedback. And again, we want positive, constructive feedback, whatever you guys think. If you like something you see, let us know. If there's something you want to see differently, let us know. If there's something that you don't like or you think should be changed, then let us know. We definitely want to make sure We want to make sure that we continue to improve and take your guys' feedback. And I think that's important because, we are, just doing this because we want to bring Hex to you guys in this tournament format. We want to highlight our amazing players and our amazing community. So just make sure you guys give us your feedback if you can. Just take a couple minutes. It would mean the world to us. We definitely would appreciate it. And definitely exciting. So looks like our first round match, some of the first round matches, one of them is Hevka versus Van Hall. That should be interesting once we'll be able to pull that up. Looks like we are. So let me get that prepped and ready. Again, we're going into the top 8. We're going to be crowning a HexPrimal Immortal Championship winner here shortly. So let's get this prepped and ready to go. Looks like I'm getting messages from Nobles. All right, so let's get this ready to go. Immortal top 8. We're going to go into this matchup. Hevka versus Van Hall. Round number 1 of the top 8. Winner advances. Loser does not.
Yeah, a bit of a rematch here. We just watched these guys play, so it'll be cool to see them go up at it again. Maybe see some more of that Frost Wizard goodness.
All right, so let's take a look at opening hands for both players. It looks like Van Hall has Mulligan down to 5, but for Hevka, we see a Ruby Shard, Well of Conquest, Gore Feast, Ardent Crusader, Protectorate Defender, Bolt Spasm, and Valiant Escort. For Van Hall, we see a Blood Shard, a Well of Retribution, Shroomshaw, a Naive Lackey, and a Hideous Conversion.
Yeah, so on Hevka's side there, he does have that turn 1 potential Bolt Spasm there with the Ruby. He's got the Diamond off the Well of Conquest on the next turn, so he probably goes for the Protectorate Defender. But then he's got options with Valiant Escort. If he finds another Shard, he's got that Ardent Crusader as well. And we see a Gore Feast in there as well. So interesting stuff there on Hevka's side. Obviously looking for those Shards, but a solid hand overall if he can start finding some of those Shards. And then obviously over on Van Hall's side, unfortunately, mulling down to 5 never feels good, especially going into the top 8. But he's got enough resources to play everything in his hand. He's got some of his combo pieces here with both the Hideous Conversion and some of the Sacrificial Troops. So he's got options to play out. That Naive Lackey potentially getting him some card draw that he's missed because of that mulligan. But yeah, fairly decent hand on Hevka's side, and for considering the mulligan, decent on Van Hall's side as well.
All right, so let's get into the action. Top 8 right now. Hevka versus Van Hall, game number 1. We see a Ruby Shard come down. Bolt Spasm for Hevka. That'll end his turn. So we move over to Van Hall. His draw, Withering Gaze. He'll play that Blood Shard. And now he's going to Naive Lackey. And that will end his turn as we go over to Hevka. His draw is a Cobblestone. Going to play that Cobblestone for a Diamond Threshold. Here comes the Protectorate Defender. Combat, Bolt Spasm inbound. Naive Lackey going to step in front of it. Van Hall's going to draw a card. It's another Shroomshaw. That's going to end his turn. Back over to Van Hall. Draw. Bloodbearer. Going to play the Well of Retribution. Choosing a Diamond Threshold. Shroomshaw number 1 will join Van Hall. Turn passes back over to Hevka. Bolt Spasm readies. We see Stalagmage off the top. Here comes a Well of Conquest. Going to go for that Ruby Threshold. Here comes Ardent Crusader. And a swing in with the team. Alpha swing. Ardent Troops will ready. Get +1/+1. So Bolt Spasm 3/1. Protector Defender 3/2. And Ardent Crusader inbound. The Shroomshaw is going to step in front of the Ardent Crusader. So 6 damage to Van Hall. That's going to take him down to 13.
Yeah, you got to wonder here with Van Hall if he's going to hang on to that Withering Gaze, because I don't think we've seen any actions out of Hevka in most of the games we've watched of this deck. So he might not expect the Gore Feast and might be hanging on to that Withering Gaze, thinking that it's just going to be a whiff. But we'll see what happens here.
All right, so Underworld Crusader for Van Hall. We see Hideous Conversion come down. Going to go ahead and sacrifice a Battle Hopper for a resource. Sacrifice the second one for 2 resources. Here comes the Shroomshaw. Sacrifice again. Bloodbearer comes down. That's going to end his turn. Back over to Hevka. Bolt Spasm readies. Will of Conquest off the top. Chooses that diamond threshold. Gore Feast coming down. And here we go. Everything's inbound. Troops get pumped up. Protectorate, Defender, Ardent Crusader are going to get pumped up. 8 damage is going to take Van Hall down to 5. Another attack phase inbound. Full swing. Ready of those troops. So 6-3 Defender, 8-6 Ardent Crusader, 5-1 Bolt Spasm. See double block here. 5 damage going to be dealt to Van Hall. That's going to take him to 1. Then he's going to gain some health. So gain 2 health, goes to 3. That's going to end Hevka's turn as we go over to Van Hall. Draw is a Wakuna coin. Going to go ahead and gain some health off of that. And that's going to do it. Hevka's going to take game number 1 between this matchup. Rematch between him and Van Hall.
Yeah, so we hadn't seen that Gore Feast before. And another cool thing to point out about the Gore Feast is because when you swing in and you get that second attack phase, you ready everything. So you're going to get those diligence effects. You're going to get more llamas. You're going to get those brilliant tactician hits as well. So really cool seeing that Gore Feast in there as well. I mean, that deck is awesome. And we're just seeing more and more of it and more cool little parts of it that just make it that much better. So really cool seeing that Gore Feast there.
All right, so we're going to be going into game number 2. Hevka took game number 1 in this top 8. Again, the player that wins will advance into the semis. We're going to take a look at opening hands. All right, so opening hand for Van Hall, we see a Blood Shard, a Well of Retribution, Cheap Shot, Dread Apprentice, Underworld Crusader, and 2 Shroom Shaws. For Hevka, we see double Diamond Shard, Ruby Shard, Bolt Spasm, Righteous Outlaw, and 2 Protectorate Defenders.
Yeah, so on Van Hall's side here, a little bit better now. He doesn't have to mull down to 5. He doesn't quite have his all his combo pieces here. He doesn't have the Death Seekers or the Hideous Conversion, but he's got some stuff here that will help him survive for a little bit. Cheap Shot is going to be great against potentially the Righteous Outlaw or the Protectorate Defenders or the Bolt Spasm, so deals with all of those, plus gives you a blocker that you can use against them as well. He needs another shard to try and get to the Underworld Crusader or the Dread Apprentice, but not too bad here for Van Hall. And then over on Hevka's side, he's got all the resources he needs to play everything in his hand. He's got that turn 1 Bolt Spasm with the Ruby. He's got that turn 2 either Protectorate Defender or Righteous Outlaw. And then from there, he's probably looking for Llama Herders or Brilliant Tacticians, but fairly solid hands on both sides here.
All right, so let's get into the action. Remember, Hevka's up 1-0 on Van Hall. Both players in the top 8 looking to advance to the next round. Let's see. Blood Shard for Van Hall. No play. We'll pass the turn over to Hevka. His draw. Finds a Cobblestone. We'll play a Ruby Shard. Here comes Bolt Spasm turn 1 for Hevka. You see Cheap Shot as in response from Van Hall. That's going to send Bolt Spasm to the crypt. Finds a Hatchery Priest as a result. Draw is Hideous Conversion. We'll play the Well of Retribution. Going to go for that Diamond Threshold. And here comes the Shroom Shaw for Van Hall. Back over to Hevka. Draw. Finds a Llama off the top. Llama Herder off the top. Here comes Protectorate Defender. And just going to pass the turn back over to Van Hall. Draw is a Naive Lackey. Here we see Hideous Conversion for Van Hall. Going to go ahead and sacrifice the Shroom Shaw to create a couple Battle Hoppers. Here comes the Naive Lackey. Sacrifice the Lackey. Draws a Death Seeker. Sacrifice the Battle Hopper. Going to play another Shroom Shaw. Sacrifice the Shroom Shaw. Creates 2 more Battle Hoppers. And conversion. We see Underworld Crusader for Van Hall. Going to sacrifice that. Draws, finds a Hideous Conversion and an Underworld Crusader. Takes 2 points of damage. And here we see Death Seeker going to go ahead and scrounge. And that will end his turn.
So unfortunately, he doesn't have the third resource to get that Madam and Mana power online yet. He's hoping to find that and get that on that Death Seeker so he can start that combo piece, but doesn't quite have it yet.
All right, so Cobblestone for Hevka. We'll play a Diamond Shard. Second Protector Defender on the field for Hevka. No swing. Passes the turn over to Van Hall. Draw. Death Seeker. Swings with the Death Seeker. No block. Hevka will take it to the face. 22 damage. Hatchery Priest. for Van Hall. Going to go ahead and scrounge for that Death Seeker. And he'll pass the turn over to Hevka. His draw, Valiant Escort. Cobblestone will come down. Chooses Ruby Threshold. Llama Herder. And Righteous Outlaw. Swing with the Protector Defenders and the Righteous Outlaw inbound. So 3/3/2 troops going to create a Valor off the Outlaw of Readying. No blocks. That's going to take Van Hall down to 5. Llama Herder is going to exhaust the Righteous Outlaw. And that will pass the turn over to Van Hall.
Yeah, lots of little cool mechanics there with the diligence effects. You got to remember to re-exhaust that Righteous Outlaw so you get its effect again on your next turn. But really cool with the Protectorate Defenders here and that Ardent gem that readies them. Really able to push a ton of damage.
Diamond Shard for Van Hall. Nana Banana on the Death Seeker. Going to sacrifice it. Create a Phantom. And here we go. Underworld Crusader going to come down. Hideous Conversion. And here starts the combo.
Yes, again, you got to wonder here how many Phantoms is enough. Obviously, he needs at least 22 to push all that damage in the air if that's what he's deciding to do. And you got to wonder if Hevka does have some sort of answer to this, whether it's a Lasgar's Vengeance or something like that to deal with all these Phantoms in the air. But again, that only deals with them for one turn. Van Hall can do this whole combo again next turn as well. So we'll have to see what Hevka might have here.
So more and more spirits are being generated. So it looks like 5, 10, 15. We're going to find out how many Phantoms are going to be created. But there's a Righteous Outlaw also on the opposite side for Hevka.
There is indeed. Does Outlaw target face? Oh, okay. So there you go. Yeah, that Righteous Outlaw with the Protectorate Defenders there could do some serious damage here. So he's gonna need health. He's gonna need lots and lots of health. This might be why we saw things like the Grim Harvester in there. So that could be a thing. But I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do here if he has.
Yeah. Again, thanks to the power of replay, we can just basically speed through this this Phantom creation, the Phantom Menace, indeed. Apparently, he definitely wants to have a wall of Phantoms.
Yeah, which isn't going to help him too much with that Outlaw there. He's going to need to try and get rid of that. He's going to have to sack the Crusader and maybe find a Grim Harvester or something like that. That way he can sack as many Phantoms as he can to gain that health back. That might be his only out here.
Looks like he's done. So 30 Phantoms apparently is enough this turn. Hevka will start his turn. Outlaw will turn into, or Swordsman will turn into an Outlaw will turn into a Swordsman. Diamond Shard comes down. Hevka gonna Valor that Swordsman. And here we go. Swinging in. Gonna ready. 5 damage directly. Gonna draw. Sacrifices Underworld Crusader. Finds another Underworld Crusader. And that's gonna do it. Hevka is gonna advance to the next round, going 2-0 over his opponent.
Crazy. Again, seeing this this Ruby Diamond deck just just absolutely be able to push out so much damage. And that Outlaw, of course, being able to push all that extra damage at the end there was pretty crazy to see. I really, really like that deck. I think I'm going to have to build that deck at some point and give it a shot. But it's really cool seeing that in Immortal and how powerful it really is. And again, going back to what you said, the fact that you're able to go back into the entire pool of cards and champions we've had and pull out somebody like that. Like One Eye Open, and find that synergy with those cards and use that diligence effect to great effect is very, very cool.
All right, so we're going to go into our next match. I have been given something from Noble Roostosaur to do, so I'll make sure I get that out, and we'll pull up the next match here. Apparently, he is doing a contest that he needs some assistance with, so we're going to make sure we do that. We're going to go into our next round 1 match of the top 8. This is going to be Galwin versus Baby Banana. So we'll go ahead and load that up for you guys, and we'll go into that. So Hevka advancing to the semifinals. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. So Galwin here playing Urgnok again, double Ruby Shard, triple Righteous Outlaw, Blamsmith and Lasgar's Vengeance for Baby Banana, triple Wild Shard, Howling Brave, and triple Wrathwood Master Boss.
That is a lot of Master Bosses. But on Galwan's side here, he does have those Righteous Outlaws, can potentially push some serious damage to start off here. If he does lose a whole bunch of them, he does have that Blamsmith. He could scrounge, get that 5/5. But if not, he can just push that as an extra bit of damage to get in as a 2/2, plus have a reduction in cost on that Lasgar's and get that going. And then over on Baby Banana's side, he does have that Howling Brave to start off with. So you got that turn 1 Howling Brave, help him ramp up a bit. And by turn 3, he can start getting those Master Mosses out there. Probably looking for some other options here as an early play, but not too bad on Baby Banana's side here. With those Master Mosses hold up really well against stuff like Lasgar.
All right, so let's get into the action. Galwin versus Baby Banana. Turn 1 play for Galwin's going to be that Ruby Shard. He'll pass the turn over to Baby Banana. His draw. Finds a Balthazar. We'll go ahead and play that Wild Shard out. Here comes the Howling Brave. Turn passes over to Galwin. Finds a Gore Feast off the top. We'll play a Ruby Shard. Here comes Righteous Outlaw. Going into combat phase, swinging for 2. Lasgar's ticks to 7. There is going to be a block here with that Howling Brave, so both troops will go to the crypt.
So yeah, I guess he was worried about that Righteous Outlaw getting too out of hand there. The problem here is that he doesn't realize yet is that his opponent's got 2 more Righteous Outlaws, so he's going to have a couple turns as of right now with the what's in Baby Banana's hand. He's going to have a couple turn with those Righteous Outlaws to start swinging in for some serious damage here.
All right, so over to Baby Banana. Draw is a Wild Shard. We'll play that out. No play for him. He'll pass the turn over to Galwin. Finds a Baby Yeti. Here comes a Righteous Outlaw. No blockers. Going to swing in. 2 damage is going to tick to Baby Banana. Go down to 20. Lasgar's is down to 6. That'll end his turn. Back over to Baby Banana. Finds a Wild Shard. We'll play that Wild Shard. No play for him. Passes the turn over to Galwin. Creates a Valor. We'll play that Ruby Shard. Here comes the Righteous Outlaw. Here comes the Baby Yeti. And activation of Champion Power is going to make that Yeti a 2/1. So 6 damage inbound to Baby Banana is going to take him down to 14.
Yeah, big swing here. And again, an important note here as well is that Lasgar's Vengeance is getting reduced in cost, so it is now playable.
So Lasgar's is ticked down to 3. That'll end Galwin's turn as we go over to Baby Banana. Draw. Dread Harvest. Plays a Wild Shard. Here comes Wrathwood Master Moss for Baby Banana. And that'll end his turn as we go over to Galwin. Troops ready. Creates a Scarlet Swordsman. And a second Scarlet Swordsman. Finds a Psychotic Anarchist. He's going to Valor one of those swordsmen. Here comes Psychotic Anarchist. And a swing with the speed troops. Everything's inbound. Scarlet Swordsman is going to trigger. Lasgar's goes to -1 5 damage being directly to Baby Banana's face. Wrathwood Master Moss targeted, creates that Mossling, going to block 2 of that damage from Psychotic Anarchist, and still going to take 7 damage here and goes down to 2.
And then that Lasgar, here it comes.
Bang, and that'll do it. Gowan will take game number 1 between Baby Banana.
Yeah, so again, we're seeing the aggression of Urgnok there. Those Righteous Outlaws putting in some serious damage, and seeing that Lasgar's Vengeance come down. He was able to tick it down low enough where he basically got to play it for free and dealing out that 4 damage for the kill there.
All right, so I have to remind everyone in chat, this is part of Noble Roostosaur's spoiler, is where the first clue appeared, so shall the last. So your clue is from Roostosaur, where the first clue appeared, so shall the last. So if you're doing that, a part of that with Noble Roostosaur, that is the clue. Hopefully it helps you where you need to go. And we're going to go into action. Game number 2, Baby Banana versus Gowan. Getting it loaded up right now. All right, so let's take a look at opening hands for both players. Baby Banana with double Wild Shard, Chlorophylla, Balthazar, Crocosaur, Runir Hierophant, and Might Singer of Ages. For Gowan, we see double Ruby Shard, Baby Yeti, Mama Yeti, Fireball, Crossridge Tusker, and a Lasgar's Vengeance.
Yeah, so Baby Banana, a little bit better of a start here in terms of having early plays rather than all those turn 4 Master Mosses. He does have some ramp to push towards that Crocosaur, but he's got that Might Singer on 2 potentially into Chlorophylla or into another Runir if he finds some more shards. But he's got that Crocosaur too if he can ramp up. So not a bad start, but we'll have to see if he can deal with the aggression over on Gowan's side, who's got that turn 1 Quashridge or turn 1 Yeti, whichever he decides to do, likely the Quashridge. He's got the Fireball if he can find another shard. And then, of course, if he can get another shard after that, get to 4, he can have that Mama Yeti online. But then, of course, Lasgar, always a strong card. If he can start getting that tick down, that could be pretty huge for him too. So, again, fairly solid hands on both sides.
All right, here we go. So Gowan versus Baby Banana. Gowan is up 1-0 in the top 8, round 1 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Let's go ahead and get started with the action. Wild Shard for Baby Banana. No play. We'll go ahead and just pass the turn over to Gowan. His draw is a burn. We'll play a Ruby Shard. Quashridge Tusker is the play for Gowan. He'll pass the turn over to Baby Banana. Draw is a Carnosaur. We'll go ahead and play that Wild Shard. And here comes the Carnosaur. It's going to take out that Quadridge Tusker.
Yeah, good hit there, getting rid of that Tusker, gaining a little bit of health against an aggressive deck.
As we swing over to Gowan, his draw. Lasgar's Vengeance, number 2. Here comes Baby Yeti. And a burn onto that Carnosaur, so Baby Yeti's going to be able to swing in. Activated of Champion Power is going to make that Baby Yeti a 2-1. It's going to swing in here, take 2 points of damage off Baby Banana, and that will end Gowan's turn. Draw for Baby Banana, Wild Shard. Go ahead and play that Wild Shard out. Runir Hierophant. And we'll pass the turn. Gowan's draw is a Ruby Shard. Plays that Ruby Shard. Going to see it swing in with Baby Yeti. Both Lasgar's Vengeance are going to tick down. 2 points of damage are going to take Baby Banana to 20. That's going to end his turn. We go back to Baby. His draw, Wild Shard. Plays a Might Singer of Ages. Pumps up the Runir Hierophant with +1/+1. Wild Shard. Finds a Wrathwood Master Moss off the top. Chlorophylla. Going to play a Wild Shard from the deck. Doesn't find another troop. Going to swing here with the Runir Hierophant. That's going to take Gowan down to 13. We see a Fireball onto that Might Singer of Ages.
Interesting we didn't see the Fireball a little bit earlier there to maybe try and prevent that second hit from the Might Singer.
So a Rhinoceros generated as a result of the Runir Hierophant directly damaging Gowan. That's going to end his turn. Gowan draws, finds a Matriarch of Flames. So Matriarch of Flames and Baby Yeti going to swing in. Lasgar's tick down. block with the Rhinoceros. So 2 points of damage is going to take Baby Banana down to 18. Lasgar's at 4 and 4 respectively. So 4 and 4. And that will end his turn. Baby Banana draws a Howling Brave. We'll play a Wrathwood Master Moss and a Howling Brave. That Ruinir Hierophant now a 6/6. As we go into combat, we'll swing in. No blockers. Gowan's going to go down to 8.
Yeah, unfortunately here for Gowan, those Lasgars are 1 turn a bit too slow. If he would have had it on that turn, he could have taken that Ruinir out before it got a little too crazy. But I think Baby Banana might just have the advantage here now.
And that's going to do it. So Baby Banana is going to take game number 2 and tie this up and force a game 3. Remember, these players are trying to make it into the semifinal round, and Baby Banana just forced that game number 3, which we are going to go to right now. Game number 3, Gowan versus Baby Banana. Winner will go on to the semifinals for a chance to win that top prize for the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. Let's get into the action. We'll take a look at both players' opening hands, and we will get this game going. All right, so opening hand for Gowan is quad Ruby Shards, Fireball, Asgard's Vengeance, and Righteous Outlaw. For Baby Banana, we see double Wild Shard, 2 Dread Harvest, Lullaby, Ruinir Hierophant, and a Crocosaur.
Yeah, so Gowan here looking good, has all the threshold he needs to play most of the things in his deck. He's got the triple threshold for the Fireball on 3. He's got a Lasgar's Vengeance in there, and he's got that Righteous Outlaw to get in some damage early on. And then over on Baby Banana's side, he's got the double Wild to get into that Dread Harvest, which gets him some more. And then he's got the Lullaby to protect himself a bit against the aggression, and that Ruinir, if he can get that going. That could be a big help for him. And then, of course, the Crocosaur might be a bit late. But, yeah, not looking too bad for both sides.
All right, let's get this action going. Ruby Shard for Gowan. No turn 1 play. He'll pass a turn over to Baby Banana. His draw is a Howling Brave. So good top deck for him. We'll play that out and pass the turn.
Yeah, very good for him. He can get that Ruinir out next turn and start building that up with those Dread Harvests.
Ruby Shard for Gowan. He'll play it out. No play of the Righteous Outlaw. He'll pass a turn over to Baby Banana. His draw. Wrathwood Master Moss. Going to go ahead and activate Howling Brave. Here comes a Ruinir Hierophant. Back over to Gowan. His draw. Ruby Shard. We'll play the Ruby Shard. Here comes Righteous Outlaw. And activation champion ability. So 3-1. Going to swing. Lasgar's ticks down to 7. 3 damage, going to take Baby Banana down to 19. That'll end Gowan's turn.
Yeah, so good hits there for Baby Banana here, getting that Dread Harvest ready to go here. He's going to pump up that Ruinir and try and keep that alive and do his damage that way.
Draw for Baby Banana is a second Lullaby. Dread Harvest. Going to play a Wild Shard from the deck. Create a Dreadling, pump up the Ruinir. Activation of Howling Brave. Going to play another Dread Harvest. And here we go. 4 damage inbound. This is going to take Gowan down to 13 health. Rhinoceros generated as a result of the hit from the Ruinir Hierophant.
Yeah, so Baby Banana not at risk to the Lasgar's Vengeance just yet because there is so few troops attacking in for Gowan so far.
Draw for Gowan is a Righteous Outlaw. The Outlaw that was on the board turned into a Swordsman. Here comes the Outlaw. Activation of Champion Power. That's going to make it a 3-1. Swing with both troops. Going to activate. Lasgar's ticks to 5. He's going to be able to do 3 damage to the Rhinoceros and 3 damage to Baby Banana. That takes him to 16. 6 more damage is going to take him down to 10 health. That'll end Gowan's turn.
Yeah, so Lasgar is now able to be played next turn regardless of a swing, so that could be huge here. But if Baby Banana can get a Shard out and hold up a Lullaby maybe, he might be in a much better spot here.
So Shard for Baby Banana will play that. Creates a Dreadling times 2. Activation of Howling Brave gets him to 5. And it's chomp, chomp, chomp time. Crocosaur. In response, we see him fireballing his Scarlet Swordsman.
Yeah, so trying to prevent the Crocosaur from having targets to hit, so he only loses 1 Righteous Outlaw here instead.
So 9 damage inbound to Gowan. That's going to take him down to 4 health. Rhinoceros generated as a result of the hit. Turn passes to Gowan. Going to turn into a Scarlet Swordsman. Ruby Shard. He'll play that out. Lasgar's Vengeance. Going to do 4 damage directly to Baby Banana and his troops. Going to swing in for 3. That's going to activate, take out the Crocosaur. And 3 damage here, and Gowan is going to take the win.
Wow, what a tight game there. That was real close. That was a good one. That's one you want to save that highlight of. That was a really good game. I did not expect Gowan to pull it out like that. I thought he was toast, but that was a good one. I like that one.
Really good matchup there. Both players forcing each other to play their best, and ultimately, Gowan just eking out that win there against Baby Banana. Good matchup so far here in the top 8 of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament.
Yeah, like I said, seeing that he was in such a bad spot too against Baby Banana's deck there, getting that Runier, being able to swing in so much. He was dead next turn if he did not finish him off, and he managed to do it. So really, really good game there. Going to game 3, so really, really solid matchup there.
Righteous Outlaw definitely doing some work in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that in a number of decks, not all the same deck, but seeing it in Ruby Wild, Diamond Ruby, and obviously there in the Mono Ruby, just a solid card all around in all the different decks that it's been played in.
So it looks like we're going to be going into the semifinals. This is going to be Hevka versus Jadim Jedi, and this should be an interesting matchup as we take a look at both players' starting hands. So semifinals match, Hevka versus Jadim Jedi. Hevka, of course, playing One-Eyed Open. Opening hand is a Diamond Shard, double Ruby Shard, Gore Feast, Flame Guard, which is interesting, Llama Herder, and Stalagmage over for Jadim Jedi, playing Bloodspinner Zorath, triple Blood Shard, Necropolis Coin, Inquisition, a Vampire King, and the Dormant one.
Yeah, so on Hevka's side here, obviously that Stalagmage, I had mentioned that one of the times we saw it in the deck, the fact that it can kind of work with the Diligence is really cool and keep pushing that damage. So that is like a likely turn 1 play. The Flame Guard, as you pointed out, is an interesting addition here. When it readies, it is able to make something unable to block. So with the One Eye Open and all the different Diligence effects, you can really lock down your opponent's board in terms of what they can block and push that extra damage. And then obviously we got the Llama Herder in there as a solid option. And then that Gore Feast, if he gets another shard, could be pretty beneficial for him here. And then over on JJ's side, he does have that Dormant one, which could be great if his troops are dying, pumps up his troops that way. He's got that Inquisition to try and remove key pieces of Hevka's hand. And then he's got the shards to get to that Vampire King, which could kind of help take a lot of the troops because Hevka's deck has been mostly troop focused. So taking away those troops from him, plus gaining him some health. So solid hands for both players here.
All right, let's get going in on the action. Semifinals match, Hevka versus Jadim Jedi. Ruby Shard for Hevka. Turn 1 play is Stalagmage. That's going to end Hevka's turn as we go over to Jadim Jedi. His draw, Blood Shard. He'll go ahead and play that Blood Shard out and just pass the turn over to Hevka. Draw is a Ruby Shard. Plays a Diamond Shard. Swing for 1. Going to ping Jadim Jedi, take him to 21. And here comes a Llama Herder for Hevka. Draw for Jadim Jedi, another Blood Shard. Plays the Blood Shard out. And here comes Inquisition from Jadim Jedi.
Yeah, likely to get rid of that Gore Feast. Maybe even the Flames Guard because JJ does only have 1 troop right now. But I think the Gore Feast is probably the biggest threat, especially seeing that his opponent has 2 other shards as well.
All right, so JJ having to make a decision here. What does he get rid of? Looks like the Flame Guard instead of Gore Feast.
Yeah, so like I said, because he's only got 1 troop that can block, if that Flame Guard gets going, he will not be able to stop what's coming here. So getting rid of the Flame Guard, plus it's a 3/1 body, so it's still a solid body that can do some serious damage.
Stalagmage readies, deals 2 points of damage to Jadim Jedi, takes him to 19. Draw, Protectorate Defender. Ruby Shard comes down. Here comes Protectorate Defender for Hevka. Llama Herder is going to exhaust a Protector Defender, swing with the Slag Mage and the Herder, 4 damage inbound. JJ is going to go down to 15, and that will end. Oh, ready, excuse me, from Hevka is going to go ahead and exhaust the Stalag Mage again as we go back over to JJ.
Yeah, it gives him an extra llama for next turn to attack in, so it's going to be ready and it's not going to have that troop trauma. And then also, of course, exhausting that Slag Mage to do that extra 2 points of damage. It is going to be a nasty turn for Hevka next turn.
All right, so Zentos Malice for JJ. He's going to go ahead and use that coins. Finds a Blood Shard. Plays a Blood Shard. That's going to end his turn. We go back to Hevka. His draw. JJ taking 2 points of damage from Stalag Mage. Ruby Shard for Hevka. And here comes Gore Feast.
Yeah, and this is, I think JJ knew that was in his hand, and he's already likely conceded defeat. He knows what was coming.
Yeah, JJ took it to the face. It's like, hey, it's coming. I know it's coming. I got it. So we're going to be going into game number 2 between Hevka and Jadim Jedi. Hevka up a game on JJ. Can he find a way to make it back and force a game 3? We're going to find out here shortly.
Yeah, just such an aggressive deck from that Diamond Ruby. Really fun to watch and just see how powerful it is. And we'll see if it can do it in game 2.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. JJ down a game to Hevka. Winner goes on to the finals. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. JJ with a Blood Shard, Necropolis Coin, double Hero Fall, Zentos Malice, Vampire King, and Bride of the Damned. For Hevka, we see double Ruby Shard, double Cobblestone, Stalag Mage, Protector Defender, and Llama Herder.
Yeah, so JJ over there with the would like to find another shard. Probably plays up that Necropolis Coin, at least try and get towards that double blood. If he does find another shard soon, he's going to have those Hero Falls, which could be huge against this deck. Get rid of stuff like the Llama Herders, the Tacticians, anything like that, the Protectorate Defenders even. So Hero Fall could be huge. And then he's obviously got that Zentos Malice on turn 2 as well. Could help stem the tide with health and that kind of thing. And then, of course, the Bride with how many troops Hevka has that are kind of X1s. Bride could be really big here as well. So solid hand for JJ there. And then Hevka, again, just hard to find a bad hand for this deck. You've got the Stalag Mage on 1. You've got either the Llama Herder or the Defender on 2. Likely the Defender helps the Stalag Mage push more damage as well. And then he's got the shards he needs to get where he wants to go. So a solid hand from Hevka here as well.
So Jadim Jedi trying to stave off elimination. Hevka up 1-0. Let's go ahead and get into the action. JJ will play the Necropolis Coin for that Blood Threshold. Just past the turn. Over to Hevka. Draw. Finds a Bolt Spasm. Plays a Ruby Shard. Here comes that Bolt Spasm. And he'll pass the turn over to JJ. His draw is a Blood Shard. He'll play that Blood Shard out. And here comes Zentos Malice.
Yeah, so looking good for JJ here. If he can find some more shards as well to get that Bride going, it could be pretty big for him.
Ardent Crusader is the draw for Hevka. We see a Cobblestone come down. Chooses that Diamond Threshold. Here comes Protectorate Defender. A swing for 3. It's going to take JJ down to 19. And Hevka will pass back to JJ.
Yeah, got to wonder if we see the Hero Fall on the Defender here. And then Bride into Shard next turn could be a thing.
So a Blood Shard for JJ. No play. Going to pass the turn over to Hevka. Bolt Spasm readies. Draw is a Diamond Shard. Plays a Ruby Shard out. Here comes Llama Herder. And the Stalag Mage. Hero Fall. Going to target that Llama Herder. And 3 Llama Herders go to the void.
Yeah, knowing that's a key piece of this deck, getting rid of the Llama Herder is pretty huge.
Going to attack from Hevka. Protector Defender and Bolt Spasm. Protector Defender gets +1/+1 and readies. 6 damage inbound. JJ goes down to 13 health. Bride of the Damned for JJ. Going to play that Blood Threshold. And he targets the Protectorate Defender. It's going to go back into the deck, and he'll end his turn and go back over to Hevka. Draw. Ardent Crusader. Plays a Diamond Shard. Here comes Crusader number 1. It does have speed. And here comes the swing. Ardent Crusader is going to be blocked by Bride of the Damned, but JJ is still going to take 3 damage and go to 10.
Yeah, again, seeing those Crusaders with the speed gem just makes this deck that much better. As I mentioned before, we normally see the Underworld Crusaders with speed, but we got to remember that speed used to be in Ruby as well. So seeing that here is pretty crazy.
Phantoms generated as a result. Back over to JJ. His draw is a Blood Shard. We'll play that out. Going to create a banner with his champion ability. Vampire King comes out for JJ, and that's going to end his turn.
Yeah, the Vampire King could be good here. Could help him stifle some of this damage and heal up a bit. So Vampire King could be really helpful here.
Cobblestone for Hevka. We'll play that out. Diamond Shard is a result. Here comes Ardent Crusader number 2. Swing with the Crusader and Crusader only. No block. JJ goes to 6, and that will end his turn. The start of JJ's turn, Dreadling is generated due to Dread Banner. We see Vampire Prince off the top. Zentos Malice, sacrificing a Dreadling, finds Inquisition. No swing from JJ. And he'll pass the turn over to Hevka. Draw. Plays that Cobblestone. Chooses Ruby Threshold. Swing with Stalagmage, Ardent Crusader, Bolt Spasm, everything. Lottie-dottie inbound. He's going to go ahead and block that Stalagmage. And then he's going to Hero Fall that Ardent Crusader.
Yeah, getting rid of that Crusader, pushing that damage. He does have to worry about the Phantoms it's going to generate, but he's going to be able to take out that Stalagmage, heal up a bit, and he can block those Phantoms in the air. And he does have that Vampire Prince as well to help, and he'll be able to stifle some of this damage by sacrificing those Dreadlings with that Zentos Malice.
So going to step in front of the Stalagmage, which is going to take care of that threat. He's going to gain 3, but also take 5. So he goes down to 6 health. Turn passes back over to JJ, creates a Dreadling, finds a Vampire Prince. Going to swing with the Dreadling first. No block. Hevka goes down to 24. Sacrifice the Dreadling, finds a Blood Shard. Plays a Blood Shard. Vampire Prince number 1 and Vampire Prince number 2 join the king on the field for JJ.
Yeah, so that could help him gain some of that health back and really get back into the game here and stabilize.
Back over to Hevka, draw, Valiant Escort. He'll play that out. No swing, turn passes back over to JJ. Finds a Dreadling and a Blood Shard. Sacrifices the Dreadling, draws a card. Finds a Bride of the Damned. Plays the Bride. Here comes the Shard. Where is he going to target? Looks like he's going to target one of the Phantoms. That's going to do it. JJ is going to take game number 2.
Yeah, so JJ managed to pull some pretty great stuff there. Those vampires really helping him keep that health total up. Vampire King doing a ton of work for him. The hero falls, the double hero fall was pretty huge too. And then drawing that Bride near the end there and being able to take out those Phantoms was pretty big and helped him stay in that and not go down 2 games.
Yeah, good comeback there for JJ. That just shows you the caliber of player JJ is, taking his time, willing to take some of that extra damage and just focusing on getting that Dread Banner out so he can start sacrificing it to the Zentos Malice to find the card advantage he needs to get through that game.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of health gain there. And Zentos Malice is always a card that's been pretty solid, and the combination with that Dread Banner, the fact that you're getting those Dreadlings every turn and being able to sacrifice them is pretty huge. You don't have to spend that health to put spiders in to sacrifice. You've got those guaranteed Dreadlings every turn.
All right, so we're going to bring you game number 3. Winner goes on to the finals between Hevka and Jadim Jedi. We'll take a look at opening hands for both players. For Hevka, looks like had to mulligan his starting hand. His opening hand is a Cobblestone, Diamond Shard, Well of Conquest, Prize Fall, Llama's Herder, and a Righteous Outlaw. For Jadim Jedi, triple Blood Shard, Vampire Prince, Bride of the Damned, Extinction, and a Strangle.
Yeah, so Hevka here obviously going down on that mulligan, but getting a pretty solid hand despite that. So he's got the shards he needs to play everything in his hand. He's got that Righteous Outlaw potentially on turn 2. He's got that Llama Herder as well, a key piece of this deck. And then the Prize Fall to deal with things like the Vampire Kings. Not too shabby there. And then over on JJ's side, he's got the triple Blood Threshold to get to that both the Vampire Prince, both to the Strangle as well as the Bride, and then he's got that Extinction button if the Hevka's side gets too out of control. So pretty solid hand again for both players here.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started in on the action. Game number 3, winner moves on to the finals for a chance at that first place prize. Let's get into the action. Hevka with a diamond shard, turn 1, just passes the turn over to JJ. His draw. Finds a Vampire Princess, will play a blood shard. Passes the turn back to Hevka. Draws a Bolt Spasm. Plays the Well of Conquest. Going for that Ruby Threshold. Here comes Llama Herder. And he's just going to pass the turn over to JJ. His draw. Blood Shard. Plays a Blood Shard. Here comes Strangle on the Llama Herder. Taking it out.
Yeah, he knows how strong that Llama Herder is in this deck. Wants to get rid of it as soon as possible.
Draw for Hevka. Well of Conquest. We'll play a Cobblestone. Or the Ruby Threshold. Here comes Righteous Outlaw. And a Bolt Spasm. Here we go, swinging in 2 points of damage. That's going to take JJ down to 20, and that will end his turn as we move over to JJ. His draw is an Extinction. Blood Shard being played. Here comes Vampire Princess. That'll end his turn as we go over to Hevka, Righteous Outlaw. Going to create a Valor. Protector Defender off the top, Will of Conquest. Going to choose a Ruby Threshold. Protector Defender comes down for Hevka. Here comes a diamond, or the Valor onto the Righteous Outlaw, swinging with the Righteous Outlaw and the Bolt Spasm. We see Vampire Princess stepping in front of that Righteous Outlaw.
Yeah, JJ wanting to get that Righteous Outlaw out of there. Doesn't want him gaining the Valors. Doesn't want him turning into the Scarlet Swordsman. So he's got to take it out now before next turn it just kills the Princess anyway. So fairly solid block here.
So block here against the Righteous Outlaw. 3 damage to Jadim Jedi, gains 2 back from the Vampire Princess. His draw, Zentos Malice. Will play a Blood Shard. And here comes Extinction from JJ.
Yeah, pretty expected play there. Wipes the board. He's got another Extinction. His opponent's only got 1 card left in hand. So JJ's in a pretty safe spot right now.
Protector Defender goes back into Hevka's deck. His draw, a Cobblestone. He'll play that out. And just pass the turn over to JJ. His draw, Vampire King. And it will make it on the field. The turn goes back to Hevka, but in response, we see Pride's Fall taking out that Vampire King.
Yeah, I don't think JJ minds too much here. He's got 4 cards in hand to his opponent's 1. Lots of solid options here. He's got that Zentos Malice. He can start pumping in eggs. He can get out that Vampire Prince, start swinging in that way. And of course, he's got the Bride, which he doesn't really need to use yet. So solid hand for JJ still. And Hevka, unfortunately, drawing a shard here.
Diamond Shard for Hevka. He'll play that out and just force to pass the turn. So no cards in hand for Hevka. Draw for Jadim Jedi is a Blood Shard. We'll play that out. Activation of Champion Power gets him a Dread Banner. Here comes Bride of the Damned and a Vampire Prince for JJ.
Yeah, so he's just getting those troops out there to start being aggressive here and swinging in, and then Zentos Malice likely next turn to start sacrificing that those Dreadlings.
For Hevka, draws a Well of Conquest. Going to go ahead and play that out. Goes for the Ruby Threshold. Defenseless and cardless as he passes over to JJ. Dreadlings generated by Dread Banner. Zentos Malice off the top joins the one in his hand. We see a swing here for 6. That's going to take Hevka down to 19. JJ to 21. Ardent Crusader will go into the crypt as a result of the Vampire Prince. And here comes Zentos Malice for JJ. Going to sacrifice it. Gain some health, draw a card, finds a coin. Will play the coin. And that will end his turn as we go over to Hevka, who finds another shard.
Yeah, these are not helping. And again, another really cool thing is that Vampire Prince. The fact that even if you don't find that shard off the top, you're still milling cards off their deck, and again hit that Ardent Crusader, which may have been pretty helpful for Hevka here, but unfortunately gets a shard instead.
So Hevka with the Ruby Shard is going to play that out. No cards in hand, no troops. Passes to JJ. Dread Banner creating the Dreadling. Second Extinction in hand. Here comes the swing. 6 damage again to Hevka. JJ up to 25. Another Ardent Crusader goes into the crypt. Hevka at 13. Sacrifice of the Dreadling draws a card. It's a Vampire Princess and another Vampire Princess for JJ for the one he lost. Cobblestone comes down. That's going to do it. JJ, Jadeem Jedi, is going to make it into the finals for the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament.
Yeah, just big hits for JJ there, especially with that near the end there with that Vampire Prince, knocking Crusaders off the top, cards that would have actually potentially helped Hevka there, and forcing Hevka to just draw into shards and not finding any answers there, and just really taking control of that game and running with it.
And the other thing to think about, too, is the work that Vampire Prince did also, because it was basically milling the troops that he was needing to get off every time. It milled or buried 2 Ardent Crusaders back to back.
Exactly. And like I said, it forced him drawing into those shards, which did nothing for him at the time. So Vampire Prince is a very, very solid card. And again, we're seeing how Mono Blood has kind of been a deck that's not necessarily dominated. It has found its times where it has dominated, but has been a very strong contender from the start of Hex's inception until even now into Immortal. Mono Blood has always been a very strong deck.
And Vampire King, part of that, Shards of Fate legendary crew, those cards that are just immensely powerful. Vampire King doing its work for sure. So again, let's take a look at what's on the line. It looks like Galwins and JJ are going to be in the finals. And we'll bring you coverage of that as soon as those replays are available. But let's take a look at what's up for grabs between those two players. Again, JJ and Galwin are playing for that first place prize, which is a pretty incredible one. It's going to be 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. Again, remember, these packs are no longer in circulation. You can't get these anywhere. The only place to get them is through tournaments like this, or you buy them off the auction house or your reputable dealers. We also have the complete set pack that is 1 card of a complete set. So Shards of Fate, Shattered Destiny, Primal Dawn, all that. 1 card from a set, and that's dictated by HexPrimal, as well as a $500 credit to HexPrimal. And with $500, you can definitely buy a lot of stuff over at HexPrimal and get you ready for Frostheart or fill out your collection. And second place, well, it's 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, as well as $200 credit to HexPrimal. So what separates the first and second place is $300 of credit at HexPrimal, and of course that complete set pack, 1 card from a particular set. So that's pretty amazing there to see those prizes, and JJ and Galwin will be competing for that for the finals of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. So if you're sitting there and you're watching this and you're wondering, hey, I want to be a part of this, I want to get into this, I want to be in the next HexPrimal tournament, Immortal tournament, well, all you have to do is join the HexPrimal Immortal queue in the Battlegrounds. You'll see it listed there. Bring your best deck and earn your 20 qualifying tickets. Once you get your 20 qualifying tickets, join us on August 12th at 9 a.m. Pacific, where you'll be able to compete with all the other Immortal players for a chance to win some really cool prizes. And again, just a reminder, those tickets will reset. So if you do have more than 20 tickets and you entered in and you still have tickets remaining, sorry, but those tickets will reset, and you will not be able to play in use those to play into the tournament. So other than that, these tournaments here are all sponsored by HexPrimal. So some really cool prizes there. The store credit is pretty amazing, and that complete set pack on top of those boosters as well. Again, those boosters can proc primals. So like that's a pretty nutso thing to think about. When you can think that not only can you get some packs that are no longer in circulation, but you can also generate those primals off of those. So really cool there. As we get ready to bring you the featured match, the finals match between Galwin and JJ, just remember we are doing a forums feedback for you guys to give your feedback to us. Again, we want to make this tournament the best possible tournament presentation that we can. So make sure you guys check out the link. If you guys also Put in your information. Leave us feedback, positive feedback, constructive criticism, what you liked and you want to see more of, what you didn't like, or things you want to see. Go ahead and put that in there and let us know. You guys will be entered in for a chance to win a playset of one of these dragons, either Jadim, Zakir, Zadu, Tianost, or Uranaz. And the drawing for those will be done next week. So you guys have about a week to collect your thoughts, put in there some good feedback for us so we can continue to bring you quality presentation of the Immortal Championship tournament. So just make sure you get those 20 tickets. You get ready to meet us here again on August 12th and bring your best Immortal deck. We've definitely seen some interesting decks here, and we're going to see some even more interesting decks when Frostheart's released and we have our next tournament, TM.
Yeah, we're adding a whole new set of cards to Immortal. So I'm not sure the exact count on how many cards we're getting for set 7, but regardless, that's a big boost to the Immortal format, and it's going to open up more combos. You're going to be able to take set 1 cards and see if there's any combos with set 7 cards. So it's going to be pretty crazy to see, again, as Immortal, the Immortal format expands and we add these new sets, just seeing where people go and what direction they take with these Immortal decks. It's really, really cool to see that. And I can't wait to continue this on. And I hope we keep doing this Immortal Championship series for a long time to come. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what else we get.
All right, so we're going to go into the finals match. Game 1, Galwin versus Jadim Jedi. And we will take a look at opening hands for both players. And we'll get started with the finals match. Again, players are competing for $500 store credit. That complete set 1, that's 1 card of every card in a set, and the 20 packs of set 1 and set 2. Galwin playing Urgnok. Again, as a reminder, requires a double Ruby Threshold, 2 charges. Target troop gets +1 attack. His opening hand is triple Ruby Shard, Fireball, Mama Yeti, Baby Yeti, and Quash Ridge Tusker for Jadim Jedi playing Bloodspinner Zorath. Requires double Blood Threshold, 5 charges to summon that Dread Banner. His opening hand, Blood Shard, triple Vampire Prince, Inquisition, Necropolis Coin, and a Vampire Princess.
Yeah, so over on Galwin's side there, it looks like a really strong start here. He's got that Quash Ridge on 1, Yeti potentially on 2, Fireball is active on 3, and then if he can find another shard, he's got that Mama Yeti on 4, so he could curve out fairly well here. All he's missing is maybe another shard and a Lasgar's Vengeance, and he's got a pretty solid start here. Over on JJ's side, looking to not finish second place is he's got the coins he's likely going to start with, which then opens him up for turn 2 with that Blood Shard to either go for a Prince or an Inquisition. And then if he could find another shard, he can get that Vampire Princess out. So not a bad start here for JJ. He's got that healing with all those vampires to deal with the early aggression of Galwin's aggro deck here.
All right, let's get it on. The finals, Galwin versus JJ. Winner takes all. Game number 1, and let's get started with the action. While Ruby Shard for Galwin, and we see Quash Ridge Tusker turn 1. He'll pass the turn to JJ. His draw is a Blood Shard. Necropolis Coin coming down for that Blood Threshold, passes the turn over to Galwin. His draw, a Blamsmith. Here comes the Ruby Shard. Here comes the Baby Yeti. Activation of Champion Power on that Quash Ridge Tusker and swinging in for maximum damage here. So 5 damage inbound quickly to JJ is going to take him down to 17 health.
Yeah, big swing there already. JJ can potentially get out some blockers here, but obviously Galwin's got that Fireball to deal with anything he might put out.
All right, so Withering Gaze for Jadim Jedi will play a Blood Shard. Here comes Vampire Prince for JJ as he passes the turn over to Galwin. His draw is a Blamsmith. Here comes a Ruby Shard, Blamsmith, and Fireball going to target that Vampire Prince.
Yeah, so big hit there, being able to get in a ton of damage here and just really drop JJ's life total.
So Quash Ridge Tusker is going to make that Baby Yeti a 4-1. So 9 damage inbound to JJ. JJ goes down to 8 health. Turn passes to JJ. See Withering Gaze from JJ. Blood Shard comes down. Vampire Prince. And that's going to end JJ's turn. Back over to Gowan, finds a Psychotic Anarchist. And here comes the swing. That's going to make the Baby Yeti a 5-1. And let's see how things go. He's going to block the Quash Ridge Tusker with the Vampire Prince. And JJ at 1 health.
Yeah, not looking good for JJ here. Lots of damage coming in his way. And I'm not sure he's going to have the life regen here to get himself back into this.
JJ draws. Vampire Princess for JJ. Gonna pass the turn. Lasgar's Vengeance. We see Blamsmith for Gowan. Swing here is gonna do it. And looks like Gowan is gonna take game 1 against JJ.
Yeah, super aggressive there. JJ's life total taking a huge hit there. Just couldn't keep that health total up where it needed to be against such an aggressive deck. Even with all the vampires and the healing that they provide, was not enough to deal with that sheer aggression that came his way.
All right, so we're going to go into game number 2. Gowan up 1-0 against JJ. We're going to take a look at opening hands for both players and see where we're going to go from here. So JJ with triple Blood Shard, double Withering Touch, Strangle, and Bride of the Dam. For Gowan, we see double Ruby Shard, Righteous Outlaw, Baby Yeti, Blamsmith, Psychotic Anarchist, and a Matriarch of Flames.
Yeah, so JJ here, he's got an interesting hand here against an aggressive deck. He does have the 2 Withering Gazes to try and remove things like Fireballs, Burns, Lasgar's Vengeances. He's going to find out very quickly that they are going to be whiffs, but he will get some information on his opponent's hand. He does have that Bride, and he does have the resources to get to her on 3. He's also got that Strangle potentially on 2 to deal with stuff like the Matriarch or the Psychotic Anarchist or even that Righteous Outlaw. But then over on Gowan's side, he's got a really, really strong hand here. He's got the 2 shards. So he's got Baby Yeti on 1, and then he's got a numerous amount of options on turn 2 here with the Righteous Outlaw, the Blamsmith, as well as the Psychotic Anarchist. And if he can find another shard, he's got that Matriarch of Flames as well. So really, really strong hand here for Gowan. No real removal, but a lot of troops that'll get damage in real quick.
All right, so let's get into the action. JJ trying to stave off elimination. Gowan looking to take it all down. Let's get in with the action. Blood Shard for JJ. Withering Gaze is going to find the cards in Gowan's hand, but not going to find a target. And now we're going to get blanked out on the screen. So Ruby Shard for Gowan. We'll play that Ruby Shard. Here comes the Baby Yeti. Swinging in for 1. That's going to take JJ down to 21 health. Turn back to JJ, finds a Necropolis coin. Going to play that Blood Shard and just pass the turn to Gowan. His draw, a Righteous Outlaw. Ruby Shard comes down. Here comes the Outlaw. And Champion Power. Looks like Champion Power on the Baby Yeti. Looks like a Strangle from JJ onto the Righteous Outlaw.
Yeah, good reason why you put that Champion Power on something like the Baby Yeti. It lets you spread your threats a bit more there.
So 2 damage inbound is going to take JJ down to 19 health. And that'll end Gowan's turn. Over to JJ. His draw is a Blood Shard. We'll go ahead and play that Blood Shard. Here comes a Bride of the Damned for JJ.
Yeah, likely just trying to get something out there to block here.
Draw for Gowan is a Fireball.
That was
Ruby
a
Shard
top
comes
deck.
down. Fireball's going to take care of that Bride of the Damned. Here comes a Righteous Outlaw. And here comes the team of the Yeti and the Outlaw. 4 damage inbound. That's going to take JJ down to 15.
Huge hit there for Gowan. Getting that Fireball off the top. Dealing with JJ's only defender. This could be rough for JJ now.
JJ finds a Blood Shard off the top. Going to go ahead, use Necropolis coin. Finds a Strangle. Going to go ahead and play out that Blood Shard. And just pass the turn over to Gowan. Righteous Outlaw creates a Valor. Finds a baby or a Mama Yeti. Here comes Matriarch of the Flames. Going to Strangle that Matriarch, so take it out of the picture. But the Outlaw and the Yeti still there on the field. Going to swing in for 4. JJ going to go down to 11.
Yeah, taking some big hits here. If Gowan can find a shard here and get that Mama Yeti out there, that could be rough for JJ here. And he's going to need to find something useful here, maybe a Vampire King, something like that, something to help keep his health total up here.
All right, start of the turn for JJ. Finds a second Withering Gaze. He's going to gaze, take that Valor, put it into his deck, but he's already going to see his opponent's hand. Blood Shard comes down. Going to be able to activate to create a Dread Banner. Passes a turn over to Galwin. Outlaw ready, creates a Valor. Finds a Quashrid Tusker. Here comes a Psychotic Anarchist and a Valor on the Baby Yeti. 7 damage inbound to JJ.
Yeah, this is not looking good for JJ here, taking a huge hit, and he needs something here. An Extinction, maybe that might not even save him though.
Mama Yeti, as a result of the Psychotic Anarchist draw for Galwin. Inquisition for JJ. Started JJ's turn, Dreadlings generated, finds a shard. And here comes Inquisition, going to take that Blamsmith out of the picture. And that's going to do it. Galwin is going to be our second HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament winner.
Yeah, huge aggressive deck there. Getting those hits, those solid hits, that fireball off the top to take care of that Bride of the Damned was huge for him. And just getting to push through that damage real quickly there. And even as we saw in game 1, JJ, even with all those vampires, could not keep his health total high enough for him to stay in those games. And just a solid aggressive game from Galwin there.
So Galwin's going to walk away with first place, 20 packs of set 1 and set 2, that complete set, which is one card of a particular set, and $500 credit for HexPrimal. JJ, you're in second place, walking away with 20 packs of set 1 and set 2 and $200 credit. So the finals match definitely could have went differently for JJ. I'm sure he thought hope to find an answer there, but ultimately Galwin taking it down. But some good matches throughout the day, especially going into the finals in the top 8. Some really good matches, some grud matches, people going to game 3s, trying to fight for their way to get to the finals, and ultimately Galwin is our winner.
Yeah, so awesome stuff to see today. All kinds of crazy matchups here. Big congratulations to Galwin, of course, and congratulations to JJ for really holding down that second place fort that he is really set in stone for himself.
So just go over the finishings, the placings for the top 8 players. Galwin, number 1, or first place, the champion. Jadim Jedi in second. Hevka in third. Essos in 4th, Garance in 5, Van Hall in 6, Soren in 7th, and Baby Banana rounding out the top 8. But again, great matches overall, and you too can be a part of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. All you have to do is get your deck ready, jump into that Immortal queue, get those 20 tickets, and then join myself, The Motivation, and Alucard on August 12th at 9 a.m. and get ready to compete for some amazing prizes. So looks like we have a final giveaway here. This is a doozy too. This is the alternate art Chaos Key and alternate art Jankbot. Immortal hype indeed. So a chance to win some really cool cards. If you're competing in that Jankbot tournament that Lixel is hosting with Nero, this is an opportunity for you to strut your stuff with that alternate art Jankbot. And again, everybody get your chance to enter in. All you got to do is type !Immortal hype to get entered in for our final giveaway of the day. TM, what'd you think about today's event?
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And like I said, I've said it a bunch of times, just the variety of decks we've seen. I'm not even sure one deck in the top 8 was using the same champion. I could be wrong there, but it's just such a good amount of variety. And I think that's what we're going to really see with the Immortal format is because there's so many cards, because there's so many different options and routes you can take with your deck, you're just going to have a good variety of things, and you can play what you like and really just have some fun with it. So I really do hope to see this format grow even more, not in just the sets being added to it, but just in a player-based standpoint too, because it's available for everyone, and it's free to enter in. You got to just get your tickets, and you can go in with some crazy decks and have success because there is just so many options in the Immortal format.
So again, just want to remind everybody, your tickets will be resetting. So if you're playing in the Immortal queue now, your tickets will not carry over. So you'll have to wait till the reset, and then you can jump in and start earning your tickets. So just want to make sure that's clear right off the bat. So that way you're not putting the time in and then obviously not making any progress towards your tickets. As a reminder, we do have that forum contest. This is your chance to give us your feedback, positive, constructive, what you guys liked, what you didn't like, what you want to see more of, or something that maybe we haven't done yet, but you'd like to see. Make sure you go over to the forum thread, put in your information, and let us know what you guys thought. Again, we want to bring the best possible experience for you guys in the tournaments. We hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with the Motivation Alucard and myself for coverage of the HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. So definitely proud to be a part of this community, proud to be able to be here and shoutcast and bring you the level of coverage that you guys want in order to see our champion crowned today. And again, congratulations to Galvin.
Yeah, big shout out to him for really taking an aggressive deck. We haven't seen Urgnok for a little bit now, but obviously really worked well for him. Seeing cool little additions to it, like Gore Feast, for example. We saw some games where if it wasn't for Gore Feast, he would have been stalled on the board. And yeah, seeing those little additions and to all the decks too, seeing all those cool little additions, getting to see awesome decks like that Diamond Ruby Diligence deck. Was really cool to see. But yeah, big shout out to everybody who came and hung out as well. Everybody who was viewing in chat and just supporting the tournament in general. Hopefully with you guys supporting it and HexPrimal continuing to put out the quality prizes and stuff like that, we'll just see this format and this tournament grow and grow. So I'm looking forward to the future.
All right, so last call for a chance to win that alternate art Jankbot and Chaos Key. Make sure you guys get entered in. So what was your favorite deck of the tournament? I think I know, but I just want to know what your favorite deck of the tournament is.
I mean, if I had to choose the try-hard deck that I would play, I would probably have gone with the mono blood deck that JJ was running. I've always liked blood. I've always liked blood diamond, but picking between those two has always been fun. But yeah, the Ruby Diamond Llama deck was just, it was so fun to watch. It was so different. It was explosive. It had answers. That was it. Of this tournament, that was definitely my favorite.
I mean, I would have to agree, man. That deck was fun to watch. And then, when you're shoutcasting and you're doing these tournaments, you want those decks that are exciting. That come back. I have to say, JJ made a great comeback in the semifinals to come back. I mean, both decks were great, but I definitely I love that Ruby Diamond deck.
Yeah, yes. Again, and seeing all the llamas too. Everybody knows the llamas are such a memey thing, and seeing a deck that can make them competitive is it's awesome. So yeah, I really like that deck. And again, this is the stuff we're gonna see. And seeing One Eye Open, like you had mentioned, it's a champion you wouldn't really think of because he was never really that big in the past. And now we found a way for him to be awesome, taking advantage of Diligence. And that's kind of what I'm saying too with seeing more sets added to it. So we're on set 6 right now. And that's where we started getting this Diligence stuff for the most part, along with Hero Fall. But seeing that Diligence stuff come in now and really take advantage of it with older champions, it's going to be cool to see as we go further into the sets if we get new mechanics and keywords that could really make old champions shine again. So again, I'm really looking forward to the future of Immortal.
So just a reminder, all prizes will be sent out within 24 hours at the conclusion of this cast. So if you're expecting a door prize or a streamer prize, don't worry. It will all be posted and sent out within 24 hours. Alucard will manage that, and he will get it out to you. He is very good about it, and you guys will get your stuff. So I guess all is left to do is to draw that winner for the alternate art Jankbot and Chaos Key. Looks like, again, the contest will end. Oh, you did? Okay. I didn't see who won. Sorry. Turboflex. Nice. Turboflex. Congratulations on the alternate art Jankbot and Chaos Key. Congratulations. Hopefully he responds. Other than that, any final thoughts? Alucard, I know you're kind of behind the scenes, but I would love to get your thoughts. I'm sure everybody else would as well, about the tournament and what you liked and what you saw.
Awesome tournament, guys. This was really exciting. It's great to also be able to showcase so many different players. I think that was a huge thing for us, having the replay feature and being able to feature more of you guys who are actually playing in the tournament. I think it's just a real joy to see so many decks, so many people having fun with the format. And it's great to see how it's evolved too. I mean, Dragon did have a pretty good showing today, but we could see people playing, kind of bringing their A game and innovating new decks and trying new things out. And that's always awesome to see. And I'm sure as we add more sets with Frostheart and beyond, it's just going to get even better and better. So it's just exciting. I mean, sets 3 and 4, Armies of Myth and Primal Dawn, those are going to be rotating into Immortal. So it should be interesting to see how people build around new stuff that's coming in and coming up with new combos. And obviously keep your eye on the watch list or the ban list. Who knows if anything will happen there. We're going to have a whole new set of gems. We're going to have a whole new set of champions. The playing field is open. I mean, just 2 tournaments into the Immortal Championship Series, we're seeing so much innovation and people trying out all sorts of crazy stuff. And I don't even think that we've tapped into the potential of this format yet. So keep playing, keep innovating, keep having fun. And as long as you guys are playing and having a good time, we're going to keep doing this.
All right. So, TM, any final thoughts?
No, just once again, thanks to everybody for hanging out and supporting the stream, the cast. Without you guys, again, I say this on my own stream, without you guys, the viewers and the players, of course, as well, we're not here. We're not doing this. There's no reason for us to do this. We need you guys. So all the support is very, very much appreciated. And I think I speak for Alu, Snake, and myself on that one. So thank you to you guys for hanging out and being here.
I can't say anything more. You guys have said it all. All I can say is join us on August 12th for the next HexPrimal Immortal Championship Tournament. We appreciate all the support. Don't forget about the forum contest. We hope you have a good day or night wherever you guys are in the world, and keep on hexing.